by Nazi lies and disinformation. Throughout the occupied East, the SS ordered the formation of ghettos, which were intended to be interim warehousing pending ultimate resolution of how to remove the Jews from Europe, and it instituted councils of Jewish elders by a decree promulgated on 21 September 1939. These councils were intended to relay German orders, rather in the way that terrorists use hostages to coerce governments, to people denied direct contact with authority. It was a crushing responsibility. As the councils endeavored to maintain civilized existence, senior German policemen speculated about dumping Jews on the Soviet border, shipping them to Madagascar, or utilizing the Soviet Arctic gulags, until other more overtly murderous solutions were adopted, camouflaged with conceptual elements of plans long abandoned. The councils were at the lethal interface of direct contact with representatives of the master race. If the elders impeded or sabotaged German orders, they and their families were killed and replaced. The Germans went to any lengths to secure the compliance of the Jewish leadership. In Lechotov, they executed 8 successive Jewish consuls until the 9th they appointed decided to do their bidding. As we shall see below, in Luge, the Gestapo killed and replaced the entire council, leaving only the chairman designate alive. In Milana, every member of the council was hanged for non-compliance with an order. While the members of the 8 successive Lechotov councils were incredibly brave in refusing to cooperate, as a whole, councils of Jewish elders were merely a convenience, rather than a necessity for the Germans. In the conquered parts of the Soviet Union, the Einsatzgruppen, Waffen-SS, and Order Police murderers did not need councils. Indeed, there was no formal Jewish community leadership, as the Soviet regime had abolished it along with all other associational life that might have stood in their way. It is difficult to speculate about alternative outcomes, but the elders generally believed that the same results would have been virtually certain and might have been implemented with far more indiscriminate bloodshed without the mediation of the Jewish councils. The elders lacked our wisdom of hindsight, and so we need to be exceptionally careful in assessing moral choices which invariably involved such lesser evils as sacrificing a part to maintain the whole. The councils have sometimes been denounced by those like Hannah Arendt or Raoul Hilberg, who were spared the awful choices forced upon European Jews by the Nazis, and who have been too ready to credit the contemptuous line of such as Eichmann or Stangl that the Jews went to their deaths like lemmings. At the end, most of them did, but by that stage they were physical and mental shadows of what they had been, and were driven to their deaths with overwhelmingly brutal force. Nobody else could or would have resisted either under such circumstances. The council members were not collaborating with the Nazis, if that term means actions and words based on ideological congruity, for there was no evidence of that anywhere in Nazi-occupied Europe. Different Jews wanted different things. None of them wanted Nazi victory. Instead, the councils of elders obeyed and propitiated the Nazis, who enjoyed absolute power over them. They sought to gain collective time, using the argument that the Jews were essential to the German war effort. Like British appeasers, they thought they were dealing with rational people rather than psychopaths. They also exploited such divisions of policy as they could identify among different German agencies, while hoping the Allies would win the war. This meant discerning German intentions from the casual remarks or facial expressions of the individuals they dealt with. The diarist and member of the Kovno Ghetto Council, Evra Amtori, described the Germans rather well on 12 February 1942. They do not tell you things clearly except when they curse you and scream at you. It is therefore imperative to assess their mood properly before they open their mouths. You must understand that, from their point of view, our situation must always remain unclear. We are not to be allowed to understand anything, even if our lives are at stake. Anything that happens to us must occur like a bolt from the blue. We are to remain always in a state of anticipation, without understanding what is going on around us. There was no way of predicting, least of all among the victims, what the final evolution of anti-Semitic ideology and policy would be, since that was a process rather than a single identifiable master decision, and the Jews were not privy to such exalted circles where the decisions were taken. Council members cannot be described as volunteers, although Jews are no more immune to self-importance and vanity than the rest of humanity. In the occupied territories, German speakers were preferred, as well as the few who had municipal government experience. This favored middle-class, assimilated Jews, who might be unable to communicate fluently with the Yiddish-speaking majority. There were other hazards. In some places, intellectuals and professionals were told to report for duty as counselors, only to be shot under the 1940 AB, Extraordinary Pacification Action, designed to liquidate intellectuals. In Kovno, 500 educated people were told to report for archival work and then killed. Elsewhere, the Germans arbitrarily stopped some middle-aged or older person on the street and ordered them to select a council. In Warsaw, Einsatz Group of 4 alighted upon Adam Chernikov, a German-speaking engineer and minor municipal politician, after the original leader of the Jewish community had fled. At the first council meeting, Chernikov grimly showed his colleagues the key to a desk drawer containing 24 tablets of cyanide he had hoarded. Similar circumstances accounted for the rise of Mordechai Chaim Rumkowski in Lodz, perhaps simply because he had flowing gray hair. He was a failed businessman whose subsequent career running Zionist agricultural projects for young people resulted in rumors of child abuse. After the community leader Leib Mintzberg had fled, the Germans chose Rumkowski to lead the newly established Jewish Council, whose 31 members he then selected after all members of the first council had been disappeared. In his early 60s, Rumkowski may have looked the part, but he was ill-educated, abrasive, and impulsive, with wandering hands whenever young women were about. One wonders what possessed him to put his own portrait on the ghetto stamps and script notes, or to be driven around in a horse-drawn carriage, or to wear a white Panama hat and white gloves for his only audience with Himmler when he swept into the ghetto in June 1941. Unfortunately, men who utterly lacked Rumkowski's character flaws often made precisely the same decisions as he did. We have followed the Jews into the hell of Chelmno. Now it is time to see the hell they came from. Ghettos were often deliberately established in the most insalubrious quarters of cities to associate Jews with filth and vermin, a line that sometimes played well with the surrounding Gentile Poles. In Lodz, which the Germans rapidly rechristened Litzmannstadt after a famous 19th-century Prussian general, some 167,000 Jews were crammed into the Baluti Old Town and semi-rural Marisin areas in the northeastern peripheries of this Polish Manchester. The Lodz ghetto was the second largest after Warsaw, and consisted of about 1.5 square miles physically isolated from the rest of the German and Polish city, with barbed wire and police guards at 50-yard intervals. The quarantining of the Jews meant a 7-fold rise in population density in a tiny area that lacked a modern sewage system, and in which 98% of the tenements lacked indoor sanitation. Between October and November 1941, the SS decided that the already severely burdened ghetto economy could support an influx of 25,000 Jews from Austria, thus exerting greater pressure on housing. 5,000 Austrian gypsies were also shipped in, but were temporarily confined in a special mini-camp inside the ghetto until they could be killed. The ghetto was controlled by what one might call the flowchart men of the relevant subsection of the main Office of Food and Economy. This subsection was led by an ambitious 37-year-old coffee importer from Bremen called Hans Bibo, who worked under the main office's Johann Moldenhauer, himself an appointee of Karl Marder, the mayor of German Litzmannstadt. Marder's vision was to refashion Lodz as a modern German city, akin to Hamburg, which would involve rationalizing the squalid Jewish parts out of existence. A managerial streamlining mentality was characteristic of their peculiar depredations, although it may well have been how they rationalized more intense hatreds and squalid motives. The German officials disagreed about how to achieve their goals. Alexander Palfinger did not believe that the Jews had relinquished all their hidden wealth and proposed to use starvation to force the last zloty from them. He was explicitly genocidal. A rapid dying out of the Jews is for us a matter of total indifference, if not to say desirable, as long as the concomitant effects leave the public interest of the German people untouched. By contrast, Bibo argued that the ghetto had to be made economically self-sufficient by ensuring that Jewish labor became more productive. After Bibo had won the argument at a meeting on 18 October 1940, Palfinger left Lodz for Warsaw, where his arguments were similarly defeated following the intervention of bigger players. However, Bibo accompanied the Gestapo on a visit to the extermination center at Chelmno in early 1942, indicating that his plan to make the ghetto more productive included the extermination of the unproductive. Bibo was responsible for lending the ghetto investment capital from the sums that the Germans had extorted from the Jews in the first place. This arrangement bridged short-term uncertainties about the ghetto's ultimate future once it became clear that the general government was unwilling to take Jews from the neighboring Warthegau. The Lodz ghetto was also the focus of a parallel police bureaucracy consisting of the uniformed officers who guarded the perimeter, the intelligence-gathering Gestapo under Otto Brodfisch, and the criminal police, whose main task was to prevent smuggling and to uncover hidden valuables. Council leader Rumkowski also disposed of 500 Jewish policemen to maintain order on his side of the wire, although the criminal police opened a small torture center themselves inside the ghetto, while the Gestapo ran its own network of paid Jewish informers. The Gestapo also liaised with the ghouls at Chelmno from the Sonderkommando Lange. In all ghettos, people were uprooted from their homes, deprived of their habitual employment, and denied every welfare benefit, including pensions. Any educational or cultural activities also had to be created from scratch. This meant that the councils quickly developed bureaucracies to administer essential services. The Warsaw Ghetto alone had to provide for 400,000 people, all destitute with the exception of the racketeers and spivs who thrived amid so much death and destruction. Accordingly, the number of people employed by the council's ramifying sub-departments rose to 12,880 in Lodz and 6,000 in Warsaw. These were coveted posts because they brought access to increased rations, and their holders did not have to work 12 hours a day in hard manufacturing tasks. Possession of one of a burgeoning range of official council service armbands meant the difference between life and death. In his New Year address in 1942, Rumkowski stressed the theme, "The plan is work, work, and more work." He proudly opened a small exhibition of such items as ladies' brassieres, beneath a banner inscribed in Yiddish with, "Work is our only path." Work was a necessity in the sense of providing destitute Jews with just enough money to purchase the meager rations the Germans allocated to them, rations which were supposed to match those given to German prison inmates, but which always fell below that level. Much of the food the Germans allocated to the ghetto was spoiled: off-color meat, rancid butter, weevil-infested flour. Potato peelings became a desirable source of nourishment. Deliveries of heating fuel consisted of bags of coal dust, and to avoid dying of hypothermia, Jews had to chop up fences, floorboards, and furniture for firewood. Most of the output of the larger ghettos served the German war economy, with orders coming mainly from the Wehrmacht, and much of the profit stuck to the fingers of the local German managers. In 1941, an embroidery department made 1,053,000 earmuffs, while a tailor's workshop struggled to produce 50,000 white camouflage suits, all destined for soldiers on the Eastern Front. Other items included belts, hats, helmets, badges, and epaulets. Lodz also churned out quality lingerie and dresses destined for the German domestic market, as well as clogs and rag shoes destined for concentration camp inmates. Individual German firms supplied specialist machinery, enabling, for example, Lodz Jews to manufacture corsets for Spießhauer and Braun of Habach. Lodz became the most industrialized ghetto, partly because of the city's past, but also because most Jews had worked in craft workshops or light industry before the occupation. Rumkowski ordered the surrender of 7,000 sewing machines to provide equipment for the reworking of tons of old clothing into uniforms and civilian garments. Cobblers and carpenters were similarly ordered to relinquish their tools to collective workshops. By 1943, a total of 73,782 of the inmates of the Lodz ghetto worked in 117 factories and workshops. Apart from clothing and footwear, these factories produced huge quantities of cooking utensils, carpets, furniture, and such toys as dolls' houses, where the small fingers of Jewish children came in handy, making the miniature furniture. Anyone who caused Rumkowski trouble, such as carters, butchers, and fishmongers, would find themselves assigned to an external work party, which meant one of the construction or irrigation sites that dotted the Warthegau. Captured escapees were publicly hanged by the Germans in the ghetto. The pride the council elders took in these feats of productivity was understandable in the light of the prevailing German slur that the Jews were parasites who lived on the backs of others. Rumkowski also ensured that Jews looked like modern workers, banning from his factories anyone with a beard or wearing a traditional kaftan. Work kept people alive in circumstances where, in Lodz, during August 1942 alone, 1,736 people died of disease or malnutrition. However, this mentality could lead to the internalization of German attitudes so that those who worked, including those in the council's own swollen bureaucracies, were rewarded with increased rations and better quarters than the unproductive, expendable residue. A sort of food pyramid evolved based on differential rations as well as exclusive canteens where essential personnel received decent meals. Once the Germans had started to demand quotas of deportees, it was a short step from this extreme utilitarian approach to the decision to relinquish children, criminals, the unemployed, the elderly, and sick, on the grounds that the better elements in the community, as defined by the ghetto leaderships, would at least survive the war. This raises the more delicate matter of how the council elders dealt with implacable German interlocutors who met the slightest dissent with verbal abuse or physical violence, as Rumkowski discovered in June 1943, when Bibo put him in hospital in an assault so furious that he managed to smash his fist through a window. Any significant dissent, let alone resistance, would result in a bullet in the head. Even the most managerially objective-seeming Germans could quickly turn into raging beasts in circumstances where they were under no restraint. Initially, the Jews reverted to the way they might have dealt with the 19th century czars, by adopting the posture of humble petitioners seeking the righting of a wrong. In themselves, such supplications rarely worked, unless accompanied by a bribe, for German venality was endemic. It was so pervasive that the Gestapo had the intelligence officers working in Luge's branch of the aviation ministry tap Bibo's telephone, presumably after policy rifts opened up between the SS and the ghetto administration. For the council elders, this meant maintaining special repositories of alcohol, fur coats, jewelry, watches, and so on, which could be used to moderate but never deflect overall German policy. A more efficacious approach was to exploit perceived divisions of opinion among different German agencies about the ultimate fate of the Jews. Some ghetto administrators, such as Bibo, were so wedded to economic rationality, as well as to their own cupidity, that it was logical to exploit the economic utility of the Jews in a strategy known as rescue through work. Surely, they reasoned, those Germans who lauded Arbeit as a marker of racial worth would not do away with those Jews who toiled so hard at a pivotal moment in the war effort. Rumkowski became messianic in his desire to productivize his gold mine, and megalomaniac in imagining growing German dependence on him. In that sense, he was like a pathetic copy of the redemptive religoid politics espoused by the dictators, especially since all the democratic or oligarchic features of Jewish life succumbed to what amounted to an autocracy. At one point, Rumkowski reflected, "When I moved into the ghetto on 6 April 1940, I told the mayor that I was moving in the belief that this was a gold mine. When he, astonished, asked for an explanation, I told him, 'I have 40,000 hands for work in the ghetto, and this is my gold mine.' As I began successfully to organize work, the authorities gradually began to deal with me and to count on me more and more. Today, there are 52 factories in the ghetto testifying to my success in creating places of employment. These factories have been visited by the highest representatives of the authorities on many occasions, and they have been amazed. They repeatedly have told me that up to now they have known only one type of Jew, the merchant or middleman, and have never realized that Jews were capable of productive work." It was all here, the self-importance and the willingness to be deceived by the highest representatives. In the event, in late 1942, Rumkowski was told to select 20,000 ghetto inmates for deportation. After successfully halving this total, he managed to have the task devolved on his own 5-man resettlement commission. Among its members were a lawyer, Naftalen, a judge, Jakobsen, the head of the Jewish order police, Rosenblatt, and Herzberg, the director of the central prison. The commission decided who should be deported in a collegial spirit without subjectivity. Ghetto runners hand-delivered warrants telling people to report to an assembly point, where they were issued with such things as winter gloves and earmuffs, as well as bread and sausage for their journey. Those chosen to go were selected primarily because of their marginality. They were either new arrivals from the provinces or previously convicted criminals and prostitutes, as well as anyone remotely associated with them. This meant that the poorest of the poor were deported first, many of them women. Judging from written appeals to be left off the lists, the selection paid no regard to such things as separating fit adults from elderly or sick family members. Jewish order police were dispatched to track down anyone who tried to elude deportation. The Jewish underground resistance in Warsaw refused to regard all of these policemen as collaborators, rejecting the German notion of collective responsibility, and their ranks included men who bravely tried to help Jews escape the roundups they were conducting. Rumkowski tried to convince the ghetto dwellers that the deportees were being resettled in the countryside. They will not be behind wire, and they will work on farms, he said. That he at least suspected the truth is revealed by his insistence that only connivers and cheats would be deported, since they deserved it, and by the obvious point that bedridden invalids, who had to be stretchered to the assembly points, would not be working anywhere. In fairness, Rumkowski and other council leaders elsewhere depended on German officials who dismissed increasingly pervasive Jewish desperation with the line that their fears were unfounded rumors, or that they themselves were not privy to any further information. Among the more pernicious lies was the one that accompanied an order for the manufacture of 50,000 children's beds, which a Gestapo agent explained, "will be made for the little Jewish children who are in a special large camp not far from Lublin." It took time for the only 2 survivors of the Chelmno work detail to bring the intelligence, initially to Warsaw, that the deported Luge Jews were being killed, but their account was harder to believe than German disinformation that the deportees were happily farming in the neighborhood of Kolo. The tale the Chelmno survivors told was too extraordinary to be believed, since there was no precedent in modern European history for people being murdered in such a clinical, systematic fashion. Even if they did suspect the worst, the staggered episodic way in which deportations were conducted, a strategy largely determined by the capacity of gas chambers, lent plausibility to claims that each would be the last. Among many Jews, a resigned fatalism was combined with a readiness to clutch at the straw of divine deliverance, although many also vented their fury against the councils and the Jewish policemen, or struggled to prevent their children being wrenched from them. The Gestapo chief Günther Fuchs shot a woman who refused to let go of her 5-year-old daughter's hand, and then shot the girl as well. Some councils made the decision to preserve the better elements who would form the future of their communities with the air of Moses leading his people out of Egypt. Some, knowing their own intellectual limitations, drew upon the advice of rabbis as well as representatives of the learned professions when they made their grim choices. In Kovno, where in October 1941 the Germans told the council to assemble the entire ghetto population to announce who would be resettled, and where it was known that mass graves were being excavated at nearby Fort 9, the council consulted a wise old rabbi the night before who sat up all night poring over books. Maybe overcome with the burden, or having a hesitantly meticulous mind, he failed to produce an opinion until the time for the decision had passed. He had considered and then rejected Jewish traditions derived from the age of Maimonides, who had ruled that Jews should never sacrifice individuals for the sake of the community. The old rabbi said the resettlement decree had to be published. Other rabbis immediately took issue with him, perfectly normal in rabbinical circles but wholly inappropriate at such a desperate time. In the event, before dawn on 28 October 1941, all 30,000 Kovno ghetto inmates were assembled. A Gestapo master sergeant called Helmut Rauke used hand gestures to select 10,000 people from this mass, steering the fated group to the small ghetto whose inmates had been deported earlier. At great personal risk, Jewish policemen enabled some of those selected for the small ghetto to join those left behind, while the council leader, a physician called Elchanan Elkes, intervened to save the lives of 100 who were already in the small ghetto, even though at one point Lithuanian militiamen clubbed him to the ground. The Germans were interested only in the overall number, rather than individuals. All 10,000 confined in the small ghetto were marched up to Fort 9 and shot into mass graves. Lacking useful guidance from the professionally wise, council leaders adopted the posture of generals faced with sacrificing troops to save an army. Elkes compared himself with the captain of a battered ship trying to steer through a perpetual storm. Moshe Merin, head of a council that represented several smaller ghettos in Upper East Silesia, rehearsed some of these arguments even as he vividly described the alternative to cooperation with the authorities. I have saved 25,000 people from resettlement. Blood would have flowed in the streets. I have information from very reliable sources that the resettlement would have engulfed 50,000 people, and our entire district would have been crushed, so that no might in the whole world would have been able to rebuild it. It is easy to imagine what the lot of the remaining ones would have been. Nobody will deny that, as a general, I have won a great victory. If I have lost only 25% when I could have lost all, who can wish better results? Diaspora has made an asocial people of the Jews. Only we could have adopted the teaching of Maimonides, who ordained that the entire community be sacrificed for the sake of one man. We shall all be condemned to extinction if we do not change our mentality in this respect. These decisions were made by men who were drained and crushed by the burden of responsibility, often with tears rolling down their distraught faces. Many council members simply refused to cooperate in making such life-and-death decisions, either committing suicide, like Adam Chernikov on 24 July 1942, or being shot by the Germans after they had registered their dissent. A number of council members simply removed their official armbands and silently joined the deportees. The obverse of this was that some council members took part in searching for Jews to deport, or did whatever was necessary to save their own skins. So did the Jewish police, the firemen, and the warehouse men who cooperated in return for bread and sausage when the Germans needed extra manpower to comb Luj's hospitals and houses after they had imposed a week-long curfew in September 1942. They also dragged away every child under 10, including those whose mothers had deliberately lowered their children's age to receive increased milk allocations. In early September, the Jewish police came for the 850 orphans in the Marisine colony. A photograph shows a column of wide-eyed waifs, aged about 4 to 6, being escorted to their deaths. These devastating culls reflected ongoing arguments between the SS, who periodically arrived to insist that the ghetto was uneconomic, and local defenders of the Gau ghetto, led by Gauleiter Arthur Greiser and Bibo's civilian ghetto administration. The SS wanted to obliterate the ghetto after removing anyone capable of labor to Otto Globotnik's camp complex in Lublin. Greiser and Bibo used the needs of the army and Speer's Ministry of Production to justify their own local rackets, which in Bibo's case spared him and his 200 staff the prospect of being conscripted for military service. In the end, Greiser and Bibo won the argument, partly because the SS murdered the inmates of the Lublin labor camps in the course of the November 1943 Operation Harvest Festival. One interim solution satisfying all relevant parties was that non-productive elements were successfully deported, leaving some 78,000 persons alive in the Luj ghetto by the summer of 1944. By mid-August, with the Russians already inside Poland, the Germans decided to liquidate the remaining ghetto population. Knowing that the Jews understood what deportation meant, both Brodfisch and Bibo employed almost pleading tones to get the worker Jews to go voluntarily to the Reich, since the Russians would regard them as collaborators with German industry. Faced with the refusal of the Jews to report for deportation, the Germans had no alternative other than to cordon off apartment blocks and then go in with their Jewish order police auxiliaries, assisted by the firemen and chimney sweeps. Among those to leave Radogost station for Auschwitz was Chairman Rumkowski, whose last exchanges included the statement, "What are you telling me about Jewish history? I am myself a piece of Jewish history." 2. Beneath the Smoke. The vast majority of victims of the Holocaust were ousted from their homes and more or less immediately murdered, either in the killing fields of the occupied East and the Balkans, or via the mass transports which debouched into dedicated death camps. They arrived at the camps and, after a brief blur of baying dogs and screaming men, disappeared into the blackness of gas chambers. Some of them sang or marched direct to their fate, in a desperate attempt to reassert their human dignity. The ensuing smoke of their remains was watched by those spared this ultimate ordeal. Huge numbers of others were processed into concentration camps, some of which doubled as extermination centers, the most ominous being at Auschwitz-Birkenau. On entering this mephitic world, sometimes the first thing one saw were neat beds of geraniums or monkeys and peacocks in mini zoos, before the ominous reality dawned behind these Potemkin facades. Some people broke down under the shock, others tried to make the best of it with black humor, shrugging off fate as it belched and burned from tall chimneys. That moral norms were totally inverted became horribly obvious, as SS doctors directed most arrivals to their deaths, and the others to a stay of execution in a purgatory that was in fact hell. Those whom civilized societies accord the most care, infants, the sick and the elderly, were usually killed immediately, in the most striking signal that moral norms were no longer operative. The biggest favor one could grant a woman with a baby was to squeeze its nose gently until it suffocated, because it was destined to join its mother in the gas chambers. A host of people, separated by age, gender, nationality, occupation, politics, and religion, entered these hellish environments, whose sole function was to strip them of their complex humanity and to derange their morality so that they became the equivalent of an animal herd. Outward signs of individual self-worth, such as hair or civilian clothing, were removed so as to reduce the inmates to a shorn and uniformed mass. Authority imposed its grim imprint on them by diminishing their identity to that of an ascriptive group, antisocial, gypsy, homosexual, Jew, and political, to name but a few of the possibilities. They were also deprived of any personal privacy and the dignity that accompanies it. Beds consisted of multiple occupancy roosts with straw mattresses, which, along with a blanket that had to be precisely shaped each new day. All ablutions were communal. Feeding time was supposed to degrade human beings to the level of animals, fighting to stick their snouts in the trough first by dint of size or strength. In an ultimate denial of individual autonomy, prisoners were not allowed to kill themselves, despite being in places geared up for mass murder. A woman about to be hanged infuriated the SS by slashing her arteries before they could get a noose around her neck. When Philipp Müller, a member of the Auschwitz Inmate Special Commando, which dealt with corpses and their effects, tried to walk into a gas chamber, he was dragged out by an SS man who shouted, "You bloody shit! Get it into your stupid head. We decide how long you stay alive and when you die, and not you." Entrance into this alien environment also meant realizing that reason itself was suspended. As Primo Levi was told, there was no why in Auschwitz. That meant that the normal relationship between crime and punishment had been dispensed with. In the vast majority of cases, inmates were being held not because of what they had done, but because of who they were by the dismal lights of this regime's reasoning. They were slave labor, with an average life expectancy of around 3 months, after which even their dental fillings and hair would become material in the Nazi productive process, along with their rags and clogs. For while evil and cruelty have always been with us, only the compartmentalized technological imagination, could have been responsible for this. The German communist Margareta Buber-Neumann, who spent 2 years in the Karaganda Gulag before being extradited to Nazi Germany and imprisoned in Ravensbrück, once wisely observed that you're never so badly off in a concentration camp that it can't get worse. The rules existed not to ensure smooth running of the camps, but rather to keep the inmates in a state of dread tension, their days and nights punctuated with head counts and roll calls. At night, no dream could entirely suppress dread of the coming day. In addition to any formal rules, all derived from the Dachau exemplar, where SS commandants and guards were mostly trained, each guard simply invented his or her own. In Ravensbrück, one female SS guard was constantly on the lookout for curls, tearing off an inmate's cap and bashing her face every time she found one during roll call. The offenders were reshorn and had to parade around with a placard reading, "I broke camp discipline and curled my hair." While some guards may have been the sort of jobsworths one finds in any penal institution, seeking to avoid service on the fighting fronts, many were ideological fanatics who were able to fulfill each and every fantasy about brutalizing other people. This could be motivated by some overtly deviant sadistic urge, as displayed by SS Unterscharführer Binder, with whom Margareta Buber-Neumann had to negotiate in a sewing workshop. His cheeks would puff out and his face go purple from the shrieking, and then, with a maniacal look on his face, he would seize his victim, bang her head against the machine, drag her off her seat, and punch her until blood poured from her nose. The man was a sadist. He had to see blood every night. Then he would let his victim fall in a heap on the floor and stand over her gloating. Violence was often a matter of malicious humor, or the relief of boredom, as when guards threw prisoners' caps over the tripwires, so as to see how expertly their colleagues in the watchtowers could shoot them. Those falling foul of a guard could expect to be beaten, punched, and kicked until they were dead. Any dissent meant being shot. Anyone made conspicuous by education or bearing was liable to attract the most ferociously resentful attentions. Survival meant disappearing quickly into the anonymous mass. People learned that it was far better to be indistinguishable at roll calls inside a huge formation than to be within range of eye contact with the SS or the trusty capos carrying out the head count. In the camps, past wealth and social position meant nothing. A rich person, used to a comfortable life, would be less likely than a humble worker to withstand manual labor, which was the lot of most inmates for more than 12 hours a day. People accustomed to work on their own, which included peasants as well as academics and intellectuals, were less likely to survive than urbanized workers who were used to cooperating with one another and managing collective tasks. Although the SS were especially abusive to anyone who looked like an intellectual, they also needed prisoners with such skills as engineers, medical doctors, and artisans, who thus had opportunities to survive by making themselves useful. In fact, one survivor of Auschwitz has written that the best preparation for surviving such an experience would be to do a medical degree. Attaching oneself to where the power lay was one route to survival. As in most penal institutions, the volume of inmates made control in detail difficult. The SS co-opted those prisoners distinguishable by their coarseness and brutality into an informal hierarchy, a practice which also performed the function of divide and rule familiar in the Soviet camps. These camp administrators and barracks leaders accepted the permanency of the camps and chose to play the game according to SS rules, often surpassing the latter in terms of sheer brutality. A sprinkling of the SS's power rubbed off on them, and many of them exploited it to the full, so as to be exempt from physical labor or to win more food or sexual favors. As Paul Steinbeck recalled of his time as a 17-year-old in Auschwitz, homosexuality was rife in the camp. There was no hard and fast rule for surviving the camp experience. One could wrap oneself in moral armor, maintaining a solid core of principles, or rely on a combination of cunning and luck. The former approach, invariably refracted through Primo Levi's grave reflections, tends to get most attention from moral philosophers, since his words are most seductively amenable to their type of analysis. But then Levi was a middle-class, middle-aged man with certain certainties. Younger people were not so preformed, and many less fortunate people had long learned that aspects of conventional morality were entirely flexible when it was a matter of duping authority or putting food on a tin plate. In fact, some, like Paul Steinberg, also survived by combining the talents of a lion-tamer, tightrope walker, and even magician. Or, to put things less picaresquely, by exhibiting the wheedling charm of a con man, or the allure of a prostitute in the case of women. Steinberg concluded that each one of these monsters, he meant the capos, had a flaw, a weakness, which it was up to me to find. This one needed flattering, that one had a repressed paternal instinct, or the need to confide in someone who seemed to take an interest in him. Most prisoners came armed with whatever morality had guided them through civilian life, albeit often in conditions of wartime occupation where peacetime norms were already modified. Steinberg thought it best to assume that nothing else had ever existed. I have no feelings of anguish, no more than I have questions. It all goes without saying. I'm at the age where one adjusts, and I economize on everything by getting rid of moral suffering, emotions, memories, and regrets as well, a crucial imperative. The capacity to work largely explained why an inmate was still alive in the first place. Work did not liberate. Either it helped prisoners survive, or it killed them. Given the harshness of Central European winters, manual work outside was lethal, except when it involved some small-scale indoor project supervised by one or two guards whose residual humanity could be worked on. In Ravensbrück, a posting to the camp greenhouses was valued, not least because the SS supervisor turned a blind eye to inmates eating cucumbers and tomatoes, whereas unloading bricks from a barge meant abrasions and sunburn in summer, or frostbite in winter. Factory work was slightly preferable, although the urgency of production meant pitfalls for anyone unused to working at speed with sensitive equipment like sewing machines, which can easily run out of an inexperienced operator's control. Work in an office or similar environment may have brought close proximity to the SS and other Germans, but familiarity could mean discovering a shared humanity, provided any evidence of indispensability did not tip over into a fatal air of superiority over the German. Margareta Buber-Neumann closely observed one wardress who was a bundle of nerves and who had conflicting feelings about a system she thought was a distortion of what Hitler and Himmler allegedly envisaged. Buber-Neumann was able to help several inmates by mislaying crucial files and persuading this individual not to exercise the arbitrary power she disposed of. Others were less subtle in finding some fatal flaw in those with power over them. Camp hospitals had a terrible ambiguity. On the one hand, they were a relatively safe place where the sick could be ministered to by prisoner doctors, giving the former respite from indiscriminate daily terrors. On the other hand, these medical stations were the first place the SS looked to when they decided to cull a given number of prisoners to make way for fresher arrivals. Beyond the range of sick inmates who had a brief time to recover their health was the generic camp underclass of Muselmänner, or those who, by dint of physical and mental exhaustion, simply gave up and died. Most inmates did not work in SS offices or hospitals and laboratories. That meant it was vital to attach oneself to, or to form, a group of prisoners who recognized that in order to survive, people had to act and think together. Recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of the individual members, the group established its own working pace to moderate the impact of labor that was designed to kill everyone slowly. The group also learned to read the minds of individual guards, establishing who could be corrupted by alcohol, goods, or sexual favors, or who was to be strenuously avoided. Within such groups, individuals cared for one another, possibly the major reason why some people survived the camps. As Svet van Todorov has shown, heroism revealed both virtues and limitations. Nationality, politics, or religious persuasion sometimes enabled small groups to create larger solidarities and to act as cohesive groups. That was how resistance managed to develop. even within such an unpropitious context as a concentration camp, where the sanctions included horrific torture before execution. Of course, such solidarities were not quite as admirable as they often are held to be. Jehovah's Witnesses opted to remain in the camps regardless of their families outside, rather than renounce their faith, and were notoriously indifferent to the sufferings of anyone outside their own elect group. Likewise, national solidarity could mean indifference or hostility to anyone not of the group, and the perpetuation of inter-ethnic prejudices. In many camps, Stalinists were notoriously tricky towards other socialists. If they managed to get a lock on the camp administration, that could mean assigning Trotskyites and the like to lethal labor details. Buber Neumann nearly died of blood poisoning because Czech communists found her eyewitness accounts of Stalin's concentration camps inexpedient. We now have a few clues how some people survived concentration camps. What is called survivor guilt often fuels the wider suspicion that people must have done anything to survive. It helped not to be a Jew, since Jews were all slated to die, as well as attracting the full-on malice of their guards. Essential skills were immensely important, whether those of doctors, electricians, and carpenters, or of the jewelers who refashioned gold into rings and the like, whereas academics and lawyers found they had no purpose. Membership of a group helped too, whether a national or political underground or a smaller surrogate family of people who cared for one another. For it has been well said that if evil is banal, so is good, including those unforced acts of simple kindness without which survival would have been impossible. That helped, but so did a strong measure of cunning and luck. As Steinbeck wrote shortly before his death in 1999, a survivor needed an inordinate appetite for life and the flexibility of a contortionist. 3. Among the Germans. As the numbers of women held in wartime Ravensbrück expanded, the SS ran out of female guards. They went to civilian factories and recruited ordinary workers keen to escape the factory grind by working in rehabilitation centers. After a week in the camp, half of these women were so shocked that they asked to return to the factories. Those who remained were told to stifle any human sympathies and were given hardened wardresses as escorts. After a short time, and with the addition of jackboots and forage caps, these young working women were soon every bit as bad as the old hands. That mixed response may be said to exemplify the wider question of how the Germans reacted to the crimes we have been considering. The deportation of Reich Jews began in mid-September 1941, the same month in which the Jews were visually identified with yellow stars of David to stigmatize them openly and deepen their social isolation. The prospect of deportation led many Jews to commit suicide. On one day, 15 October 1941, 19 Viennese Jews killed themselves by drowning, hanging, gassing, leaping from a building, or taking pills. Within 3 weeks, another 84 had followed. In Berlin, 243 Jews committed suicide in the last 3 months of 1941. Sometimes the Aryan partner decided to die with the Jewish spouse, as did the actor Joachim Gottschalk, who died with his Jewish wife and their child. The Jews were told to gather on a specific date at assembly points, after which they were marched or driven to railway stations. This was often done in broad daylight. The population was intensely curious rather than indifferent. In some places, like the university city of Göttingen, the local Nazi Party office received applications to take over the Jews' vacant homes even before they had been deported. In the small Swabian village of Beisingen, a man contacted the treasury because he already had an eye on the fine mattress owned by his neighbor, the Jewess Stern, German allows that gender distinction, who was going to be leaving there in the middle of the month. In Hamburg, the Gauleiter Karl Kaufmann had lobbied Hitler to remove the Jews to provide emergency housing for the victims of RAF bombing. The Jews were marshaled in front of the city's Logan House, which enabled those on the trams that passed every few minutes to gawp at them. The departure of the Jews was enthusiastically followed by groups of children and young people. In Bad Neustadt, on the Saale, They continued to jeer as the trains pulled away from the station, trains on which insulting slogans had been scrawled. In several places, Münster, for example, which had been heavily damaged by the RAF, the local populace regarded the deportation of the Jews as a useful solution to an acute local housing shortage. There were more humane reactions. In some towns and villages, older people, and those who still practiced their Christian faith, were appalled by the callous uprooting of elderly neighbors and by the jocular baiting by young people that accompanied it. In Little Beisingen, some deplored the public auctioning of the effects of their former neighbors, either regarding the goods as irredeemably cursed or already intimating that such evil deeds would not go unpunished. Since the Jews were allowed to depart with only 50 kilograms of personal effects, their homes, furniture, and possessions were up for grabs. Even the pitiful allotments of personal effects were stolen, as the Jews of Düsseldorf and Königsberg discovered when the freight wagons containing them were decoupled before their trains departed. The head of the German Red Cross, Kurt von Baer, was put in charge of distributing the Jews' personal effects, bed and table linen, porcelain, dishes, silverware, furniture, and household appliances, to the victims of British bombing. Nasty intermunicipal spats, for example between heavily bombed Cologne and untouched Trier, were resolved by the incoming shipments of possessions stolen from the Jews of Belgium or France. By the end of 1943, 1 million cubic meters of furniture had been removed from France, requiring 24,000 railway freight cars to shift it. Most of this was distributed to bombed-out Germans, except for the entire wagons earmarked for the politically well-connected. As for the ultimate fate of the Jews, the observant could make a few simple calculations. For example, on 15 December 1941, a Berlin schoolteacher wrote in his diary, "The few remaining Jews in Germany are being taken away, to the east, as they say. And doing that now, in winter. It is clear as day that this means their destruction. They are being deposited in depopulated, devastated Russia, where they'll be left to freeze and starve. Whoever is dead doesn't talk anymore." It required a considerable effort of denial for Germans not to be aware of what was going on. The steady drip of information from multiple sources was cumulatively compelling. Karl Dürkefelden was a technician in a machine tool factory in Celle. He made the following notes throughout 1942. In late February, he noted a piece in his local Lower Saxon newspaper under the heading, "The Jews will be eradicated." This reported Hitler's latest repetition of the exterminatory prophecy he had first uttered in January 1939. A few days before, Karl had jotted down a remark made by a soldier on a train. Such mass exterminations did not happen in the last war. In June, his brother-in-law returned from a construction job in the Ukraine. He told Karl about the mass shootings of Jews by German policemen that he had directly witnessed. "There are no more Jews in the Ukraine. What hadn't fled was shot. Jews and commissars who were captured were shot." More soldiers told him that in Poland in the previous year, thousands of Jews had been murdered after first being forced to dig their own graves. On 20 June, his boss, who had a son serving in Bialystok, told Karl that entire villages had been wiped out, including women and children. In August 1942, his stepmother reported that in the course of distributing cake to wounded German soldiers, one of them had said, "In Russia we've bumped off 10,000 Jews." In October, a colleague remarked, "The poor Jews. My brother-in-law was on vacation in the Caucasus. All the Jews there have been mown down, regardless of whether they were pregnant women, children, or infants." At the same time, Karl tuned in to BBC broadcasts, which talked of the destruction of the Jews and gave the first intimations that the Jews of Warsaw had been murdered by gassing. In December 1942, he jotted down the figures of massacres which the BBC had broadcast, adding that Poland has become a vast abattoir. In January 1943, a former colleague who was by then serving in Vilnius, told him that only 10% of the Jewish population was still alive, and he added that Jews from France and other countries are being taken to Poland and partly gassed, partly shot there. Dürgerfelden had no high-level contacts, and he never went anywhere near an extermination camp, having spent the war in Celle. What he recorded came from newspapers, the BBC, and conversations with relatives, colleagues, and strangers on the train. Such systematic notation of so many discrete clues to build an overall picture was unusual, and historians still struggle to achieve it, even with the benefit of documentary evidence and hindsight. The episodic, decentralized ways in which the murder of Europe's Jews evolved meant that people were discussing parts, rather than the whole. The Allies were in much the same boat with their intercepts of police radio traffic, until the Russian advance revealed the full ghastly truth. But they also had another source which has recently come to light in British archives. Captured German generals were held by the Combined Services Detailed Interrogation Center houses at Latimer House in Wilton Park in Buckinghamshire and at Trent House in Middlesex. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, and hidden microphones recorded their unguarded conversations. Most of the generals, such as Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma, Ludwig Cruvel, and Hans-Jürgen von Arnim, had been captured in North Africa and Tunisia, to be joined a year later by comrades who had fallen into Allied hands in Normandy. British transcribers routinely capitalized place names with which they were unfamiliar. The transcript for 10 July 1943 includes the following from General Georg Neufer to General Gerhard Basinger. What will they say when they find our graves in Poland? The Soviet OGPU couldn't have done any worse. I myself saw a train in Ludovica, near Minsk. I must say straight away that it was revolting, a horrible sight. There were trucks full of men, women, and children, really small children. That is really a shock, this sight. The women, the small children who were naturally totally unaware of what was happening. Naturally, I didn't watch how they were then murdered. There were German policemen with machine pistols all around. And you know who they had with them? Lithuanians or something like that, in brown uniforms who did it. On 19 December, Colonels Reimann and Könke discussed atrocities in Russia. Reimann: This time it's true. Tell me, in 1914 through 18, did you really believe in your bones that a German soldier could do this? Könke: Never. Reimann: Never. Now do you believe it today? Könke: I've been told so much about this I have to believe it. I wasn't there myself, so I can't judge. Reimann: One day on the train, a senior police officer told me that in Berdichev and Zhytomyr thousands of Jews and women and children were shot dead. He told me that himself, without my asking him about it, and he described it so gruesomely and vividly that I reached up into my bag and took a bottle of vodka out. Eventually the conversation switched on to other subjects, and we both got drunk. I've heard similar things from others. He talked about it all with the businesslike calm of a professional murderer. In Germany, rumors of what was happening in the East were so pervasive that it posed a dilemma for police and public prosecutors. Some vigorously prosecuted those who spread malicious rumors or horror lies. Thus, a Munich woman received a 3-year jail sentence for having said to her neighbor's mother, "Do you think then that nobody listens to the foreign broadcasts? They have loaded Jewish women and children into a wagon, driven them out of the town, and exterminated them with gas." That was unusual, since rumors of mass gassings were much less frequent than those regarding open-air shootings, if only because the extermination centers were well hidden and involved far fewer perpetrators, who tended to keep to themselves. Other prosecutors, who knew that the rumors may have been true, thought better of having these subjects aired in open court. A Stuttgart special court decided in 1943 not to proceed against a forthright chimney sweep who had said, "In Poland they shot piles of Jews." The senior prosecutor wrote on the case file, "What was said about the treatment of the Jews is not suitable for public discussion." However, it was the subject of much private discussion, possibly along the lines of what Walter Lacour once memorably described as the belief that while the Jews were no longer alive, the Germans did not necessarily believe they were dead, an illogic all too common in wartime. How Germans reconciled this information with their consciences partly depended on the wider course of the war, For it is incorrect to argue that the war forced people back into the private sphere with their horizons limited to personal survival. Moral lessons were drawn from the course of the fighting, which people followed intensely, for their fathers, husbands, and sons were involved. El Alamein and Stalingrad raised the distinct prospect that Germany might lose the war. Rumors abounded that the Soviets had shot all the German prisoners taken at Stalingrad. There were also Allied war crimes, from the discovery of mass graves at Katyn, which Goebbels rightly blamed on the NKVD, to increasingly devastating Allied bombing raids, which were regarded as a form of terrorism. Among the captured German generals in England, there was an acute consciousness of scale. General Neufer could not understand the fuss Germany made over Katyn, because that is almost a minor detail compared with what we've achieved. A few days later, Neufer remarked that the Russians haven't yet reached the sites where the big mass murders happened. For with defeat, there was no more talk of evacuation or special treatment. Asked whether these murders were so vast, he replied, "Yes, against the Russian Jews and also the Polish ones. That was what I told you about before, that they bumped them off with all the possible evil side effects. Compared with that, Katyn is next to nothing." This response to Katyn was also evident inside Germany, where religious circles were outraged by propaganda attempts to ramp up outrage over what the Russians had done, for, in the East, the SS have used similar forms of butchery in the fight against the Jews. These crimes fully deserved God's punishment. The German people have burdened themselves with such a debt of blood that they cannot reckon on mercy and forgiveness. Everything revenges itself bitterly on this earth. Because of these barbaric methods, it is no longer possible for our enemies to conduct war humanely. The Allied bombing raids were increasingly coupled by the German people with the fate of the Jews in ways that suggest public consciousness that a colossal crime had been committed. A Hamburg businessman, after the massive August 1943 RAF raids on his city, wrote that many local people were privately saying that this was revenge for the way we had treated the Jews. Some imagined that the RAF was deliberately targeting churches in revenge for the destruction of synagogues in 1938, although the RAF was certainly never that accurate. To those who rhetorically asked what the Germans had done to deserve this treatment, some increasingly replied, "Because we've knocked off the Jews," an answer which resulted in a 4-year prison sentence for the Berliner who uttered it in November 1943. This cause-and-effect logic became so commonplace that the Protestant bishop Theophil Wurm used it in his December 1943 appeal to Lammers, the head of the Reich Chancellery, linking the policy of destroying the Jews with the carnage the Allies were raining down on Germans. There were also dedicated anti-Semites who claimed the bombing was the Jews' revenge, and argued that it had been a tactical mistake to deport the Jews, who should have been kept as hostages in Germany. The RAF allegedly would never have bombed German cities if it knew it ran the risk of hitting ghettos. Another response was to project forward to the time when the community of the guilty would face collective punishment. The regime's leaders had their Macbeth moment of realizing that they had waded so deep in blood that there was no way back for them, the common reason for so many suicides in 1945. Before that final accounting, they tried to turn a consensus of guilt into what lawyers call common cause. They insinuated multiple complicities that bound them to the German population, notably on 26 May 1944 when Hitler coupled his brutal measures against the Jews with the benefits that had resulted for the Aryan majority. There had been hundreds of thousands of new jobs for the more able children of the folk, jobs which peasant and proletarian children could aspire to, which otherwise had been monopolized by the alien body he had removed from their midst. Chapter 17. Observing an Avalanche. Beyond the existential agonies of the ghettos and the belated angst of the perpetrator nation, intermittently, the fate of the Jews attracted the non-Jewish world's notice and sympathy. Isolated indications of what was abroad gradually became known, although this did not transcribe into knowledge of a general conspiracy to murder the Jews of Europe. Activists who drew attention to the plight of the Jews found that liberal democracies are adept at frustrating calls for inconvenient action, kicking them into touch by setting up committees to discuss them. In fairness, there were also major epistemological issues. There was an important gulf between being presented with discrete facts, being able to collate and verify them, and finally, emotionally and intellectually grasping that a modern state in a civilized European country had reverted, with the aid of modern technologies, to practices dimly recalled from when the Mongols had assembled pyramids of skulls from conquered populations. That defied the pervasive post-Enlightenment belief in human progress. Those responsible for interpreting the significance of fragments of testimony that pointed to the systematic extermination of the Jews had a far harder task than would be the case nowadays, when television reporters convey vivid images of contemporary atrocities to back up the reports from NGOs, although Western equivocation over the genocides in Bosnia and Rwanda indicates that the will to ignore the inconvenient can ride over any amount of evidence. More recent episodes of Western amorality are far more contemptible than the choices made by wartime Allied governments, whose primary concern was their own existential struggle against a Nazi state bent on their destruction, and which had killed many thousands of the Allies' own civilian populations. It is also easy to forget that policies about which so much is now known were once camouflaged with euphemisms and shrouded in secrecy. At the highest level, even today, one is compelled to infer certain things from Himmler's appointment book and telephone logs about conversations he had with Hitler. Himmler himself traveled incessantly because he wanted to communicate the most lethally sensitive orders by word of mouth. In August 1941, Heydrich insisted that all written orders to the Einsatzgruppen be burned or returned once their contents had been divulged. Nonetheless, units operating in the field made regular reports of their murderous activities, usually by radio because secure telephone and telegram links were almost non-existent. Different SS agencies used a variety of equipment, frequencies, and encryption methods to communicate from the field to headquarters. The Order Police used a code called double transposition until September 1941, when they began switching to double playfair. This involved a single code word, for example, magnet, followed by 25 of the letters of the alphabet, with J appearing as II, arranged in a square, either in alphabetical order or jumbled out of sequence. Under this system, M would be A, G turned into C, and so forth. This was not a difficult code to break. From September 1939, British cryptanalysts at Bletchley Park were able to read Order Police communications on any given day, although after the invasion of the Soviet Union, the Germans doubled the number of keypads employed and switched them every day. Given that British experts were only capable of decoding between half and a quarter of the messages they intercepted, they inevitably could not grasp the whole picture of what the Germans were doing, although they could and did draw inferences. After learning that Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski had killed more than 30,000 people by 7 August, the cryptanalysts wrote that the leaders of the three sectors, meaning the 4 Einsatzgruppen, stand somewhat in competition with each other as to their scores. There were other problems in analyzing such material. The intelligence decrypts themselves necessarily replicated the deliberately vague way in which the originals referred to Bolsheviks, plunderers, partisans, and so forth. While there was plenty of evidence of massacres, they did not add up to a deliberate policy of genocide, especially since the Jews of Western Europe were not included at that time. British intelligence cannot be blamed for failing to see the wood for the trees, not least because most historians agree that the crucial decisions affecting all Europe's Jews had not been taken and involved a complex dialectic between center and periphery. A fraction of this material was presented once a month to Churchill as part of his daily intelligence briefings. In a rare lapse from his usual caution about revealing intelligence sources and methods, on 24 August 1941 he said in a broadcast, "As Hitler's, armies advance, whole districts are being exterminated. Scores of thousands, literally scores of thousands of executions in cold blood are being perpetrated by German police troops upon Russian patriots who defend Russian soil. As a result of Churchill's overly specific reference to police troops, on 13 September, the head of the Order Police, Kurt Dahlüge, forbade his units to communicate secret Reich matters by radio, namely anything relating to killing Jews, which thenceforth was referred to in blander terms. In addition to radio intercepts, the British Secret Service also managed covertly to open the diplomatic pouches of, for example, the Mexican ambassador to Portugal or the Chilean consul in Prague. In his reports, the Mexican referred to disapproving stories in Italian newspapers about mass shootings in Russia. The Chilean, Gonzalo Monterrivas, was much more approving of the fact that the German triumph will leave Europe freed of Semites, although he feared that the Jews might seek asylum in Latin America. The British SIS sent such reports to their newly founded U.S. equivalent, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which could do nothing at a time when the only apparent interest of the U.S. government was to block Nazi-induced Jewish immigration. It is also easy to decontextualize these killings from a particularly desperate time in the Allied war effort. Many Jewish historians are exercised by the fact that in this broadcast Churchill did not specifically mention that most of the Nazis' victims were Jews, or that in the midst of a global war in which the fate of Britain hung in the balance, his attention to the dire circumstances of foreign Jews was intermittent. The broadcast had multiple agendas. It was a celebration of the unity of the English-speaking peoples, one alone, the U.S., being still at peace, while Canada, Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand were at war, and it was an effort to rally British support for the Soviet Union, which itself did not regard the Jews as exceptionally victimized amid the murderous Nazi onslaught. The object of his broadcast was essentially political, directed at the Soviet Union as much as the British people, at a time when the latter were enduring a nightly rain of German bombs while the former were facing annihilation at the hands of the Wehrmacht. It seems doubtful whether the Soviets would have appreciated hearing that the Jews were the principal victims of Nazism when they were losing millions of soldiers. Churchill also mentioned every country in Nazi-occupied Europe, hoping to stimulate resistance. Jewish historians have also argued that Allied reactions to the murder of the Jews reflected not only indifference and baser calculations and motives, but a universalist liberalism hostile to Jewish assertions of particularity. They may be right, although their views have gained no traction outside their own community. Criticism focuses on Britain's allegedly pro-Arab foreign and colonial offices, although elsewhere in government, the Labour Party's Home Secretary, Herbert Morrison, was repeatedly insisting that an influx of Jewish refugees would increase popular British anti-Semitism, an assertion never tested by polling, nor posed in terms of whether the British people would have opposed Jewish immigration if they knew the alternative facing the refugees was death. On virtually every occasion when the subject of rescuing Jewish refugees emerged, Morrison narrowly construed in terms of immigration what should have been within the country's generous traditions of asylum. The British did have legitimate anxieties lest the Nazis infiltrate spies among the refugees, and there were also geostrategic issues in the Middle East that trumped a more humanitarian response before and during the war. Ministers in the colonial and foreign offices, notably Oliver Stanley and Anthony Eden, feared that at a time when the Africa Corps was poised to break into Egypt, any increase in Jewish immigration to Palestine would further antagonize not only the Palestinian Arabs, but the Muslim world more generally, at a time when more Muslims lived under British rule than any other. Increased Jewish immigration would bolster Zionist claims to the mandate and would upset the status quo the British had botched together, a settlement threatened by both a Palestinian Arab revolt and the mounting anti-British and anti-Arab terrorism of the Stern Gang. Having fixed Jewish immigration in 1939 to 75,000 until March 1944, the British were niggardly in using such quotas to help European Jews evade the Nazis. The endemic problems of Palestine also had strategic implications. The Arab revolt had required stationing huge numbers of British troops there. Anything that avoided stoking up the Arabs would enable Britain to withdraw them for home defense or offensive operations. Moreover, the British also had to consider the fact that most of the best troops in the Indian Army who would also be shipped over to fight in North Africa, happened to be Pashtun and Punjabi Muslims. With Home Secretary Morrison barring the door to Jewish refugees, the Colonial Office was loath to admit them to other Crown colonies, such as Kenya, and the Dominions reported that their far-flung inns were full too. The logistics of wholesale rescue were another problem. Shortages of shipping and the fact that ships were vulnerable to bombardment and submarines also played their part. Once the Axis forces were expelled from North Africa, it was the U.S. military that was most reluctant to give Jews a haven there, for in this respect U.S. policy was as grudging as the British, despite the importance of Jewish Americans in the Democratic Party and President Roosevelt's appointment of a significant number of Jews in his administration. Jewish officials themselves tried to play down specifically Jewish issues, alive to the fact that in official Washington Jews were seen as screamers and complainers. The U.S. military was also keenly sensitive to avoid anything that might suggest that Gentile soldiers were dying to save Jewish lives. When an NCO reporter tried to publish a story about Auschwitz in the servicemen's magazine Yank, the editors told him the piece was too Jewish and to go away and find other victims of Nazi atrocities. There is no point denying that British politicians like Foreign Secretary Eden were biased in favor of Arabs over Jews, despite the Arabs being at best neutral towards the Allied cause or actively hostile in the case of the Mufti of Jerusalem, to whom Hitler had confided his murderous intentions. The region contained crucial oil resources and was also vital for communications to India, so it is not necessary to attribute the attitude of the colonial and foreign offices to anti-Semitism, or to the belief, still prevalent, that it stemmed from a homosexual penchant for Arab boys. The ranks of Britons who tried to help the Jews included the upper-class homosexual anti-Semite Nigel Nicholson, who rather qualifies that line of argument. Maybe homosexuality inclined them to sympathy with other ambivalent peoples? There are better explanations regarding the conduct of entire bureaucracies, which apply just as much to the U.S. as they did to Britain. Civil servants were acculturated to intergovernment relations, rather than to dealing with individuals or lobby groups of indeterminate status. Jewish groups generally claimed to speak for Jews in general, although Britain itself had a historic board of deputies which performed such a function. The secular messianism of Zionism posed a threat to British interests akin to the Mufti of Jerusalem, although Jewish nationalists were perfectly correct in perceiving that their lack of statehood was a serious disadvantage in dealing with state bureaucrats of all descriptions in the Allied capitals. Jewish or pro-Jewish historians have been concerned mainly with magnifying the moral debt owed the people of Israel by Western powers, and naturally do not place their wartime demands in the context of many other peoples with no less legitimate national agendas. Working 15 hours a day and 7 days a week does not improve anyone's temper, and all wartime bureaucrats were chronically tired and emotionally ragged. If British officials sometimes spoke privately in a rebarbative way about Jews, they also spoke in similar terms about exiled Czechs and Poles, who likewise doggedly pursued what the officials saw as sectarian interests. It really should be noted that when one exasperated and much-quoted Foreign Office official wrote of wailing Jews, a more senior colleague rebuked him by writing that the Jews had been given cause to wail by their sufferings under the Nazi regime. Overall Allied government policy reflected the absolute priority and agreed strategy of defeating Nazi Germany and its allies. As Robert Reams, the U.S. State Department's refugee specialist, baldly put it in December 1942, after receiving the first concrete reports about coordinated Nazi exterminatory policy, whether the number of dead amounts to tens of thousands, or, as these reports state, to millions, is not material to the main problem. Our main purpose is the winning of the war, and other considerations must be subordinate thereto. Nothing was to be done to relax the economic strangulation of the enemy represented by the Allied naval blockade. On one of the two occasions, in 1941, when under U.S. pressure the British relaxed the blockade to ship 800,000 tons of wheat to France, Vichy's Admiral Darlan promptly turned the whole shipment over to the Germans. Relief for Greece followed for geopolitical reasons, which in turn triggered supplications from Belgium and Norway. Once the doctrine of unconditional surrender had been adopted, there were to be no separate negotiations by the individual members of the alliance, even if such negotiations, in the notorious case of Eichmann's offer to trade Hungarian Jews for trucks, were ostensibly designed to rescue victims of Nazi persecution. The Soviets flatly opposed the scheme because those trucks would be deployed against them on the Eastern Front, at a time when, thanks to Lend-Lease, the Russians enjoyed a considerable advantage in motorized transport over the Germans. That this offer was also transparently an attempt to drive a wedge between the Western Allies and Russia, and involved at least one Jewish double agent, Andor Bandi Gross, who worked for the Gestapo, explains why no one, from Churchill downwards, was prepared to take it seriously. Finally, none of the Allies wished to collude with Hitler in his goal of making Europe Judenrein. The Allies wanted the Jews to remain in Europe, paradoxically, despite mounting evidence that the Nazis were killing them. This last point is a distinction that needs more emphasis, if only to counteract the insinuation that the Allies were colluding with Hitler because of an allegedly pervasive anti-Semitism, an insinuation first made by David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister. In addition to intelligence intercepts, another trickling stream of information about the plight of the Jews came from Richard Lichtheim of the Jewish Agency, the executive branch of the World Zionist Organization, and from Gerhard Riegner of the World Jewish Congress, established in 1936 to combat Nazi persecution, both men based in neutral Switzerland. They were the tenuous bridge between the persecuted Jews of occupied Europe and Jewish organizations that had decamped to Jerusalem or New York. Chronically underfunded, they collated rumors and reports from across Nazi-occupied Europe and then relayed this information to Jewish and Zionist organizations in Jerusalem, London, and New York, in the hope it would be conveyed to Allied governments. For example, on 4 March 1942, Lichtheim reported to Jerusalem that 70,000 Jews were being expelled from Bohemia, Moravia, and will be slowly starved as in the ghettos of Warsaw and Lodz. Later that month, he reported the deportation of tens of thousands of Slovak Jews to a ghetto near the Polish border. In fact, they were being shipped to Auschwitz, although the gas chambers did not start operations until a few months later. Further information reached the Polish exiled government in London in May 1942 from the underground Jewish Socialist Bund inside Poland. Its report included details of how the Jews were being killed, as well as an approximate total of 300,000 dead for the region around Vilna. The report mentioned Chelmno. A special automobile, a gas chamber, was used. 90 persons were loaded each time. The victims were buried in special graves in an opening in the Lubard Woods. The victims had to dig their own graves before being killed. The report calculated that 40,000 people had been murdered at a rate of 1,000 a day, the majority from the Lodz ghetto. These were part of the 700,000 the report claimed had been killed throughout Poland between June 1941 and April 1942. This report went to the National Council of the Polish exiled government. Its 2 Jewish members, the Bundist Shmuel Ziegelboim and the Zionist Ignacy Schwarzbart, helped the exiled Polish leader General Władysław Sikorski make a highly specific BBC broadcast, which was then summarized in the BBC's Daily News Directive. Ziegelboim also published an article on 25 June 1942 in the Daily Telegraph, under the headline, "Germans Murder 700,000 Jews in Poland." This was the first article on German mass murders of Jews to appear in any British newspaper. A few days later, the story was picked up by the Daily Mail, "Greatest Pogrom, 1 million Jews die," as well as the Times and the Manchester Guardian. The Prime Minister's powerful special advisor, Brendan Bracken, attended a Polish National Council press conference in early July to publicize the report, which was given further attention in a broadcast by the Catholic Cardinal Arthur Hinsley. By July 1942, there was testimony that these killings were being centrally orchestrated by the German authorities. Riegner in Geneva had indirectly received reports from the dissident German industrialist Eduard Schulte that the Nazis intended to kill all the Jews in Europe. It took him 2 days to take it in, to grasp it, even though he was of German origin and knew the real character of the Nazi movement. I knew they were capable of doing such things. Regner managed to get the British and U.S. consulates to telegraph this intelligence to London and Washington. After receiving no response, he spent weeks gathering further information, which was transmitted in turn. Perhaps because Regner said that these plans were under consideration, the Allies were dilatory in passing this information to either Stephen Wise of the World Jewish Congress or even to the MP Sidney Silverman, who would have relayed it to Wise. Throughout the second half of 1942, more details flowed in. In November, 100 or so Palestinian Jews from throughout Europe were exchanged for Germans interned by the Allies, one of a number of small exchanges that happened throughout the war. Their testimony lent substance to the continent-wide scale of Nazi atrocities, which militated against any illusions that these crimes were the work of rogue elements. That month, too, one of the bravest men of the war, the Polish underground courier, Jan Karski, journeyed across an occupied continent, literally rendered speechless by contrived dental problems, and with a precious key in his pocket. Welded inside the key was microfilmed testimony about Nazi murderousness towards the Jews. Karski had not only smuggled himself into occupied Warsaw to talk to Jewish leaders who came out of the ghetto to meet him, but more tellingly had donned a Ukrainian uniform to get himself into Izbitsa Lubelska, a satellite camp of Belzets. One of the Jewish leaders in Warsaw told him, "Witold," Karski's cover name, "I know the English. When you describe to them what is happening to the Jews, they will probably not believe you." Karski saw the Nazis robbing Jews of their valuables and then holding them in the satellite camp until the Belzets gas chambers caught up with the backlog, when they were re-entrained for their last journey. His eyewitness testimony, which included references to Sobibor and Treblinka as well as Belzets, was given to the Polish government in exile and to leading British civil servants and politicians, including Eden. They did believe him, but seemed more interested in the details of his odyssey. Eden even moved him into better light, the better to see a real hero, and in what value his information might have for SOE operations in Poland. These several sources of information led to the Allied declaration on 17 December 1942, condemning Nazi atrocities that had claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Jews, and which spoke of practical measures to visit retribution on the perpetrators. By that time, 2 million, rather than hundreds of thousands of Jews were dead. So far, there was no reference to Auschwitz, regarded erroneously as exclusively a concentration camp for Christian Poles, although from early 1944, burgeoning industrial activities at the nearby IG Farben plant at Monowitz also began to attract Allied notice. The largest extermination center for Europe's Jews therefore eluded Allied notice for a long time. But no matter how much intelligence about the extermination of Jews accumulated, it was not apparent what might best be done about something to which the word genocide, let alone Holocaust, had yet to be applied. Before Karski left Warsaw in the direction of Belzets, the two Jewish underground leaders he contacted made various suggestions as to what the Allies might do. They should incorporate stopping the killing of the Jews into their war aims. They might name and shame culpable German officials. They should appeal to the German people over the heads of their rulers, while warning that they would be held collectively responsible for such policies. The RAF had leafleted Germany in 1940 regarding the euthanasia program, thereby forging a connection between German government criminality and Allied bombing. If this did not stop the exterminations, then the Allies should bomb targets selected for cultural significance, while executing any self-proclaimed Nazis they held in captivity. Karski responded by saying that, "It is against international law. I know the British. They will not do it." He meant that to their credit. The reprisal massacre of Czechs at Lidice, whose scale made it easier to comprehend, independently prompted British calls for retaliatory bombing of Germany. A conservative MP made the fatuous suggestion that for every innocent person murdered by the Nazis, a German town or village should be subjected to low-level bombing, to which Churchill acidly replied that there would not be enough German villages to go round. He might have added that it was no business of the British to sink as low as their opponents. Such raids would also have diverted the RAF from attacks on targets of major strategic significance. When in January 1943, Chief of the Air Staff Sir Charles Portal was asked his opinion about reprisal bombing operations against German targets in Poland, he raised a number of objections. It is worth noting that the appeal came to him from the Polish leader Sikorski, and therefore service chiefs were obliged to take it more seriously than such a plea from civilians. The extreme range meant that bombers would be able to deliver only a token payload, since the option of landing and refueling in Soviet-held territory was not available. In addition, it would be an extremely dangerous mission, and although civilians may not always appreciate it, service chiefs are honorably concerned with balancing the risks they ask their men to take against the likely benefits to the overall war effort. If the retaliatory purpose of these missions was announced through broadcasts or leaflets, the Germans would execute any downed pilots as war criminals. Portal warned that such operations would delegitimize and criminalize the bombing campaign as a whole. Surely, he argued, such attacks would also confirm the Nazis' own insistence that the Allies were waging war at the behest of the Jews. It was not in Britain's national interest to reinforce the paranoid imaginings of Nazi propaganda. Another suggestion was to take reprisals against German prisoners of war. This would have been a violation of international laws to which Britain subscribed. The great majority of German prisoners were held by the Soviets rather than the British, and Hitler had declined the International Red Cross's offer to aid these captives on a reciprocal basis with Soviet POWs held by the Germans. Not surprisingly, given that most of the Soviet POWs had already died in German captivity. Stalin regarded all Red Army prisoners as cowards and traitors, and Hitler set no value on his own captured soldiers either. Lastly, the Nazis would certainly take reprisals against Allied prisoners if the British ignored their own civilized values and began to treat as hostages the Germans captured in North Africa, who many British combatants thought had waged a decent war. All that was left were increasingly threatening warnings of condign retribution for the perpetrators. Again, the Foreign Office was most skeptical about war crimes trials, largely because attempts to get the Turks or the Germans to prosecute their own nationals after the Great War had proved a farce. In the current conflict, pressure to prosecute the Germans had come from Allied governments, culminating in the April 1940 Anglo-French-Polish Declaration on War Crimes committed by the Nazis in Poland. 9 Allied governments also signed the St. James Palace Declaration of January 1942, which made war crimes trials a principal war aim. The War Cabinet discussed treatment of war criminals in late July the same year, sending a request to Washington that the surrender of such persons be included in any eventual armistice with Germany. That October, the British won U.S. assent to the creation of a United Nations Commission for the investigation of war crimes. The Russians refused to participate, partly because they had not been a party to the deliberations, but mainly because they wanted to embark on war crimes trials immediately. The British were concerned that the Germans might respond by treating their POWs more harshly, a consideration of no importance to the Russians. In November, the Allied foreign ministers issued the Moscow Declaration, which undertook to repatriate war criminals to the locations of their crimes in liberated Europe. Crimes committed inside Germany against German nationals were excluded because of difficulties stemming from the fact that they had legal sanction. Finally, in December, an Anglo-American Soviet declaration condemned the bestial, cold-blooded extermination of the Jews and vowed retribution. In March 1944, Eden rose in the House of Commons to express the British people's detestation of Germany's crimes and their determination that all those guilty of them would be brought to justice. In July, Churchill instructed Eden that anyone associated with such murders should be tracked down, tried, and executed. The British leader also acknowledged that this is probably the greatest and most horrible single crime ever committed in the whole history of the world. The governments of Axis satellite states were warned that they would be held liable if they collaborated with Nazi exterminism, with the added warning that Allied bombing would be extended to them. Meanwhile, following the escape of Rudolf Werbe and Alfred Wetzler from Auschwitz in early April 1944, first-hand testimony of what was being done there began its tortuous journey to Switzerland and the West.
Every day that elapsed meant that another 12,000 people were murdered and burned at Auschwitz. The report that finally reached Washington in June and London in July calculated that between April 1942 and April 1944, between 1.5 million and 1.75 million Jews had been killed in Auschwitz-Birkenau by methods the report described in accurate terms. A mini-literature has been devoted to why the Western Allies failed to bomb Nazi extermination camps once escapees like Verba and Wetzler had provided the Allies with sketch maps that roughly indicated where the most lethal areas of Auschwitz were situated. This debate focuses on Auschwitz because Chelmno and the Aktion Reinhardt camps were incredibly small and had been decommissioned and dismantled anyway by the time any such raids were technically feasible. Armchair moralists have condemned the Allies for inaction, usually by isolating the desperate plight of the Jews from the entire global Allied war effort. The practical difficulties and extremely remote prospect of success have been forcefully demonstrated by distinguished historians of the air war like Tammy Biddle, James Kitchen, and Williamson Murray, who knew a thing or two about flight times, bomb loads, and aerial reconnaissance. The workings of the military bureaucratic mind are important in considering this subject dispassionately. In December 1940, Count Stefan Zamoyski, aide to General Sikorsky, wrote to Air Marshal Sir Richard Pears, then head of RAF Bomber Command, requesting him to bomb the concentration camp at Oswiecim. At the time, the camp housed 10,000 Polish political prisoners, of whom around 20 were Jews. There were indications, however, that the camp was being expanded. The response of the RAF High Command was instructive. Sir Charles Portal acknowledged that there might be political considerations which would make such a raid desirable, but he rejected such an operation primarily because it was a diversion from planned strikes against oil-related targets. He also argued that at such distances, planes flying from English bases could not hope to deliver a sufficiently decisive payload, since more fuel meant fewer bombs. Pears was also skeptical whether bombs would sufficiently damage the camp's perimeter wire to enable prisoners to escape, and worried that the RAF might contrive to kill them all by way of collateral damage. In the context, we should anticipate the Butt report in the summer of 1941, which showed that only 1 in 5 British bombers dropped their bombs within 5 miles of their designated targets. As is crushingly normal in all bureaucracies, once that line had been adopted, it became difficult to reverse. It categorically had nothing to do with anti-Semitism and everything to do with Allied priorities for winning the war. The issue of bombing Auschwitz recurred in the context of the Nazis' decision in 1944 to murder the Jews of Hungary. It is important to establish the wider strategic context of Allied decision-making before presuming to second-guess the men making these decisions. Before D-Day, vast aerial resources were devoted to wrecking the entire rail network of northern France to prevent the Germans from reinforcing the troops facing the Allied beachheads in Normandy. The planned invasion was the largest amphibious operation in history, in which the consequences of failure were unthinkably great. The Western Allies simply had to get into the continental land battle to match the effort of the Soviets. After the invasion, massive bomber forces were still needed to blast a way out of Normandy for the Allied armies, which were held up by tenacious German defense. After the breakout, Allied progress was so rapid that it outran logistical support, requiring the bombers to airlift supplies to the advancing armies. Other bombers were also at work in Italy, as well as over the Reich in a punishing cycle of round-the-clock destruction. RAF Bomber Command's Supremo Arthur Harris was skeptical towards what he called diversionists, even those who demanded he send his bombers to destroy the launch sites for the B-1 flying bombs and B-2 ballistic missiles that were raining down on London. Harris also had to comply with a joint directive committing the RAF and the USAAF to mount precision raids against German oil installations, ball-bearing plants, and other critical targets. This approach seemed to pay off when Allied intelligence noted the Germans' concerns that they were running out of aviation fuel and were dipping deeply into strategic reserves. Training flying hours for Luftwaffe pilots were curtailed to economize on aviation fuel. However, it was also the case that, like the railways, the Germans were adept at repairing these plants, so that while aviation fuel production fell by 98% in July 1944, by August it had risen to 64% capacity, before falling again to 30% in September. In other words, the Allies had to return time and again to ensure that the Germans could not restore production. The only mission that could be compared to a notional raid on Auschwitz came when the Allies attempted to resupply the Polish underground fighters in their Warsaw Uprising, where most of the drops fell into the hands of the Germans, and the Soviets permitted only a limited number of bombers to refuel at their Poltava air base. The Allied air forces had developed a limited capacity to carry out pinpoint raids on vital targets. Ironically, the much vaunted Norden bomb site of the USAAF could not drop a bomb in a pickle barrel as advertised, and it was the RAF that delivered the really accurate attacks. Even then, the drain on resources was significant. The famous attack on the Ruhr dams required the development of specialist bouncing bombs, took a squadron of the most experienced crews in Bomber Command out of the front line for weeks of intensive training, and cost many of them their lives. By early 1944, the RAF had developed expertise in low-level attacks using the astonishing Mosquito multipurpose aircraft. In February, one such raid was mounted at the request of the French resistance to smash the walls of the Gestapo prison at Amiens, where many resistance fighters were awaiting execution. 100 prisoners were killed during the raid, and the majority of the 250 who escaped were recaptured and shot. The target consisted of a single identifiable building, as was the case in a subsequent raid on the Gestapo offices in Copenhagen, where a mosquito crashed into a children's school, and the flying distance from Britain was not great. It is much less certain that a mosquito force could have undertaken such an operation against Auschwitz-Birkenau, although some argue that this would have been morally or symbolically important, even if it had not succeeded. The air crew who would have died might beg to differ. The campaign against German oil facilities took heavy Allied bomber formations into the general proximity of the death camp complex at Auschwitz, although this was 650 miles distant from the air base at Foggia in southern Italy, across the Alps and Carpathian Mountains. The oil installations were a highly dispersed set of targets that included oil refineries at Shabinia, 13 miles away from Auschwitz-Birkenau, and 2.5 miles from the camp complex, the IG Farben synthetic petroleum plant Buna, with an adjacent concentration camp called Manowitz or Auschwitz III. This was the satellite slave labor camp where the chemist Primo Levi had been a prisoner. Commencing with a South African reconnaissance flight on 4 April, the complex was photographed from high altitude with cameras which recorded each frame on 9-inch square plates. Back at the analysis unit at RAF Medmenham in Buckinghamshire, experts had lenses which magnified these images 4 times, or to a maximum of 7 with more specialist equipment. These photos were among the 25,000 negatives and 60,000 prints the analysts received each day, images that covered a host of targets from factories and fortifications and warships to rocket launch sites. The analysts used manuals of earlier images as keys to help them interpret the new photographs. If the object was to disable a synthetic fuel plant, then they sought to identify crucial choke points whose destruction might bring the whole complex to a halt. None of these key manuals had any sections marked crematoria or gas chambers. The death complex was marked as hotted camps, which might have been anything from a barracks to construction sites. Further flights in May, June, and September surveyed the entire complex of camps, including Auschwitz I and Birkenau, to assess the effects of USAAF raids that struck Buna Manowitz for the first time on 20 August. A second wave of photography on 25 August included images of what had been identified with modern technology as gas chambers and crematoria. That level of magnification was not, however, available to photoanalysis in 1944. Ironically, a bombing photo taken during the raid on 13 September shows a prematurely released stick of bombs falling towards Auschwitz-Birkenau. In sum, the photoanalysts' focus was on destroying a synthetic fuel plant. They did not see a chemical plant at either Auschwitz I, the old main camp, or among the barracks at Birkenau, Therefore they had no reason to examine them any further, and turned to the thousands of other images awaiting their attention. There is one more point worth making if we are to lay to rest the vexed question of bombing Auschwitz. The proposal came up in the context of the project to exchange Jews for trucks, which the Allies could never seriously consider. Aiding and abetting the SS, who made the initial proposition, would have infuriated the Soviets, who were always on the lookout for evidence that their Western allies might make a separate peace. The way in which Jewish representatives posed the matter of bombing Auschwitz is also instructive, for it hardly suggested it was among their priorities, while the manner of its presentation would have been off-putting for anyone listening to them. When one reads the relevant documents, the limited importance they attach to bombing vis-à-vis other matters is also instructive. On 6 July 1944, Foreign Secretary Eden received a visit from Chaim Weizmann and Moshe Chertok, the senior Jewish agency representatives in London, whose agenda was dominated by attempts to reactivate the exchange, originally proposed by Eichmann, of trucks for the Hungarian Jews. In the aid memoir they left with Eden, items 3A through C, 4 and 5 concern the trucks for Jews proposal. Only in the final point, 6E, did the Jewish agency request that the British bomb the railway line connecting Budapest and Birkenau. Before that, one had to figure out such involutions as the following items 4 and 5. Since the submission of these proposals, one of our friends in Istanbul, a Palestinian, has received a message from the Jewish Center in Budapest, urging him to come to Budapest for a discussion and informing him that his safe return would be guaranteed. While fully realizing the risks involved, we would submit that he should be allowed to proceed, preferably together with Joel Brand. That any Gestapo offer to release Jews must have ulterior motives, avowed or hidden, is fully appreciated. It is not, however, improbable that in the false hope of achieving these ends, they would be prepared to let out a certain number of Jews, large or small. The whole thing may boil down to a question of money, and we believe that the ransom should be paid. Eden relayed the memo's contents to Churchill, adding, "I am in favor of acting on both suggestions." On 7 July, Churchill categorically rejected the Brand mission as tantamount to giving succor to the enemy, but ordered Eden, "Get anything out of the Air Force you can, and invoke me if necessary." That was easier said than done. A week after Eden had dispatched his inquiries, with no suggestion of urgency, the Secretary for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, replied, pointing to the enormous force required to disrupt the railway system of northern France before D-Day, which, it is as well to recall, had been launched the previous month and was the focus of Allied attention, along with finding and destroying the launch sites of the V-1 flying bombs that were causing panic in London. Interdicting a railway line was not as easy as it sounds, since track could be rapidly replaced. Sinclair did not rule out a raid on the camps, although he recalled the technical difficulties of February's attack on Amiens jail. He was unsure whether such attacks would help the victims, to which Eden acidly remarked, "He wasn't asked his opinion of this, he was asked to act." Sinclair also suggested seeing what the Americans felt before acting further, perhaps secure in the knowledge that in late June both the Operations Division of the U.S. War Department and Assistant Secretary of War John McCloy had categorically rejected such operations in favor of whatever was deemed decisive to the Allied defeat of Germany. When similar requests were repeated in November 1944, McCloy again rejected them. The prospect of the Allies killing camp inmates was real enough. When on 24 August, the USAAF bombed a V-1 rocket guidance plant next to Buchenwald, releasing over 300 bombs in near-perfect conditions, they killed 315 inmates and badly wounded 525 more, with a further 900 minor casualties. Given that Auschwitz functioned as a dual-purpose slave labor and death camp, it is not the case that the Allies would have killed people destined to die anyway. They would have been killing people who, according to the huge literature on survival, were desperate to stay alive. It was a hard call to make, especially since one can all too well imagine modern lawyers retroactively accusing the bomber crews of murder. In an attempt to globalize guilt for the Holocaust, including a 1990 pseudo-legal condemnation of the USAAF by an Israeli entity for failure to save the lives of thousands of Jews, the Allies have been taken to task for what are not merely alleged sins of omission. Coolness to the plight of Jewish refugees in the pre-war period, which there was, is carried over to insinuate culpable neglect during the war itself, all designed to show that the Gentile world was indifferent to the Jews. The only way it can be portrayed as such, as if every other human or strategic consideration which decision-makers confronted is ignored. There is another omission from this story that seems curious. In September 1944, the British Board of Deputies asked the Soviets to bomb the extermination camps. They received no acknowledgement or answer to what was a reasonable request, given the proximity of the Red Army to these targets. The Soviets were the first to commence trials of captured German war criminals, starting with the public show trials at Krasnodar in July 1943. The Soviets contrived not to mention the ethnicity of the 7,000 people who had been slain there in murder vans. Further evidence of mass murder emerged at a Soviet trial of 3 Germans and a Russian collaborator, watched by 6,000 people in the theater of newly liberated Kharkov in December of the same year. The London Times account of the trial followed Soviet practice of never mentioning that the horrendous number of people killed by the accused were Jews. Some grainy film footage shows the 4 guilty men swinging at a public hanging attended by 40,000 spectators. Every study of the Allies' response to the Holocaust either omits the Soviet Union entirely or appends the Soviets as an afterthought, even though 1.5 to 2 million of the USSR's 5 million Jews perished at Nazi hands. Some of this bias possibly reflects wartime solidarity with the undoubtedly heroic Red Army. It is also the case that many historians of Nazi Germany tend to be on the political left and hence disinclined to consider the moral equivalence of Soviet crimes. The Soviet Union was the only state to accord the Holocaust no heightened significance after the war, and Pravda reported the 1961 Jerusalem Eichmann trial without once using the word Jew. But the most likely reason why the Allies have been accused of culpable negligence for not performing an operation that would almost certainly have ended in disaster, whereas the Soviets have received a pass for their failure to make the slightest effort to destroy the gas chambers when they were within easy reach of their highly effective fighter-bombers, may be the different susceptibilities of the two sides to guilt, a crucial element in the establishment and survival of the Jewish state. So let us try to apportion blame, if we must, according to the facts. The Soviets certainly knew about concentration camps since they operated the largest camp system in the world at the time and had the equivalent of major urban populations behind barbed wire. They were also familiar with deporting entire ethnic groups, as the Chechens, Crimean Tatars, Poles, and Volga Germans discovered. They also persecuted people for their religious beliefs as well as for their class or nationality. The Holocaust would not have caused Stalin and his associates any difficulties of comprehension. They tortured and murdered people all the time. Although Jews of an internationalist and proletarian outlook were certainly welcomed into the Communist Party, it was adamantine in its opposition to Orthodox Jews and Zionists, who emphasized Jewish apartness. Stalin had also risen to supreme power by defeating enemies like Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, who were all of Jewish origin. Although the Hungarian Jew, Arnold Pocher, who commanded his security detail, shaved him every morning, one day in 1937 Stalin had him arrested and shot for no given reason. Stalin verbally disparaged the Yids, even though his circle of cronies included several Jews who had a rare dispensation from being expected to get blind drunk. One of his first instructions to Molotov on appointing him foreign minister to replace the Jewish Maxim Litvinov, who was sacked to appease the Nazis, was to clean out the synagogue, meaning the Jews employed in his ministry. A year later he vowed to Ribbentrop that, as soon as he had adequate cadres of Gentiles, he would remove all Jews from leading positions. During the 2 years of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and NKVD liaison with the SS along the joint border, all references to Nazi persecution of the Jews disappeared from official Soviet media. In line with the Marxist-Leninist interpretation of history, the Soviets declared that fascism was the most extreme variant of monopoly capitalism, an evident imbecility. The tactical and ideological downplaying of the centrality of Jew-hating to the Nazi regime meant that no attempts were made to warn the Jews to vacate areas menaced by the invaders, although large numbers of Jews did flee, or enjoyed the mixed blessing of being deported to Siberia after the Soviets invaded eastern Poland and suppressed all Jewish communal or religious life. When the poet Zelig Axelrod protested against Soviet closure of Yiddish newspapers and Jewish schools in Vilna, he was arrested and shot by the NKVD. The Soviet Union's need for Western support explains why Stalin quickly appointed the disgraced Litvinov as ambassador to Washington, while Stalin licensed 5 sectoral anti-fascist committees representing women, youth, scientists, Slavs, and Jews, all under the umbrella of the Soviet Information Bureau. The Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee was chaired by the actor and theater director Solomon Michoels. 2 Polish Bundist socialists, temporarily released by the NKVD, had other ideas about how this might be organized. They were rearrested in 1942. One committed suicide in his cell, the other was shot. The committee sought to raise money from wealthy Jews in the U.S. through tours where they were feted by the likes of Albert Einstein and Paul Robeson. Another object of the committee was to document and publicize Nazi crimes against Soviet Jews. At the instigation of Einstein, and under the leadership of the prominent Soviet Jewish war correspondent Ilya Ehrenburg, 24 writers, including Vasily Grossman of the paper Red Star, were invited to investigate and write about Nazi mass murders, which in Grossman's case had claimed his own mother in Berdichev. Grossman wrote devastating accounts of what he saw in Majdanek and Treblinka after the Soviets rolled over these camps. In 1943, Ehrenburg and Grossman began collecting materials for a Black Book of Soviet Jewry. Thousands of Jewish survivors wrote in with poignant personal testimony. 65 reports were to be incorporated into a vast 1,200-page monument to the Jewish dead. Grossman knew on which side his bread was buttered. While fawning on the genius liberator, he omitted the extensive evidence of indigenous Baltic, Russian, and Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis in murdering Jews. Once the war was over, everything changed. Even before the Black Book was published, it had fallen into official disfavor, in line with the general hostility to Jewish particularism, especially in the armed forces after Grossman and Ehrenburg had emphasized the feats of Jews in the Red Army. As early as 1941, the novelist Mikhail Sholokhov had turned on Ehrenburg, saying, "You are fighting, but Abraham is doing business in Tashkent." Jews were often also disparaged as Tashkent partisans for hiding out in that remote place while Russians did the fighting, despite the fact that Jews were overrepresented among Soviet servicemen. In 1943, Ehrenburg's daughter was sacked from the paper We Will Destroy the Enemy by a Red Army colonel who screamed, "Is this editorial office a synagogue?" After the Black Book was printed in 1946, not a single copy found its way into bookstores or public libraries, and the warehoused books and type blocks were destroyed 2 years later. In that year, Solomon Michoels was murdered by the NKVD in Minsk, a killing dressed up as a car accident. 15 members of the committee were arrested, including a man under sedation in hospital, and tortured. 13 of them were executed. Grossman's epic novel Life and Fate was also consigned to what the authorities thought was oblivion. To summarize the blame game, although an inordinate amount of criticism has been focused on the Western Allies for not bombing extermination camps or for failing to airdrop arms to the imprisoned Jews, no one seems to ask why the Soviets did not use their huge air force for similar raids. The flight time from Poltava, where RAF and USAAF bombers refueled, was a great deal shorter than from Foggia in South Italy or Lincolnshire, nor why they failed to drop paratroopers who would have made short work of the SS men who ran the death camps. Nor have the Russians ever admitted to what the NKVD did in occupied Poland.
The reason for this blatant bias may well lie in the geopolitical and ideological considerations already suggested, although total lack of access to the wartime archives of the NKVD also helps to explain the remarkable dearth of books about the Soviets, inaction of, and the Holocaust. About that, there is no debate. Chapter 18. Tenuous Altruism. 1. Rescuers. In 1942, the West Galician town of Przemysl was an important transport hub for supplying the southern section of the Eastern Front. About a third of the town's 60,000 inhabitants were Jews, all confined in a ghetto separated from the town by the River San. The first wave of deportations hit Przemysl in late July 1942, when the SS began preparations to transport Jews to Belzec, leaving only a smaller number of those aged 16 to 35 alive as forced labor. On the night of 26 July, a few Jews managed to slip out of the ghetto, pleading with one of the city's army administrators, Lieutenant Albert Battle, to save them. He persuaded his fellow officers of the necessity of such a course of action, and then enlisted the support of Major Max Liedtke, the city's military commandant. Liedtke intervened with the SS on behalf of what were called armed forces Jews, people needed to keep the logistics flowing. Battle then warned the SS that the army was taking control of the bridge over the San, which gave access to the ghetto, and that they were closing it to all civilians, including the police. When the SS tried to cross the bridge, they found themselves staring into army machine guns. The SS in Krakow quickly agreed to respect the papers the army issued to the Jews it sought to protect. Although Battle and Liedtke did not ultimately stop the SS carrying out their raids on the ghetto, Battle did shelter 90 Jews and their families inside his own HQ. He sent 2 trucks to rescue 250 more, warning the SS who tried to stop him that he would impose martial law. The Jews Battle saved were then fed from the military canteen. Although Battle did not stop the deportations, he issued permits for a further 2,500 Jews, which spared their lives. The SS did not like being impeded and complained all the way up to Himmler about Battle and Liedtke. They discovered that Battle was a former lawyer and Nazi party member from Breslau, against whom there had been earlier complaints of his being friendly to or helping Jews. In 1933, he had helped his sister-in-law and her Jewish husband to escape to Switzerland. Nothing happened to Battle for the almost singular offense of threatening the SS with force. In fact, in August 1942, he was promoted to captain. After the war, he was imprisoned by the Allies after lawyer colleagues in Breslau denounced him as a fervent Nazi who had profited from Nazi Aryanization measures. Liedtke was not so lucky. He was a former editor of a conservative nationalist newspaper in Greifswald. Maybe he hoped to resume that career after the war. In 1946, he was detained by the Soviet security police in Denmark and tried for war crimes. Among other charges, he had allegedly executed 1,000 hostages. He died in a camp hospital near Sverdlovsk in 1955. It might be argued that these 2 German officers were primarily concerned to retain Jewish workers for what was a major railway hub. That seems unlikely, although rescuing people in any numbers certainly depended upon being in a position to conceal or protect them. Battle had a record of philo-Semitic activity and was the first port of call when danger threatened Przemysl's Jews. More significantly, both men were in a position to act altruistically, since they could use the argument of military necessity to trump the SS and had the railway yards to employ the Jews they saved. Although threats to use force were almost unique, other German soldiers also risked much to help the Jews, including their own lives. Reinhold Lofi was a young soldier from a Catholic background. Having refused to join the Hitler Youth, this former altar boy was badly assaulted when such a Nazi gang ran into him in his Boy Scouts uniform. Called up in October 1941, he was posted to Voronezh, where one day he refused a corporal's order to shoot an elderly Jew on the grounds it was incompatible with his faith. 3 years later, as a newly minted lieutenant, he refused to send his men out on suicidal missions. Remarks he made about the Nazi Party and the war on the Jews resulted in his being denounced. Lofi was sentenced to 6 years in a penal battalion.
Corporal Anton Schmidt was a tall, quiet, middle-aged soldier stationed in Vilna in a unit whose task it was to reassemble shattered German army formations. He was no intellectual and never opened a book or a newspaper. He ran a truck repair yard near the city's main railway station. For 6 months in late 1941, he forged false papers which he used to spirit 300 Jews out of Vilna, depositing them in the smaller towns of Lithuania where they seemed safer. Once a week he hid them behind logs and drove them to their new homes. He also employed 140 Jews and their families inside his truck park as maintenance workers. Taking incredible risks, he made contact with the Jewish underground resistance in Vilna, driving their leaders to Warsaw for meetings with their opposite numbers in the former capital. Members of the Vilna resistance met in his quarters, where on New Year's Eve 1941 the leaders of the newly formed partisan movement gathered at his invitation. He was arrested by the Gestapo in January 1942 after they noticed that many of the Jews in Lida originated in Vilna. Under torture, they revealed who had brought them there. Schmidt was sentenced to death by firing squad and executed on 13 April. He left a letter to his wife and daughter Gerta. To get past censors, he said that he had seen Lithuanian militiamen, rather than Germans, shoot 2,000 to 3,000 Jews in a meadow. Children had clutched at tree trunks on their way to their deaths. At his workplace, Jews begged him to save them. "You know what I'm like, with my soft heart. I couldn't think, and then help them, which was bad from the court's viewpoint," he wrote. "My beloved Steffi and Gerta, please consider that although this is a hard blow for us, please forgive me nonetheless. I only acted as a human being, and never wanted to harm anyone. By the time you, my beloved ones, have this letter in your hands, I'll be gone from this world. Rest assured that we'll see one another again in a better world with our beloved God." A dictionary defines altruism as behavior carried out to benefit another without anticipation of rewards from external sources. In the eyes of Auguste Comte, who coined the term, it is the opposite of egoism, a faculty Comte knew well, as he founded his own religion as well as sociology. Some biologists and geneticists think altruism is innate in the human race, although circumstances have to trigger it. Religious people believe it is a divine presence, albeit in human hearts which are also subject to the competing temptations of evil. Acts of rescue were usually the product of a momentary wave of human feeling, as when confronted by some lice-ridden, scabrous child. Altruists saw a fellow human being in distress, rather than the Jew the Nazis meant them to see. Of course, this was not like helping an injured bird, cat, or dog. To pursue that analogy, one would have to imagine the creature in question surrounded by a triangulating pack of wolves, maybe adding in a few deadly snakes crawling around too. Then think about saving the bird, cat, or dog again, substituting informers for the snakes and uniformed policemen for the wolves. But rescue could also be the more emotionally detached actions of those with a professional or religious vocation to serve other people. One would not have much confidence in a dentist saying, "This is hurting me as much as you." Professionals were not usually swayed by sudden bursts of feeling, since they often needed to suppress such emotional responses to carry out their vocation, decade in, decade out. The sociology of rescuers is uninteresting. Businessmen, peasants, monks, nuns, and priests did a great deal more rescuing than academic philosophers, of whom history has recorded not a single example of altruism in this era, although they do a lot of writing on these subjects. Rescuers acted for myriad motives which can be crudely rehearsed, for good is a lot harder to fathom than evil. Some acted to please an external authority, whether God, Jesus, or notably ethical parent, recalling a father who taught me to respect all human beings. Others were driven by a patriotic hatred of the Nazis, thereby combining what many regard as evil with good. Rescue was often an act of defiance rather than focused on Jews as such, something which may also apply to the individualists and mavericks who relished defying convention. There were also religious believers with their own experiences of being a hunted minority, like the Huguenots who saved 5,000 Jews at La Chambeau,
or groups like the Hungarian Mennonites, Ukrainian Baptists, and members of the Dutch Reformed Church, who accorded the biblical Jews special religious meaning. Dutch Reformed Church members were only 8% of the Dutch population, yet they were a quarter of all known rescuers in that country. Around 13,000 people have been formally recognized by Israel's Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial as righteous Gentiles, although the official responsible for awarding such an honor reckons the real figure should be 10 times that, allowing for the deaths of both the rescuers and the Jews who might have nominated them. Although the act of rescue was often the spontaneous choice of individuals, it also reflected conditions that were beyond individual control. This is why a few German businessmen and industrialists are justifiably celebrated, including Friedrich Grebe and Franz Fritsch, and the Austrians Julius Madrich and Raimund Titsch. The Sudeten German Oskar Schindler rescued 1,500 Jews by employing them in his enamelware factory in Krakow, partly by bribing and manipulating the SS officers with whom he remained on genuinely cordial terms. It was a dangerous path this human enigma elected to tread. Schindler was very quick-witted, as he demonstrated when he scribbled his own factory as the destination of a bill of lading for a truckload of 100 Jews freezing to death on a railway siding. That propensity to act spontaneously for the good of a human being in distress was the common characteristic of rescuers. Rational deliberation, carefully weighing up the pros and cons, could have meant delay and death for many, including the rescuers. Entirely prosaic by background and future life, rescuers were people who in a brief moment made certain choices which humanity rightly admires. It is important to outline certain objective circumstances which contributed to national disparities in the numbers of Jews who survived the war. The margin for maneuver was much wider in countries where the Germans ruled indirectly, since collaborating native officials might be simultaneously susceptible to the rival calls of patriotism to hedge their future bets. How the Nazis viewed a given population was also relevant. They actively sought collaborators among racially cognate Danes, Dutch, and Norwegians, while in the case of Poles, their racial doctrines made any institutionalized collaboration impossible, although there were many Poles who blackmailed and betrayed Jews or responded with alacrity when the cry went up, "Catch the Jew." Physical geography also played a part, since there were fewer places for Jews to hide in densely populated Holland than in the Italian Apennines or the remote uplands of central France. The size and degree of assimilation of the Jewish communities had bearings on rescue efforts. It was easier to help the small Danish Jewish community, a mere 7,000 persons and 1,500 refugees — the Danish authorities had refused sanctuary to many more — than the 3 million Jews of Poland. Denmark had a functioning government and parliament until late 1943, and only the 2 miles wide Øresund Channel separated Denmark from neutral Sweden, which, once it realized how the war was likely to end, had abandoned its earlier restrictive refugee policy. Most Danish Jews were physically and linguistically indistinguishable from their fellow Danes. Last but not least, the Nazi plenipotentiary to Denmark, Werner Best, decided that rocking the Danish domestic political boat was too high a price to pay for deporting a few thousand Jews, especially as they were not easily identifiable. Whether or not Best allowed the Jews to escape remains highly controversial, but he had technically made Denmark Judenfrei. None of which should detract from those Danes who took Jews across the Sound, whether or not for a fee. But this exceptional rescue effort was clearly the result of very specific constellations, rather than more romantic notions of national character. High levels of assimilation and the low resonance of anti-Semitism also meant that many Italian Jews survived, although it helped that Italy had a dense network of ecclesiastical sanctuaries amenable to the instructions of Pope Pius XII, who, recent research shows, intervened to help the Jews with a familiar clerical combination of caution and kindness that hardly justifies the communist-inspired attempts to demonize him in the post-war years. While such sanctuary very occasionally involved attempts to convert Jewish children to Christianity, it should be recalled that the Franciscan friars who sheltered 200 Jews at Assisi actually provided them with kosher meals, which suggests that conversion was not among their priorities. Rather, it reflected the religious virtues of charity and hospitality. Poland was sandwiched between Nazi Germany and the occupied territories in Russia, with more German-occupied countries to the south. It was subject to the most brutal regime in occupied Europe, which in the course of the war murdered 3 million Christian Poles, as well as 90% of the country's Jews. Before the war, many Polish Jews, whether for reasons of religious orthodoxy or Zionist ideology, rejected assimilation and sought to preserve an autonomous Jewish culture in a country that was anxious about its ethno-religious homogeneity, as well as about its totalitarian neighbors. Nearly 80% of the Jewish population spoke Yiddish rather than Polish, with many of these Eastern Jews further identifiable through physical appearance, diet, and occupational profile. The Polish word Żyd also had many of the offensive resonances of the English Yid, rather than the term Jew into which it should be translated. There was another unique difference. Unlike the rest of Europe, where overt anti-Semitism was restricted to small groups of pro-Nazi fascist collaborators, in Poland, anti-Semitism was part of the patriotic consensus, and was politically represented in both the underground and the exiled democratic governing parties. Many Polish patriots found it possible to hate both Germans and Jews, linked linguistically anyway by German-sounding Yiddish. The Nazi plans to remove the Jews to Madagascar were based on Polish government feasibility studies completed in the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism was especially, but not exclusively, evident on the Catholic conservative right, reflecting a long-harbored desire to mitigate what such circles regarded as a Jewish problem, as well as opposition to Soviet occupation, towards which many Jews had been sympathetic. Poles and Jews regarded each other with suspicion, while Gentile Poles were divided into those who deplored German treatment of the Jews and those who sneakily admired its radicality. Only a small fascist minority openly celebrated the removal of the Jews, although large numbers of Poles benefited from the expropriation of the Jews, or from the employment opportunities and social mobility that their removal afforded. When Zofia Kosak, a famous writer who belonged to a liberal Catholic opposition group, condemned the Nazis' barbarous treatment of the Jews and the pilot-like response of many Poles, she added the writer that, "Our feelings toward the Jews have not undergone a change. We have not stopped regarding them as the political, economic, and ideological enemies of Poland. What is more, we are well aware that they hate us more than the Germans, that they hold us responsible for their misfortune." Despite being primarily focused on helping the Allies win the war, in the air or at Cassino and Arnhem, while dealing with the existential matter of Poland's future eastern borders, the exiled Polish government did publicize Nazi crimes against the Jews, which it condemned in a number of forceful statements. One should not underrate the perils of saving Jews in Poland. Jews were physically isolated from Gentile Poles, who faced the death penalty not only for helping Jews cross over from the ghettos to the Gentile world, but even for giving Jews a cup of water or selling them an egg. It was only in late 1942, by which time many Polish Jews were dead, that the underground ruling body, the Delegatura, licensed the Żygota organization, which equipped Jews with false documents and funded a few thousand families living in hiding. Zofia Kosak was a leading light of this council for assistance to the Jews, personally hiding Jews in her apartment. This meant concealing people under the floorboards or in alcoves hidden by armoires and cupboards. If the person could pass for Aryan, it meant schooling them in their false identity and their newfound Roman Catholicism. Perhaps 40,000 Jews were assisted in this way, although between 160,000 and 240,000 Polish Gentiles are estimated to have been involved in rescuing Jews overall. While some of these people had pre-war relations with the Jews they helped, like the peasant woman who was allowed not to pay a small bill in full, the majority were simply spontaneously touched by the sight of human suffering, in the way that certain people will instinctively respond to a distressed animal or a lost child. They ranged from poor peasants who shared their food with Jews who spent a couple of years lying in a hideout underneath a dog kennel or a hen house, to surgeons who used plastic surgical techniques to reverse circumcisions. Not all these relationships were plain sailing, since while one rescuer might have been motivated by compassion, another might have resented Jews or have helped them only until their money ran out. It was also easier to rescue preverbal infants, people who did not look Jewish, or fit adults rather than elderly people requiring medical care that was not available. Having capacious buildings also helped, though as we have seen, some very poor people did not mind having another couple of bodies arranged around the stove or tucked up in the rafters. Religious orders took in children, even when German troops were also quartered in their buildings. Those caught doing this were executed, some 900 monks and nuns joining the fifth of all Polish Catholic priests who perished in the war. Some Catholic clerical rescuers maintained their belief that Jews were being punished for having killed Christ, even as they saved the lives of individuals. Father Stanisław Falkowski was a 24-year-old Polish priest with conventional views on the Jews who nonetheless took in a 15-year-old Jewish boy who had escaped from a death transport to Treblinka. He saved the youth's life despite his theologically grounded animosity towards the collective. Poland had the largest and most effective armed underground in occupied Europe. The Home Army alone numbered 350,000 fighters and activists. Early in 1943, it began assassinating those Poles who made a dirty living by blackmailing or informing on hidden Jews. Not all the blackmailers were Gentiles, as Jews in one precarious hideout sometimes threatened to denounce Gentiles concealing other Jews in more secure circumstances. The Home Army would not, however, liaise with the significant numbers of Jewish partisans, whom its leadership regarded as either a bandit rabble or agents of future communist influence. Nor did it provide significant assistance to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, less because of prejudice, more because it regarded this uprising as premature, preferring to wait for a more strategic turning point in the war. 2. Jew hunting. Ending this account of responses to the final solution with individual instances of moral greatness might have had a necessary civic or pedagogic purpose, but it distorts a history in which there was no happy ending. The fact of the matter is that rescue was statistically insignificant in a story of catastrophic bleakness, from which there is no redemptive message. Gentiles and some Jews may derive consolation from the British spy Frank Foley, an Oskar Schindler or a Raoul Wallenberg, but human goodness really did not triumph in the end. In total, some 102,000 Dutch Jews were murdered by the Nazis, 34,294 at Sobibor, the rest at Auschwitz, once it had disposed of the Jews of Greece. They came from a camp at Westerbork, originally built to house German Jewish refugees, which held a pool of Jews constantly emptied and replenished, according to the capacity of the Central German authorities to exterminate them. The Jews of the Netherlands were murdered with a thoroughness and detail that was matched only in Germany and Poland, for only 9% of the pre-war population survived. Although a far higher proportion of French Jews survived the war, the Netherlands has never attracted the sort of intense scrutiny devoted to Vichy France. The reasons may reflect the fact that its exiled government was replaced by a German administration, which then ruled through the professionally anonymous Dutch civil service, whereas part of France nominally ruled itself under Pétain at Vichy. Moreover, although the Dutch pride themselves on their tolerance, they never ostentatiously promoted the universal rights of man as the French did, making France's derogation from its own standards correspondingly more striking. France was also a European great power, the Netherlands a minor one, and Dutch culture has attracted very little interest from the rest of the world, whereas Western universities still devote considerable attention to French culture. French collaborators include international names like Coco Chanel, Maurice Chevalier, and Charles Trenet, but I doubt any reader of this book could name a Dutch intellectual or singer from the 1940s, collaborator or not. The author certainly cannot. As in post-war France, a relatively minor resistance movement was exalted to camouflage a multitude of sins, including 25,000 volunteers in the Waffen-SS Westland Division, the largest contingent of recruits from any of the so-called Germanic nations. The Germans concentrated most Dutch Jews in Amsterdam, whose historic indigenous Jewish population had once served as biblical-era models for Rembrandt. An old Sephardic elite had been joined in early modern times by German and Polish Ashkenazim, who together comprised one of the groups into which Dutch society was segmented, alongside Catholics, Protestants, liberals, and socialists. Figuratively speaking, Netherlands society resembled the segments of an orange,
so that everyone could consider themselves part of a minority. At less than 2% of the population, the Jews had no Jewish Zeil, or pillar. For the richer Jews were liberals and the poor were socialists. The monarchy and distinctive Dutch values lent the Netherlands overall cohesion, although there were perils in how each group dealt separately with the authorities in a society where there was much trust in government and the civil service. The officials endeavored to retain control of their compatriots' destinies by keeping one step ahead of the Germans, often by anticipating their perceived wishes. Dutch civil servants duly registered the Jews' names and addresses, as well as calculating the total Jewish population at 160,820 souls. Because of the ways in which existing Jewish residential streets shaded into areas inhabited by Gentiles, the Germans decided not to create a sealed ghetto of the kind they had established in Poland and further east. They had to move carefully after a huge raid in early 1942 in search of hostages, following Jewish Defense Unit clashes with Dutch NSB fascists, resulted in Europe's only mass protest strikes on behalf of the Jews, in the course of which the Waffen-SS shot 9 people and then executed 20 of the trades unionists who had organized it. The Germans established a Dutch Jewish Council consisting of 15 notables from the Jewish community. It was led by an academic ancient historian and a wealthy diamond dealer who had little in common with the majority of Amsterdam's Jews, in the main poor manual workers, craftsmen, or semi-indigent peddlers. A combination of altruism and nepotism led to the council's bureaucracy being deliberately inflated to some 17,500 employees who had temporary exemptions from deportation stamped in their papers. The council acted as a conduit for German orders, while controlling any information the Jews received through its official newspaper. If it did not collude with German demands for deportees, then the SS and Dutch policemen would round up Jews indiscriminately and violently. The German authorities in the Netherlands were themselves subject to relentless pressure from Berlin to deliver their assigned quotas of Jews for the 2 trains a week which left for the East. Having deported refugee German and Polish refugee Jews first to create the initial pool at Westerbork with the least friction, the Germans ordered the Jewish Council to provide men and women aged 16 to 40 for what they called forced labor under police supervision. By the close of 1942, some 40,000 Dutch Jews had disappeared eastwards, as the age range of those encompassed rose to 50. Anyone who imagined that the deportees were performing labor service in Germany alongside 400 Gentile Dutch compatriots was disabused in January 1943, when 8,000 old and sick Jews, as well as patients in the Het Apeldoornse psychiatric asylum, were bundled onto trucks and taken away. Eventually, some 75% of Dutch Jews were deported, including the Jewish Council employees, of whom all but 1,500 were killed, half those who lived having survived the concentration camps. The impetus to deport the Jews came from the Reich Kommissar, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, and his fellow Austrian, Hans Albin Rauter. Because of Seyss-Inquart's SS membership and common Austrian background, their relationship was marred by none of the friction that characterized dealings between Hans Frank and Friedrich Wilhelm Krüger in Krakow. Rauter was a big man, 6 foot 4 inches tall, with scars on his face from a student dueling fraternity, and the 3 sets of wounds he acquired in the Great War. He saw himself as more of a bold warlord than a policeman. One of his 5 children had Himmler as her godfather, for relations with the boss were close. It was ominous in the extreme that Rauter's deputies were Erich Naumann, the former commander of Einsatzgruppe B in Russia, and Karl Eberhard Schöngart, the former ZIPO chief in the general government, a participant in the Wannsee Conference and former senior lecturer at an SD training center in Poland for mass murder. Willy Zopf and Ferdinand Hugo aus der Funten, attached to Eichmann's department Roman 4B4, were the main movers of the deportations in the Netherlands. The head of ZIPO and SD in Amsterdam once remarked that the main support of the German forces in the police sector and beyond was the Dutch police. It would have been practically impossible to seize even 10% of Dutch Jewry without them. The paramilitary Dutch Maréchaussée were especially useful. As Rauter informed Himmler,
The new Dutch police squadrons are performing splendidly as regards the Jewish question, and are arresting Jews in the hundreds day and night. The local constabulary was drawn in too, dutifully and sometimes reluctantly escorting individual Jews living on streets they knew to the assembly points. In various towns, including Apeldoorn, Rotterdam, and Utrecht, Dutch detectives were charged with ferreting out handfuls of Jews. Sometimes the cells were so filled with Jews that there was no room for criminals. In Amsterdam, the new police chief was a former lieutenant colonel in the Royal Dutch East Indies Army called Sibren Tulp, one of a number of former colonial officials who figured in the occupation administration in the Netherlands. Young Dutch police officers both delivered warrants informing Jews of their impending deportation and took part in dragging them out of their homes if they failed to comply. Judging from an anonymous letter sent by a policeman to the chief state prosecutor in September 1942, these policemen were often deeply disturbed by having to do this. Many of us consider the assignment to carry out this work as an insult to our Dutch force. However, an inspector called Van der Oever, encouraged by his wife to refuse to take part, was sacked, and in northerly Groningen, 14 policemen were sent to a concentration camp for refusing to round up Jews. The vast majority continued to help with the deportations, with Tulp omnipresent to ensure that his men did their duty until he fell ill and died. To bolster the men at his disposal, Rauter also formed members of the Dutch SS and the NSB's paramilitary storm detachments into a 2,000-strong squad of voluntary auxiliary policemen, which also engaged in Jew hunting. As the deportation trains from Westerbork rattled eastwards, the Germans embarked on a systematic robbery of their Jewish victims. They alighted upon the bank Lippmann Rosenthal and Company, which they divided into 2 sections, all under German oversight. One would continue to function as a normal commercial bank. The other, known as the Roofbank, or Plunder Bank, was to act as a depository for the Jews' valuables, which were then sold, although the depositors could withdraw small amounts of money for their everyday necessities. With 29,000 empty properties in the city, 666 barges and 100 railway cars were used to ship furniture and the like to Germany, where it was given to victims of Allied bombing. A removal company, Abraham Pools and Company, moved the goods from homes to canal sides for the voyage to the Ruhr. Before anything could be touched, it had to be inventorized by an Office for the Registration of Household Effects. This had 4 subsections known as Cologne in Dutch, one of which was tasked with finding anything the Jews might have squirreled away. Most of its employees had come from the Municipal Unemployment Office and were also members of the NSB, a coincidence suggestive of blighted prospects under the old oligarchic liberal democracy. After scandals involving embezzlement by his predecessor, a 31-year-old Dutchman of German parentage called Wim Hennicke, who had run an unsuccessful illegal taxi firm, was promoted to run this section. He received 270 guilders a month, quite a step up from the 60 a month he had received the year before while on the dole, a benefit he continued to claim for a month after he was employed by the Germans. About 54 Dutchmen, mainly members of the NSB and from the strata where workers and criminals overlapped, joined this section. The Cologne Hennicke's role changed. By March 1943, the Germans were concerned that some 25,000 Jews had never registered and were in hiding. The security police offered 7.5 guilders head money or Kopgeld for every Jew this unit could bring in. Because the work involved unsocial hours and extensive travel, bounty hunting for Jews also meant generous overtime and expenses. There was also rent to pay on the Dutch theater, where adult Jews were held, and on a small nursery opposite where the under-13s were housed, until families could be deported together. There were some outgoings in the form of payments to informers for tips about the location of hidden Jews, although threats usually sufficed in the case of Jews who betrayed many fellow Jews to save their own skins. All these sums were defrayed by Lippmann, Rosenthal and Company from funds that, as we have seen, were embezzled from the Jews themselves. Over the following 18 months, the Cologne Hennicke tracked down around 8,500 Jews. Frederick Kohl boasted that one day he simply walked up to a Jewish-looking woman, thinking, If I pick up a Jew today, that's a quick 15 guilders for me. Double the bounty because her papers were fake, and if a Jew was guilty of any offense, no matter how minor, the bounty automatically doubled. To avoid the opprobrium of dragging out the non-ambulatory old and frail, they were picked up in municipal ambulances. In August 1943, 2 bounty hunters made a day trip to a small town called Zeilen to pick up a 2.5-year-old André Ossendriver from the Skondervoords, a couple who had taken him in the year before. After the foster mother claimed he was their child, one of the bounty hunters said, "You mean that little Jew, I suppose. Are you trying to tell me this isn't a Jew?" The following exchange ensued. "Skipper, the bounty hunter, I guess you'd prefer to have a police van outside your door." Mrs. Skondervoord, the foster mother, "It's no disgrace." Skipper, "It breaks my heart, too, to have to do this." Mrs. Skondervoord, "No, it doesn't. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it." Skipper, "It's still a baby Jew, but a baby Jew turns into a Jew boy, and then a full-grown Jew." After Mr. Skondervoord had arrived home and had similarly protested, he and his wife were escorted to the police station in Zeilen, where the child was dumped on the lap of a Jewish couple whom Skipper had arrested earlier. "Please take good care of him," pleaded Mrs. Skondervoord as she was ushered out. Bizarrely, the Jewish couple and André were driven off on a police motorbike and sidecar. None of them was ever seen again. The bounty hunters relied on a constant flow of anonymous tips, some from professional informers, but many from people with a grudge or acting out of need, including people in mixed families or other Jews. One 37-year-old Jewish shop assistant, Hans van Dyck, betrayed 100 people. Most Jews who betrayed people did so after being threatened or beaten up by the bounty hunters, such as the man whose teeth they knocked out before he revealed the whereabouts of his own hidden children. Informers seeking personal advantage were not confined to the Netherlands. In Denmark, a young woman betrayed over 100 Jews to have her German soldier lover posted back to Denmark, thereby giving a whole new meaning to the notion of a crime of passion. Similarly grim scenarios were enacted daily across the whole of occupied Europe. Most of the blackmailers, bounty hunters, informers, and policemen scuttled back into the woodwork once they realized the war had turned against the Nazis. After huge protest strikes in May 1943 over the decision to conscript former prisoners of war for labor in Germany, the Dutch police began to reconsider their options, with some joining the underground resistance, which created a fresh set of moral ambiguities. There was a larger point here. If, as experts claim, some 200,000 Reich Germans were actively involved in the final solution, at least double the number of non-Germans, or Austrians, were also perpetrators. Indeed, that is likely to be an underestimate, since they included 100,000 auxiliary police in the Ukraine and 50,000 militiamen in Byelorussia. In the death camps, Ukrainians outnumbered the SS by between 15 and 20 to 1. We would have to multiply even the lower number of 400,000 many times over to accommodate all those foreign bureaucrats and policemen who were merely complicit in these crimes. Like ripples, complicity moved outwards to encompass opportunistic Gentile businessmen who absorbed firms expropriated from Jews, not to speak of more humble beneficiaries of the final solution who got a better apartment or furniture as a result of the removal and dispossession of the Jews. The tiny gleams of light provided by the stirring human interest dramas of such as Schindler or Wallenberg are lost in the vast areas of human darkness, shading from pitch black to generalized gray, that defined the moral behavior of the time. Chapter 19. The King's Thunderbolts Are Righteous. RAF Bomber Command. 1. Luck and Experience. Airmen say that you start with a full pot of luck and an empty one of experience, and hope that the latter fills up before the former has run out. The title of this chapter was the motto of the 44th Rhodesia Squadron of the RAF's 5 Bomber Group, a component of RAF Bomber Command whose own motto was Strike Hard, Strike Sure. The 44th was the first squadron to fly the new Avro Lancaster aircraft, the one which suffered the largest Lancaster losses in the group. That gave it the dubious distinction of third equal placing for losses in the whole of Bomber Command. The Lancaster was not the only bomber deployed by the RAF, but it was the most famous, after various failed planes were belatedly retired from service. Over 7,300 were built during the war. Understanding the aircraft is important to any dispassionate analysis of the ethical issues raised by the policy of area bombing. A Lancaster was about 70 feet long from nose to tail, with a 100-foot wingspan. It had 50,000 separate parts, not including those inside the four engines. Fully loaded, the aircraft weighed 65,000 pounds, which included 2,154 gallons of aviation spirit, distributed in 4 tanks along the wings, as well as up to 22,000 pounds of bombs. The Lancaster had an operational ceiling of over 24,000 feet and a range of more than 1,600 miles. A round trip from a base in East Anglia or Lincolnshire to Berlin took over 8 hours. Disastrous early experience with daylight raids meant that the British habitually bombed at night. The moment the aircraft passed the coast of Hitler's Europe, it was liable to attack, whether from anti-aircraft guns with searchlights that transfixed the aircraft in a cone of light, or from German night fighters that struck out of the darkness. Air crews habitually rose late, for their nightly work ended with a debriefing at 4 or 5 in the morning. As the evening approached, they would be assembled for briefings on where they were going that night. Maybe Happy Valley in the Ruhr, or the big city, as Berlin was known. Intelligence officers would take the stage to emphasize the military value of the target, followed by meteorologists to predict the likely weather conditions the airmen would encounter. Takeoff time for distant Berlin was usually 4:30 p.m., before which they had to conduct a short test flight to identify any mechanical faults. The guns were normally test-fired during the initial stage of the mission. Northern European weather conditions meant that takeoff times often slipped back into the night, or that the mission was scrubbed entirely. Such a pause brought only temporary relief for the crews and their targets, because the Allied strategic bombing campaign was relentless. All aircraft rely on the dedication of ground crews, which in this case included the WAAF women who packed parachutes, the men who electrically fired up the engines, and the armorers who spent an hour cranking mixed ordnance into the plane's 33-foot bomb bay with the aid of manual winches. The bombs could be a single device, such as a tall boy weighing 12,000 pounds, but more usually mixed loads that included a 4,000-pound cookie, some 250-pound or 500-pound general-purpose bombs, and canisters containing dozens of thin-stick incendiaries about the length of a garden cane. In the final months of the war, specially adapted Lancasters carried 22,000-pound Grand Slam bombs, which, like the tall boy, were designed to bore deep into the ground before exploding to create an earthquake effect. Maintenance work went on in all weather and was usually done outside. Cases of men dying from pneumonia and the like were not unknown. The 7 crew members had specific tasks, which they had mastered in about 200 hours of training flights before they were even allowed onto this remarkable aircraft. Each man cost 10,000 pounds to train, in Britain or further afield in Canada or South Africa. The pilot and flight engineer monitored 28 instruments, including separate dials for each engine, and the hydraulics which powered the controls, the bomb bay, and the rotating gun turrets. In pre-computerized aircraft, there was a lot of sheer physical effort, especially if the plane had to undertake evasive maneuvers. A relatively large number of bomber pilots won posthumous decorations, chiefly because in order to enable the crew to bail out, they had to stay at the controls until the aircraft burst into flames or crashed. After Bomber Command abolished the post of co-pilot, the flight engineer was notionally the only person capable of flying the plane if the pilot was incapacitated or killed. The navigator had a duplicate set of the main instruments to help him plot the aircraft's course. In the early years of the strategic bombing campaign, navigation involved nothing more sophisticated than a sextant to plot a course by the stars. The navigator was also responsible for keeping the aircraft in line with the pulse beats sent by the G or oboe radio guidance systems, although neither system was effective much beyond 280 miles. From early 1943, Lancasters were equipped with a ground radar device called H2S, which gave the navigator the ability to distinguish major ground features such as coastlines and lakes regardless of cloud cover. The limitations of G, oboe, and H2S explain why ports like Bremen, Hamburg, and Rostock were bombed so much more effectively than sprawling Berlin, where the Germans used giant floats to disguise or conceal the city's huge lakes. A fourth man was responsible for communications and electronic warfare, as well as maintaining the aircraft's survival equipment, from a dinghy to fire extinguishers. Down in a perspex bubble, under the nose, lay the bombardier, who effectively controlled the aircraft over the target. If he got his work wrong, then the aircraft would have to turn and repeat the bomb run, something all crew members dreaded. Other than over the target, the bomb-aimer operated the twin 0.303 Browning machine guns in the forward gun turret. The .303 round was the standard infantryman's bullet, effective up to 1,000 yards, but hopeless in this aerial context. The mid-upper gunner, with the best all-round vision, also operated two guns. He seldom used the guns, his principal function being to scan the blind spot above and behind the pilot. These guns were underpowered and could have been replaced with the cannon from defunct fighters. Happily, an earlier scheme to have aerial mines dangling on a long cable which the bomber pilot was supposed to wiggle into the path of an incoming fighter was not pursued. Nobody covered the blind spot below the aircraft, but the tail-end Charlie in the rear of the aircraft had 4 machine guns to cover the area from which German fighters were most likely to attack. Although RAF bombers flew in huge streams, they seldom saw each other unless lit up by searchlights or enemy gunfire, which might end in a spectacular explosion or a long burning dive to destruction. The gunners were more useful as spotters, for their guns were outranged by the cannon on the German night fighters, and ultimately the crew depended on the courage and skill of the pilot. In the event of a fighter attack, he had to take the evasive action known as a corkscrew, which sent the aircraft into a sequence of dives and turns, rather like a train on a fairground white-knuckle ride. If the plane suffered catastrophic damage, 7 men bulked out with thick layers of underwear and sweaters beneath their flying suits, and further encumbered with oxygen tanks, had to get out of the small spaces into which they were wedged, find and clip on their parachutes, and try to reach the few exits. Difficult enough if the aircraft was flying straight and level, well nigh impossible if the plane was falling out of control and crew were pinned to the sides by G-forces. Rear gunners were the least likely, and bomb-aimers located right next to the forward hatch were the most likely to survive. 55,000 of these British and Commonwealth heroes did not. All aircrew held the rank of sergeant or higher, and were well remunerated relative to other services. The bomber crews were all volunteers, many of them the public or grammar school boys who in other circumstances would have been going to university. We should not overlook those who aged 15 had become technical apprentices at the Halton Aircraft Apprentice School, where after training as electricians, fitters, or riggers, they then volunteered for flight training to capture some of the romance of flying. A significant number of volunteers also came from Australia, Canada, South Africa, and New Zealand, although their home governments had about as much say in directing the war effort as Britain does in the higher councils of the U.S. today. By January 1943, some 37% of Bomber Command pilots were Canadians, Australians, or New Zealanders, and the figure was 45% by the war's end. There were so many Canadians that they were formed into their own 6 group. A third of these young men would not reach the end of the 30 missions comprising a tour, with trips to anywhere nearer than Germany counting only as a third of a sortie for these lethal accounting purposes. That meant 6 or 7 missions a month, with any curiosity extinguished by the first trip, and raw courage thereafter in the face of hazards that were well understood. Rituals and superstition were rife, from the practice of collectively pissing on the rear wheel, to having to play the hit record The Shrine of St. Cecilia before takeoff. Pets were another consolation, including Sammy the Cocker Spaniel,
who on 50 wholly illegal occasions accompanied his master's squadron leader Tommy Blair on sorties to Berlin or the Ruhr, curled up under the wireless operator's table. When the aircraft came in to land, Sammy would rush to the bomb-aimer's perspex cone to watch the descent and touchdown. This was lethal work, with casualty rates that approximated to those of Gallipoli or the Somme during the Great War. Aircraft collided, burst into flames, or disappeared in a puff of smoke, as if victims of a conjurer's trick. Pieces of aircraft, such as the wing or tail, tumbled to the ground, sometimes accompanied by the bodies of the crew, while the lucky few floated down in parachutes, although some were lynched by cowardly German mobs when they reached the ground. 120,000 men served in Bomber Command, of whom 55,573 perished in action during the war. Another 9,838 were shot down and captured alive, and a further 8,403 wounded, whether from gunfire, frostbite, or burns of a horrific nature. A bomber base consisted of a constant influx of fresh new faces to replace those who had disappeared. The new faces, no longer fresh, disappeared in turn. Nuremberg established that offenses committed in the heat of battle could not be considered in the same light as cold-blooded crimes against humanity, or what nowadays is called genocide, which is the deliberate attempt to exterminate an ethnic group or race, activities irrelevant to the strategic outcome of the war. Genocide involved the diversion of war materials, from transport capacity to bullets, away from conventional military operations. War crimes also involved deliberately killing defenseless people, which was clearly not the case in Nazi Germany, where Bomber Command had to fly through prodigious defenses to reach their targets. Air crew were convinced of the military necessity of what they were doing. Killing a large number of German civilians was not their primary objective, and indeed would have been greatly reduced if the Nazis had evacuated non-essential personnel from the cities. The Germans were confident that as a police state they could deal with any of the morale consequences of Allied bombing. The Allied aim was to destroy military and industrial targets, their workforces included, to defeat an evil system that enjoyed overwhelming popular support. The German people had to share the fate of the regime they supported so enthusiastically when it was crushing the liberty and lives of others, so that when the war ended, the peace would not merely become another armistice before a third conflict. That does not mean that every action undertaken by Bomber Command or the USAAF was what nowadays most reasonable people would regard as morally desirable, particularly towards the end of the war, although it is easy to underestimate how much fight the Germans still had left in them when their cause was objectively lost. No serious person can compare the hard-fought bombing campaign with slaughtering innocent civilians in circumstances where the only risk the perpetrators ran was to be splashed with blood and brains in some ditch in the Ukraine. The attempt to criminalize retroactively RAF or USAAF air crews is not merely tendentious as history, it also ignores the moral awareness, the mens rea, of those involved. This most technological means of warfare meant that the crew necessarily had to concentrate on getting in and out to their target in one piece, while trying to avoid catastrophic mid-air collisions. The Germans did not respond passively to this assault, putting in place ever more effective defenses. The need to focus on the job in hand, all those dials, levers, and sights, while beset by fear of the fighters and anti-aircraft guns, meant that very few of the young aircrew could expend much thought on the fate of civilians thousands of feet below, in target cities which, when not obscured by clouds, or a pyrotechnic blizzard of pink, orange, and white explosions. In some cases, guilt set in with age, a reaction that may also be related to delayed post-traumatic stress in individual cases, or to the increasing emphasis civilian suffering has received in the last few decades. It remains invidious to judge what people did 70 years ago by the far from perfect light of utterly different modern circumstances, where in each conflict the media and human rights lawyers are effectively an independent, non-combatant arm. This author neither approves nor disapproves of this development. The desire to survive also created a certain frame of mind in the grim-faced young men who went on these missions, namely a carapace of hardness.
Even in normal times, people do not approach life with the measured, rational weighing up of cause and effect, actions and consequences, proportionality, and so on, that historians or moral philosophers can bring to the task. Undoubtedly, philosophers apply a special professional rigor to these issues, but the space and time for such deliberations was not available to men fighting a war. The airmen thought about the 44,000 British lives lost in the Blitz, and the threat to their families and the freedom of their country. They knew about police states and concentration camps, and did not want them in Britain. They were part of a military machine that had been developed at enormous cost, and they wanted it used in battle. So did the government, which had spent so much treasure developing this arm of warfare. RAF leaders encouraged this tendency towards focus rather than the philosopher's reflection by presenting every mission in terms of the military-industrial importance of the targets selected, even though they knew it was technically impossible to guarantee that only factories or transport targets would be hit. For this was not a matter of individual moral psychology, but of policy for winning the war. Alan Cranswick explained to his mother shortly before being killed on a raid on a French railway yard in 1944, "I don't like what I have to do, but I think of you and my country and know I must carry on and do all I can. I must do what my pals who have not returned would have done. I shall try to forget the horrors we are committing." Destroying cities began unintentionally, but ended up as the intended object, though this was publicly denied by the politicians and service chiefs who planned it. 2. The path to promiscuous bombing. Most Second World War air forces were tactical adjuncts to the clash of huge armies, although the Luftwaffe certainly used low-level terror strikes against several cities in the course of land invasions, bringing death and destruction to Warsaw, Rotterdam, Belgrade, and several cities in the Soviet Union. There were two exceptions to this trend, the British and U.S., who regarded strategic bombing as a rapid way of striking at the nerve centers and vital organs of the enemy, rather than hacking at his military limbs. Bombing exercised a natural attraction for the British, the nation that had made the Maxim machine gun a general weapon of colonial wars, was tantalized by the cost and labor-saving virtues of modern technology. This approach continued after the Great War in the shape of air control or policing, which meant the bombs dropped on the villages of mutinous tribesmen in Mesopotamia or India's northwest frontier during the 1920s so as to obviate the need to deploy large numbers of ground troops in messy counterinsurgency operations. Bombing would also avoid the horrific rates of attrition recently experienced on the Western Front, massacres which some bomber commanders had witnessed at first hand during their service in the Royal Flying Corps. It might even be construed as a more humane method of warfare, as bombing promised to achieve a quick result. Bombing would allegedly work more rapidly than naval blockade, a vice that was slow to tighten. True, civilians would die, but the Allied naval blockade of Germany in 1914-18 had been indirectly responsible for the deaths of 750,000 civilians from starvation and attendant epidemics. Nobody questioned the morality of blockade or of the economic sanctions which would have mostly affected the weakest and most helpless members of the sanctioned societies. The British did, however, quietly bury research conducted after the Great War by the Royal Naval Air Service, which had merged into the new RAF in 1918. The RNAS had developed precision bombing techniques to use against maritime targets, but it had also undertaken feasibility studies of the effects of hitting oil, steel, and other industrial targets. The research concluded that precision targeting was extremely difficult and likely to achieve very little. Bomber Command developed, despite this research, as a cheaper way of waging warfare, then as now the defining feature of British defense policy, and because the RAF was able to argue that technological advances had rendered the RNAS's findings obsolete. When a new war revealed that the findings were still valid, there was a large investment to justify and remarkably few alternatives to hand, so those who advocated area bombing, without actually calling it that, tended to have their own way. The more extravagant boosters of bombing saw it as a decisive instrument of war, which would not only obliterate economic targets, but crack enemy civilian morale. In 1927, a retired British barrister gave an interview to the Daily Mail about how he had treated warfare in a futuristic novel he had written entitled 1944. He said, "The girl filling a shell in a factory is just as much a part of the machinery of war as the soldier who fires it. She is much more vulnerable and will certainly be attacked. It is impossible that such an attack would be unjustified. The matter does not end with mere munitions workers. The central organizations essential to modern warfare are carried on in open towns and largely by civilians. An attempt to paralyze them would be perfectly legitimate. The first conclusion, therefore, that emerges is that an attack will be made upon the civilian population." The novelist, Lord Tiverton, was the former head of the Royal Naval Air Service's Operational Research and of the Air Ministry's Directorate of Flying Operations. The argument he advanced was to be fundamental to the survival of the RAF as an independent force. Its commander, Major General Sir Hugh Boom Trenchard, alleged on the basis of no evidence whatever that the moral effects of bombing were 20 times greater than the physical damage caused. Such evidence as there was suggested that aerial bombing might generate as much defiance as demoralization. Ironically, what some thought had happened in Germany in November 1918 gave Trenchard's claim some substance. Although the Germans were still ensconced in northern France, it appeared to be a mysterious domestic collapse, the crisis of morale known on the German right as the stab in the back, which led them to throw in the towel. Anecdotal studies of how civilians had panicked in the Gotha raids on the East London docks, or of Mesopotamian and Pashtun tribesmen fleeing when their villages were bombed, reinforced the view that bombing could bring about a sudden collapse in enemy morale. The 1926 general strike also suggested that mass discontent could have a paralyzing effect on a society. All of these calculations were completely useless in considering the likely effects of bombing on a police state like Nazi Germany, where discontent could never acquire critical mass. In addition, Nazi Germany was a thoroughgoing welfare state with ramified organizations of people bent on doing good by ethnic comrades. The sustained bombing of civilians was to demonstrate the worth of formations like the National Socialist People's Welfare, or NSV, since it led the way in looking after those injured or bombed out. Initially, both the British and Germans were punctilious in not deliberately targeting each other's civilians. That was the view of J.M. Spate, the informal legal advisor within the Air Ministry, who recommended that Britain respect the 1922-3 Hague Draft Rules on air war, even though no country had ratified them. Spate revealed as much when he entitled an article he published in 1939, "The Chaotic State of Law Governing Bombardment." One key point, almost universally ignored today, is that the moment any objective was defended, it was liable to bombardment. Despite this, in 1938 Chamberlain falsely told the House of Commons that targeting civilians was against international law. In practice, politicians tried to maintain civilized standards, mainly to avoid retaliation, although indiscriminate reprisals against civilians were illegal under the existing laws of war. Private property was also regarded as sacred, even when the factories bore the name of Krupp. President Roosevelt sought and received guarantees from Britain, Germany, and France that they would not indiscriminately bomb civilians. In 1940, the permanent secretary at the War Ministry personally assured Cosmo Lang, the Archbishop of Canterbury, that the intentional bombing of civilian populations is illegal. On the eve of war, the head of RAF Bomber Command, Edgar Ludlow Hewitt, acknowledged that accuracy was not a strong point. In August 1939, over 40% of bombers could not find a target in a friendly city in broad daylight. In the 2 years before war erupted, 478 aircraft had had to make forced landings after getting lost and running out of fuel. Worse, with extraordinary complacency, small formations of aircraft ventured in broad daylight into heavily defended German airspace. For example, on 18 December 1939, 24 Wellington bombers attacked Wilhelmshaven. 12 of them were shot down by Luftwaffe fighters and 3 crashed on their home run to England. That represented a casualty rate of 63%. Once the phony war ended, the propaganda leafleting of Germany gave way to concerted attempts to destroy German oil installations. From May 1940 until February 1943, RAF Bomber Command dropped an average of 1,500 to 2,000 tons of bombs a month on Germany, occasionally rising to 4,000 or 6,000 tons in a good month. Portal determined that on moonlit nights, Bomber Command would target oil installations, while on moonless nights, cities were to be attacked so as to cause very heavy material destruction. Waves of aircraft were to use a combination of high-explosive bombs and incendiaries to start fires, while preventing German civil defenses from putting them out. This policy was enshrined in a new bombing directive issued on 30 October 1940, when Sir Richard Pears was head of Bomber Command, and long before the arrival of Sir Arthur Harris, bête noire of the moral equivalence claque. The effects of this strategy were limited, partly because bombers were also needed to combat the U-boat menace, and in the Middle East. But it was in addition a case of too many cooks. Target priorities were discussed within the Air Ministry and then referred through the Chiefs of Staff to the War Cabinet. Target categories were chosen by a Targets Committee, into which the Ministry of Economic Warfare, the Admiralty, and the War Office had input, and which were then translated into air directives. Quite apart from poor weather experienced in the winter of 1940-41, Germany was a big place, which meant that raids were too dispersed. Moreover, target priorities kept shifting between oil installations, tactical objectives, and military-industrial facilities within urban centers. Moonlight was a double-edged factor, for it made it easier not only to identify targets on the ground, but also for the defenders to see the bombers. Specific targeting within a darkened city on a moonless night was a practical impossibility, and the bombers either had to bomb blind or return home with their bombs. While continuing to pay lip service to precision bombing, in practice the effect of collateral damage on civilian morale became the new paradigm. The emphasis on military objectives served to veil what was actually happening, namely a slippage towards bombing urban areas for their own sake. That was never admitted, for as the War Cabinet decided on 24 March 1941, it was better that actions should speak louder than words in this matter. Many critics of area bombing question its military necessity, which they narrowly construe as what contributed to Allied victory. This is less clear-cut than it may seem. Any war is a constant process of trial and error, of commanders adapting what they have learned to constantly changing circumstances. From the perspective of the political and military decision-makers, necessity included whatever prevented large numbers of military losses, maintaining domestic civilian morale through retaliation against an apparently invincible opponent, and giving tangible support to allies who were making far greater human sacrifices. Bombing was Britain's sole way of hitting back at Germany on the continent after Dunkirk. It was also a demonstration of the country's Churchill-inspired dogged determination to fight on, with important echoes across the Atlantic. "We are hitting that man hard," Churchill cabled Roosevelt in July 1940. "You have no idea of the thrill and encouragement which the Royal Air Force bombing has given us over here," wired back Harry Hopkins. The theme would be played with even greater brio for the benefit of Stalin, as he became increasingly exasperated by the staggering losses of the Red Army, while the British hardly seemed to be fighting the Germans at all. These considerations were as necessary to winning the war as the large number of dual-purpose 88mm guns the Germans had to withdraw from the Eastern Front to shoot at RAF bombers, or the huge numbers of otherwise productive people who might have been involved in more aggressive warfighting who were tied up in anti-aircraft and civil defense. There were also such imponderable effects as the exhaustion which resulted from having to go to shelters at night, to say nothing of being evacuated and having to undertake a long commute to work, or having to find new sources of food because the nearby butchers and bakers had been destroyed. Initially, the British were lucky to hit anything at all. Navigational aids were poor, and the aircraft were capable of only modest payloads of low-powered bombs, many of which failed to explode. The Luftwaffe bombed London by accident on 24 August 1940, to which the British responded with raids on the industrial periphery of Berlin a day later. The Germans were left puzzled by what the RAF sought to achieve with attacks that were so wide of the mark that they almost went unnoticed. However, after 5 such attacks, Hitler responded with a retaliatory fury that resulted in a sustained assault on London and several British cities. While the Blitz caused massive loss of life, the Luftwaffe's lack of a heavy bomber fleet meant that things could have been a lot worse. The public clamored for hard retaliation, which also suited the temperament of the belligerent British Prime Minister, who exchanged words like extermination with the German Führer. After seeing the devastation an indiscriminate German aerial mine had caused in Wandsworth in South London, Churchill talked about castrating the lot. There will be no nonsense about a just peace. After the Germans had achieved a firestorm in Coventry on 14 to 15 November, Churchill insisted on retaliatory strikes, which began with Mannheim on 16 December. John Colville noted that the moral scruples of the cabinet on this subject have been overcome. The inaccuracy of British bombing contributed to the move to area bombing. Even Bomber Command leaders admitted that they were exporting bombs in a general direction, rather than hitting much of industrial or military substance. Air Minister Archibald Sinclair's parliamentary undersecretary acknowledged the disparity between claims and effects in a confidential memo to his boss. The criticisms were taken up by other services, which resented the resources lavished on the RAF. The Royal Navy thought the sums expended on strategic bombers could be better spent on the Fleet Air Arm. RAF Coastal Command, which came under Joint Admiralty operational control, was starved of the long-range aircraft needed to protect the Atlantic convoys. The Army wanted air power used tactically in the Middle and Far East, leading Alan Brooke to contemplate setting up a separate Army Air Arm. Meanwhile, the 49 squadrons of Wellingtons, Whitleys, Halifaxes, and Hamptons kept up their desultory raids on Germany. It was indefensible that the last 3 aircraft continued to be produced when they were manifestly not up to the task. But the murky history of British military procurement has produced countless other examples of young lives being wasted to ensure directorships and other rewards for retiring senior officials and officers. In August 1941, a civil servant called David Butt subjected the RAF's extravagant claims to precise statistical analysis by comparing 633 bomb damage photos with the payloads carried by bombers. 1 aircraft in 3 had got within 5 miles of its target. 1 in 10 in the smog obscuring the Ruhr on an otherwise good night. 49% of the bombs dropped between May 1940 and May 1941 fell on unbuilt-up countryside. In March 1942, even Churchill felt moved to tell Portal that bombing is not decisive, but better than doing nothing, which hardly constituted ringing endorsement. That month, the Directorate of Bombing Operations responded to these criticisms with an analysis based on the destruction caused in Britain by the Blitz. Prepared by Churchill's scientific advisor, Frederick Lindemann, ennobled as Lord Charwell, the memorandum used data derived from damage to Birmingham and Hull, whose findings Charwell outrageously falsified, to argue that each heavy bomber coming on stream could drop 40 tons of bombs during its service life, which would render 4,000 to 8,000 people homeless. Charwell argued that losing one's home was worse than having family and friends killed, a dubious finding anyway, and overlooking the fact that Germany was a nation of renters rather than owners. He calculated that it would be possible with the additional aircraft to de-house 1/3 of the German population, resulting in a crisis of morale. There was no mention of how this would be objectively measured, or how it could contribute to the collapse of the totalitarian Nazi political system. Portal used this dubious intervention to go on the attack against those who wanted the resources devoted to the RAF reallocated to the Navy and Army. He claimed that with a bomber force of 4,000 aircraft, he could win the war within 6 months. When Churchill responded that this was overly optimistic, Portal objected that Churchill himself had urged the bombing offensive, and that future production was geared to it. If things were to be changed, then the War Cabinet must make a ruling without delay. Portal came up with a number of recommendations designed to improve accuracy, while the air staff modified their line, arguing that they could so weaken Germany that Allied ground forces would be able to occupy continental Europe with little serious fighting. In a fresh air directive issued on 14 February 1942, Portal's deputy, Norman Bottomley, reversed the priority given to precision attacks over area bombing, while claiming that this would bring relief to the hard-pressed Soviets. None of this stopped informed criticism of the bombing campaign, although objective scientific observation has to be balanced with consideration of how retaliatory bombing played to the British domestic morale. Professor Patrick Blackett, the chief scientist of the Royal Navy, was skeptical about the casualties of bombing. The average number of bomber sorties per month then, mainly by Wellingtons, was 1,000, and of these some 40 were lost with their crews of 5 men, giving a loss of airmen, all highly skilled men, at the rate of 200 per month. Comparing this with the estimated number of enemy killed, that is 400 men, women, and children, in fact the real figure was 200, it was concluded that in the matter of personnel casualties, the 1941 bombing offensive had been nearly a dead loss. A professor MP representing Cambridge University further twisted the knife when in the Commons he remarked that the Blitz had damaged British war production by about the same degree as the long Easter weekend vacation, the implication being that Britain's more dispersed efforts were both costly and hopeless. The most powerful critic of Bomber Command, Sir Henry Tizard, rector of Imperial College London, queried the mathematical basis behind the optimistic forecasts for dehousing, while acknowledging that bombers did subtract a portion of German guns and manpower from the front line. The dispute was resolved by a High Court judge, Mr. Justice Singleton, whose report concluded, "If Russia can hold Germany on land, I doubt whether Germany will stand 12 or 18 months' continuous intensified and increased bombing, affecting as it must her war production, her power of resistance, her industries, and her will to resist, by which I mean morale." In reality, it was not easy to reduce or reverse the resources allocated to bombing in a planning phase that had entertained quite unrealistic expectations of what strategic bombing could achieve. Nor were the airmen easily diverted from their focus on Germany, since they believed that dispersion explained why bombing was not succeeding. During Churchill's visit to Moscow in August 1942, Stalin stressed that British soldiers needed to spill German blood, according to Churchill, asking, "Why were we so afraid of the Germans?" Later, Stalin grew bolder. He said a great many disagreeable things, especially about our being too much afraid of fighting the Germans, and if we tried it like the Russians, we should find it not so bad. Churchill responded by regaling the Soviet leader with lurid talk of the devastation the RAF could mete out to German cities, a theme Stalin warmed to immediately. As Averell Harriman noted, by the night's end, they had destroyed most of the cities in Germany from their armchairs. Thereafter, Churchill regularly supplied Stalin with photos of aerial devastation consisting of images of houses reduced to empty boxes with their lids blown off. After mollifying the Soviet leader, Churchill had little alternative other than to step up the strategic bombing campaign, boosting the Air Ministry's funding for 1943 by a third more than it had requested. Portal issued a stream of directives which emphasized that attacks on the morale or psychological health of industrial workers were as important as attacks on factories, power grids, and transport infrastructures. That was a way of indirectly acknowledging that, although it was possible to blow down a factory's walls, damaging heavy machinery inside was harder, while it was much easier to wreck rows of residential buildings with a combination of fire and explosives. So far, we have not considered the personalities involved in making British bombing policy. The Air Minister, Sinclair, was an affable Liberal politician who was no match for the Chief of the Air Staff, Charles Portal, one of the most popular service chiefs of the war. Portal was aloof, quiet, driven, efficient, and possessed of considerable political nous. A taciturn man who talked to no one when he broke for lunch at the Travelers' Club, he worked a 15 or 16-hour day, catching 4 hours' sleep, in a glorified bedroom at the supposedly bomb-proof Dorchester Hotel. If he gave an order, he meant it. When he once returned early from lunch to find his papers locked in a secure cabinet, as he had instructed, He insisted it be forced open rather than wait 5 minutes for his secretary to return with the key. If he said he wanted 20 cigarettes, he was not satisfied when an office whip round produced 10, and moreover he was not happy when they appeared arrayed on a plate rather than in a packet. He never visited air bases, on the grounds that if he went to one, he would have to visit them all. Sinclair and Portal had a more difficult relationship with the man who, perhaps unfairly, has become the personification of Bomber Command, for he merely inherited a policy they had established, and which they pursued as ruthlessly as he. In February 1942, the lackluster Piers was dispatched to India, and replaced by Arthur Harris at Bomber Command's High Wycombe HQ. While he and Portal differed in manner, they saw eye to eye on one matter when they stood together on the Air Ministry roof where one night they had surveyed London under Luftwaffe attack. Harris remarked, "Well, they are sowing the wind." Harris claimed that it was the only moment when he felt vengeful during the entire war. He was a tough little man with an angry face, hard stare, and brusque manner, made worse by an untreated duodenal ulcer, and the alimony payments to his first wife that diminished the lifestyle of the second family he had with a beautiful woman who was 20 years his junior. His greatest admirers included the Soviets, whose London ambassadors decorated and feted him at receptions. By contrast, Harris became a figure of hate among the Germans. As a teenager, Harris had sought his fortune tobacco farming in Rhodesia before fighting in the Great War in southern Africa. He joined the Royal Flying Corps in 1916, becoming a night fighter pilot, shooting down Zeppelins over England before transferring to France where he shot down 5 German planes, a feat which made him an ace. What he saw flying above the battlefield at Passchendaele convinced him for life that bombing was a more humane method of warfare than infantry engagements. As a regular officer in the newly constituted RAF, he undertook aerial policing on India's northwest frontier, and then in Mesopotamia. Harris had a remarkable grasp of all the technical issues related to aerial warfare, and he understood the needs of both pilots and ground crew. This colonial service was followed by staff postings at the Air Ministry, missions to the U.S., and, from September 1939, command of 5 Group of Bomber Command, based at Grantham in Lincolnshire. In November 1940, he became Deputy Chief of Air Staff. Striding into the Air Ministry, he would greet senior civil servants with such observations as, "Morning, Abrahams, and what have you done to impede the war effort today?" He disliked operational interference from the desk-bound warriors in the ministry, on one occasion chiding Sir Norman Bottomley, "Dear Norman, I note that in your last directive you have failed to indicate at which precise moment my pilots should blow their noses. Yours ever, Bert." Harris has become a controversial figure, for he was not given to hypocrisy and indirection that characterizes most political utterances. Defense procurement has always been a murky area in Britain, and one that military historians often eschew, lest it upset their own and their readers' moral universe. One of Harris's first actions was to write to Sinclair claiming that the corrupt influence of arms manufacturers, one of whom he dismissed as a drunk, was the only plausible explanation for why the British kept churning out such substandard aircraft as the Avro Manchester, Short Stirling, and early Handley Page Halifax. Harris wrote of Handley Page, "Not an aircraft manufacturer, just a financier, with all that implies and more." Just before Christmas 1942, Harris let rip against the captains of the aviation industry in a letter to Sinclair. "The Stirling Group has now virtually collapsed. They make no worthwhile contribution to our war effort in return for their overheads. There should be a wholesale sacking of the incompetents who have turned out approximately 50% rogue aircraft from S&H Belfast, Short and Harlan's manufacturer, and Austin's, not forgetting the supervisories responsible in the parent firm. Much the same applies to the Halifax issue. Sir Frederick Handley Page is always weeping crocodile tears in my house and office, smarming his unconvincing assurances all over me, and leaving me with a mounting certainty that nothing whatever ponderable is being done to make his deplorable product worthy for war or fit to meet those jeopardies which confront our gallant crews." Nothing will be done until Handley Page and his gang are also kicked out, lock, stock, and barrel. Trivialities are all they are attempting at present, with the deliberate intent of postponing the main issue until we are irretrievably committed. Harris was impatient of the usual lies and excuses about how retooling delayed production of better products. Evidently he was not interested in being on the boards of defense companies, the usual manner in which military men are corrupted. Introspection was not his strong suit, and he was certainly a Philistine, more interested in mules than Monet. He was dismissive of those who affected concern for the fine china produced in Dresden. But would one seriously want Bernard Berenson or Roger Fry running a war? He saw much of Churchill because his official residence at Springfield House was only a few miles from Chequers, which he occasionally visited in a horse-drawn trap, rather than by chauffeured Bentley. He lived and breathed bombing, but was able to sleep like a log despite constant telephoned updates of how operations were progressing. He was intensely concerned about the well-being of his air crew and ground staff, but did not make a practice of visiting them, except under rather forced circumstances. Unlike admirals or generals, he had the constant strain of committing his entire command to battle almost daily for 3 years. Although his men called him Butch, short for Butcher, rather than the bomber which has stuck to him, but which Churchill alone essayed face to face, veterans of his command defend Harris's reputation with the same intense loyalty he showed to them. For military men, that is the ultimate accolade. He galvanized Bomber Command, giving it the intense esprit de corps necessary to carry out its grimly demanding task. In war, commanders like Harris must exhibit absolute tenacity of purpose. A more sensitive character would never have coped with the enormous losses sustained by Bomber Command. A rather revealing moment came when in 1943 he visited a mixed Anglo-Polish squadron at RAF Scampton. He told the men in the briefing room that he knew it was rough, adding that it was going to get rougher. He said, "I want you to look at the man on either side of you. In 6 months' time, only 1 in 3 will be left. But if you are the lucky one, I promise you this. You will be 2 ranks higher." As he left the room, the men banged appreciatively on the tables, and the Poles rose to cheer. Harris half-turned in the doorway and started to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he smartly saluted them. Although Harris did order raids which, through ill luck, notably over Nuremberg, resulted in horrific RAF casualties towards the end of the war, it was Portal who wrote that losses of 10% would be justified on attacks against oil targets, with Harris responding that if losses of 5 to 10% were acceptable, then raids on oil would be the last mission undertaken by his command. Harris was not as entirely insensible to questions of morality as the caricature of him suggests. Reflecting on the bombing firestorm that had engulfed Hamburg, he argued that bombing was more humane than either the military casualties sustained on the Western Front or the civilian losses due to the British naval blockade of Germany between 1914 and 1918. These losses dwarfed those due to even the most ruthless exponents of air frightfulness. As for international law, Harris merely remarked that this can always be argued pro and con, but in this matter of the use of aircraft in war there is, it so happens, no international law at all. While one may speculate whether it was tenacity of purpose or dogmatic obstinacy to pursue a course of action whose effects were at best indirect, and which many regard as morally repugnant, one cannot argue that it was criminal by the standards of contemporary legal norms. The tactics of area bombing evolved from trial and error, while the total operational bomb lift of the RAF increased 40-fold. It began with 520 tons of bombs delivered by 23 squadrons in 1940, rising to 10,000 tons of bombs, dropped by 100 operational squadrons in 1944 through 5. The USAAF contribution, after January 1943 when it first bombed Germany, doubled the last total to 20,000 tons by the closing months of the war. The RAF's targets were chosen at meetings known as morning prayers, held in the operations room at Bomber Command HQ, known as the Hole. Harris would arrive, study target reports in the lavatory, and then conduct his conferences with senior officers. The general target parameters were set by the latest Air Ministry directive pinned to the wall. The likely weather over northern Europe ultimately determined which city was to be attacked. Surveying a map table, the names of cities would be tersely identified and deliberately mispronounced. Wiesbaden rather than Wiesbaden. Staff officers worked up the detailed plans of attack and used a secure teleprinter to relay these instructions to the bomber groups, which then passed the night's target to individual squadrons. We began this chapter with aircrew preparations after that. Incendiary bombs had extremely little application against industrial establishments or transport infrastructure. Usually 4 pounds in weight, they were intended to start uncontrollable fires in residential areas, while the high explosive bombs dropped with them were intended to rip off roofs and blow in windows in order to make the incendiaries more effective. Weapons experts based at Woolwich in southeast London discovered that these munitions worked better when grouped in clustered casings which dispersed them at a lower altitude. Combinations of chemicals were tried to improve combustion, to keep the incendiaries burning for as long as possible and to make them resistant to firefighting efforts, including some designed to look like duds, but which blew up when handled. At the Building Research Department in Watford, technicians built mock German buildings filled with 1930s-style furnishings to find the best way of creating the most voracious fires. Other scientists pondered why German bombs were more powerful than the scrap iron dropped by the British, coming up with lighter casings and new explosives like amatol and cyclonite, which were then rendered more forceful by the addition of aluminum powder. Meanwhile, Bomber Command's own Operational Research Service sought to maximize the damage to a target with the greatest economy of means. This meant calculating that, to demolish a large railway marshalling yard, it would take 4 500-pound bombs per acre, or for a 50-acre site, as the scientists had it, 1 short ton per acre. 50 times 100 equals 100 divided by 11 equals 450 short tons must be dropped. And since 30% of the sorties would be abortive, 500 short tons, or 110 times 18 bomb sorties, must be dispatched. On 9 March 1942, over 200 aircraft attacked the Renault plant of Billancourt. The first aircraft dropped flares which provided target markers for the main force of bombers. Although more accurate than most raids up to this time, a large number of French civilians were killed or injured, and production at the plant fell only by the equivalent of 2 months' output. At the end of March, Harris decided to attack Lübeck. This was an ancient Hansa port, encircled by the rivers Trava and Wackenitz, which had docks, industry, and a training school for U-boat crews. Today, everything in the historic center looks plausibly medieval, until one realizes that it has been entirely reconstructed. The water features made Lübeck easy to identify on H2S, and the densely packed timber-framed buildings were like kindling. The city was bombed by 234 aircraft on the 28th March, although only 191 planes made the final runs in 2 waves separated by a half-hour interval. The fires started by the first wave guided in the second. Some 1,425 houses were destroyed and 1,976 badly damaged. 312 people were killed, at a loss to the RAF of 12 aircraft. In April, the formula was repeated at Rostock, another venerable Hanseatic port further along the coast. By this means, Harris had bloodied his crews. The enemy responded from May to June with the so-called Baedeker raids, in which British cities with 3 stars in this German guidebook, such as Bath, Exeter, and Norwich, were hit in return. Although the RAF raids had minimal impact on German war production, the Heinkel Works at Rostock was up and running within weeks. The fact that these attacks resulted in the population's mass flight to the surrounding villages inclined Harris and his bosses to scrape together 1,000 bombers for a raid on a single city. Such attacks would saturate and overwhelm anti-aircraft defenses, while firefighters would be unable to work under a continuous rain of bombs. The big round number had an instant public relations appeal, for making headlines was important to the business of war. Indeed, much of Harris's time was spent entertaining a total of 5,000 visitors to his command, showing them bomb damage reconnaissance photographs through a stereopticon. On the final day of May 1942, Harris moved his forefinger across a map of Europe before pressing it down on Cologne and saying, "The 1000 plan tonight." In a colossal act of bluff, this force was cobbled together partly so as to ensure the survival of a freestanding RAF. For nearly 2 hours, Cologne was ravaged from end to end in a raid that destroyed 45,000 homes and cost 469 people their lives. The New York Times inaccurately inflated the number of dead to 20,000. The London Times, which repeated this inaccuracy, reported that Churchill had congratulated Sinclair and Harris. Sinclair saluted Harris, and Harris congratulated his men. There were follow-up raids of similar strength on Bremen and Essen. The raid on Bremen saw the debut of an elite Pathfinder force, whose formation Harris had initially resisted, of experienced pilots whose job was to light up the target in all weathers by dropping different-colored flares. This was not entirely foolproof, since on one occasion they illuminated Saarlouis rather than Saarbrücken, and in their first month of existence the Pathfinders suffered casualties of 9%. Buoyed by these successes, in November 1942, Portal requested a force growing to 6,000 first-line bombers to carry out huge area bombing raids in 1943 and 1944. Massively exaggerating the impact of the raid on Cologne, he argued that 10 such attacks on every German city with more than 50,000 people, dropping 1.25 million tons of bombs, would destroy 6 million homes, kill 600,000 people, and injure another million, while making 25 million homeless. Attempts to co-opt the USAAF into this project ran into the Americans' belief in daylight precision bombing of a narrow range of vital industrial targets. Although it should be stressed that Harris had exceptionally cordial relations with his U.S. Air Baron colleagues Fred Anderson, Hap Arnold, and Ira Aker, who before U.S. entry into the war had made available to Bomber Command a third of their training facilities under the Arnold Towers Flying Training Scheme. The Americans were encouraged to mute these tactical objections, lest they indirectly benefit the two Allied navies, which were jealous of the resources being poured into bombers, or in the case of the U.S. Naval Chief Admiral Ernest King, thought the war's entire emphasis should be shifted to the Pacific. A combined bombing offensive also represented the minimum consensus, for at least it would soften up the Germans as the Allies internally clashed over where and when to open a second European front. These complex considerations were reflected in the Combined Bomber Offensive Directive, issued during the January 1943 Casablanca Conference of Allied leaders. This artfully fused the night area bombing favored by the RAF with the daylight raids on precise economic targets which the Americans overconfidently thought they could deliver. Inevitable imprecision by either was disguised by two qualifications regarding tactical feasibility and Northern European weather. Armed with this directive, from March to July 1943, the RAF launched the Battle of the Ruhr, a protracted and punishing series of raids against Germany's major industrial conurbation, in which 58,000 tons of bombs fell. It included a daring attempt to interdict riverine traffic and to drown the industrial workforce through the Dam Busters raid in May, a raid Harris had initially regarded as a waste of time. When Goebbels visited Essen on 10 April after the third major raid, he had to walk around the ruins as the roads were impassable. As he surveyed the wrecked Krupp arms factory, engineers explained to the minister that it would take 12 years to repair the damage. After 2,000 people were killed in Wuppertal in June, the propaganda minister acknowledged in his diary that morale was fraying under these relentless assaults. When in June 1943 the point-blank directive incorporated into the overall strategy industrial targets which sustained Luftwaffe fighter defenses, the RAF insisted on area bombing of these cities by night, while the Americans struck by day. With much of the Ruhr reduced to rubble, Harris turned his attention to Germany's second-largest city. In the attacks on Hamburg in late July and early August 1943, Bomber Command employed a device it had possessed for at least a year. Window consisted of strips of metallic foil which confused the radars that directed German fighters. On this occasion,
German radar operators saw a blizzard of static, rather than the RAF aircraft speeding to effect Hamburg's fiery doom. Hamburg was home to the shipyards Blom und Voss, Howaldswerke, Deutsche Werft, and Stulken und Sohn, which accounted for most of Germany's U-boat production. These were the vessels that were taking a devastating toll on Britain's Atlantic merchant shipping. There were also oil refineries and aircraft parts manufacturers. Because of this, the city had ample anti-aircraft provision, notably over 50 batteries of heavy flak, as well as sophisticated civil defense measures. Harris's decision to destroy Hamburg had been reached by 27 May 1943 when he wrote to that effect to his 6 operational group commanders. The code name for the attack was Operation Gomorrah, the name of the city destroyed by heavenly fire in the Old Testament. The raids fortuitously coincided with a heat wave, and the resultant firestorms devastated 8.5 square miles of the city, while high explosives produced 56 million cubic yards of rubble. About 42,000 people were killed, most of them burned alive or suffocated by carbon monoxide in cellars, and 1 million survivors fled the city. Thanks to Window, Bomber Command lost only 87 aircraft of the 3,095 sent in 4 night raids against Hamburg between 24 July and 3 August 1943. The USAAF lost 39 of 337 bombers sent in 2 daylight raids. It was after seeing film of the raid on Hamburg that Churchill exclaimed, "Are we beasts? Are we taking this too far?" Although a few days later he was all for pummeling Berlin. Harris became obsessed with wrecking German cities, resenting any attempts to divert Bomber Command resources against what he dismissed as panacea targets, or on maritime missions, or those supporting SOE. He made such large claims as, "We can wreck Berlin from end to end if the USAAF will come in on it. It will cost between 400 to 500 aircraft. It will cost Germany the war." 3 November. Or, "The Lancaster force alone should be sufficient, but only just sufficient to produce in Germany by 1 April 1944 a state of devastation in which surrender is inevitable." 7 December. His men had virtually destroyed 45 of 60 major cities, and he wanted completion, specifically the big city of Berlin, thereby underplaying the facts that the capital was vast in area, far away, and well defended. Its large parks and wide thoroughfares nullified the impact of incendiary bombs. Nonetheless, Berlin it was to be, on 16 occasions between November 1943 and March 1944, with RAF casualties mounting as the campaign intensified. So did the number of early returns for alleged mechanical malfunction, or instances of crews dumping bombs rather than venturing to that dreadful target. While Harris insisted that his strategy would work if aircraft were not constantly diverted to what he regarded as peripheral targets, others began to wonder about this obsessive bomber. They included Portal, whose relations with Harris involved counterbalancing the latter's public celebrity with the beady eye Portal himself cast on posterity. Harris did not help his own case by almost resenting orders for the tactical deployment of bombers before and after D-Day to emulate the Americans in focusing on fuel-related targets in Germany. He argued that such a focus would alert the German defenders and hence result in higher aircrew losses. He also doubted whether the Germans were stupid enough to concentrate essential production in a few places, his obtuseness perhaps influenced by the fact that he was not entitled to see top-secret ultra-evidence derived from decryption of the German Enigma coding device, which revealed internal German assessments of the effects of the bombing campaign. He was openly contemptuous of ball-bearing experts, admirals who had resuscitated the U-boat threat, not to speak of the nearly defunct SOE which has raised its bloody head and produced what I hope is its final death rattle. This may have been right about SOE, but it was unwise of Butch to be so dismissive of cloak-and-dagger romantics. In a protracted correspondence, Portal accused Harris of half-heartedly obeying orders concerning a strategy he did not believe in, while Harris accused Portal of diverting resources away from a strategy that, given time and concentrated resources, might have worked. This was to overlook the aircraft shot down over Berlin and the effects the USAAF was having on German oil targets.
Harris eventually called Portal's bluff by threatening to resign, calculating correctly that he was so popular with the British public at a time when American ground commanders filled the news that Portal or Churchill would never concur. In the end, Harris's value as a charismatic commander trumped Portal's attempts to make him see reason. The devastation went on, while Portal deftly stepped away from Harris. Ironically, while Harris would take the blame for bombing Dresden, it was actually Churchill and Portal who came up with this target group before the February 1945 Yalta Summit Conference. 3. Blots on our escutcheon. Harris made no pretense that his purpose was anything other than the destruction of Germany's cities. They had no value in his eyes. Adapting a comment once made by German Chancellor Bismarck, he said that none of them was worth the bones of a British grenadier. That view was a little too stark for his political masters, who sought to avoid any public impression of sowing terror. The official government position, as usually represented in the Commons by Sinclair, was that the primary objectives were military targets, although there would be inevitable civilian collateral casualties. Opposition to the RAF bombing campaign came from a variety of sources, all benefiting from the fact that Britain was a democracy, which even in wartime allowed public debate and press comment about the conduct of warfare. This very different response to conscientious objectors in 1939 through 45, to that in 1914 through 18, was more generally indicative of how times had changed. The hyper-patriotism of the Church of England and the press during the Great War had moderated into a more considered and sometimes critical stance during the Second World War, even though there was surely a better argument for fighting Hitler than there had been for going to war with the Kaiser. Outright pacifists were opposed to all violence rather than simply area bombing, and would logically have led to the swastika fluttering over Whitehall together with all the attendant evils Nazism brought in its wake. They should ponder Kevin Brownlow's 1966 film called It Happened Here. Moralistic arguments that selected some but not all aspects of warfighting were more common. The upper-class author Vera Brittain had lost a brother and a lover in the Great War, during the latter part of which she worked as a nurse tending wounded British and German troops near the front. With considerable moral courage, she relentlessly attacked the area bombing campaign. The consequences for her were extremely scathing reviews of her books and some degree of social ostracism, although Home Secretary Herbert Morrison rejected a request by a Conservative MP that she should be interned. Her bright lamp was slightly tarnished by her insistence that stories of German atrocities in concentration camps were exaggerated, and that in any case they were morally no different from incinerating people by bombing. Another critic of bombing was Alfred Salter, the Labour MP for West Bermondsey, much of which had been ravaged by the Luftwaffe in 1940. Including Salter's own home, which was destroyed. Perhaps because of what he had suffered, but also because the poor man was dying, the Commons heard him respectfully when he said, "No apologies are now offered for the indiscriminate bombing of women and children. In the early days of the war, only strictly military targets were said to be the objectives of our Air Force. Now we have photographs showing whole streets of working-class houses being blown sky-high by our bombs. Every day the war continues, it will become harder, not only materially but spiritually, to build a new and better world." A further thorn in the government's side was the Labour MP Richard Stokes. Stokes was no pacifist. He had won the Military Cross and Croix de Guerre in 1914 through 18, and fully supported the tactical use of air power. In the Commons, he probed Sinclair about the concealed aims of area bombing, calling it morally wrong and strategic lunacy. In a statement startlingly at variance with the public's support for paying the Germans back in their own coin, he said, "It fills me with absolute nausea to think of the filthy task that many of our young men are being invited to carry out." He tried to force Sinclair to admit a specific switch in policy to indiscriminate bombing, which the minister denied, while invidiously inquiring why the Soviet Air Force, which he knew had no heavy bombers, did not attack cities. Sinclair was precluded by considerations of diplomatic secrecy from rebutting Stokes by telling him how enthusiastically Stalin applauded the bombing offensive. Among those who condemned the policy of area bombing was Bomber Command's own dedicated chaplain, based at High Wycombe. The Reverend John Collins went on to his apotheosis as a leading light of the post-war campaign for nuclear disarmament, after finding the High Wycombe HQ the most soul-destroying, the most depressing of the places in which I had to serve. The Church of England endeavored to combine the role of established state church with the duty of Christian witness and guardian of the nation's moral and spiritual health. It did so within the limits of a system in which the Prime Minister's ecclesiastical patronage secretary presented nominations to the king for all archbishoprics and episcopal sees. Individual churchmen privately opposed to area bombing on moral grounds were a small band whose ranks included Cosmo Lang, until 1942 the Archbishop of Canterbury. However, Lang also had the good sense to know that clerics had no special competence to comment on these issues, a humility lost on some of his contemporaries and successors. There were also a few churchmen, notably Bishop Mervyn Hague of Coventry and later of Winchester, who advocated reprisal attacks and bought the government's line on waging ethical air war. One cleric stood out from the rest in his public criticism of the bombing campaign: George Bell, the Bishop of Chichester. Bell was a protege and biographer of Randall Davidson, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had opposed the use of gas and reprisal bombing in the Great War. Bell had an honorable record of helping the vulnerable, including German refugees and the starving people of Greece, as well as fostering ecumenical contacts that took him into the shallows of the German resistance to Hitler inspired by Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He was fastidious in distinguishing between Germans and National Socialists, becoming a leading booster of the notion of the good German, an idea that primarily appealed to those who had hobnobbed at All Souls with well-mannered aristocratic Germans, rather than with Nazi thugs. Bell forcefully rejected the suggestion that the Church was the state's spiritual auxiliary, let alone the Tory party gathered at prayer. In reality, it had long since ceased to be Tory, and William Temple, who succeeded Lang as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1942, was a former member of the Labour Party. Bell opened his campaign in a speech to the 1941 Canterbury Convocation, which included a potted history of area bombing that blamed the British for starting it, a bizarre interpretation he picked up from his friend, the military historian Basil Liddell Hart. From being an exponent of bombing, Liddell Hart had become a convinced opponent, partly because he thought it did not work, partly because he thought the British were adopting methods more worthy of the Nazis, but also because he detested Churchill and thought a compromise peace with Hitler would preserve Europe from the Soviets. While Archbishop Temple respected the views of pacifists, he did not share them. However, he was also unwilling to echo the Germanophobes in government, press, and society. When Bell lobbied him to join in the criticism of area bombing, Temple declined on the perfectly coherent grounds that he was not qualified to express an opinion on the complex issues involved, although he did understand all too well how total war blurred the distinction between combatants and civilians. He also believed that the worst of all things is to fight and to do it ineffectively. As the ferocity of the bombing campaign mounted over Hamburg, Temple, who accepted Sinclair's version of policy, deflected critics with the argument that it does not necessarily follow that acts which horrify us are wrong. At the same time, he refused to pray for victory unless the phrase, "if it be thy will," was inserted. Despite being warned to leave the subject alone, Bell persisted, and finally made a major speech attacking area bombing in the House of Lords in February 1944. Part of Bell's concern was that indiscriminate bombing was causing a general lowering of moral tone, by which he meant the casual brutality with which bombing was discussed by such as Home Secretary Morrison. But he was also concerned with the more practical matter that the claims of bombing's exponents did not correspond with their less than impressive results, and with how area bombing detracted from the fundamental justness of the Allied cause. Here he had a serious point, although his high moral tone floated over the inconvenient alliance with the murderous Soviets. The Allies stand for something greater than power. The chief name inscribed in our banner is law. It is of supreme importance that we, who, with our allies, are the liberators of Europe, should so use power that it is always under the control of law. It is because the bombing of enemy towns, this area bombing, raises this issue of bombing unlimited and exclusive, that such immense importance is bound to attach to the policy and action of His Majesty's government. Speaking for the government, Lord Cranborne, whose father was a discreet critic of area bombing, promised that Bomber Command would redouble its efforts. Cosmo Lang lent Bell his qualified support, especially with regard to the falsehoods being told about the objectives of bombing. We were always told that that policy was to limit attacks to definite military objectives or their immediate neighborhood. I do not think it can be said that that policy has been adhered to in these apparently deliberate attempts to destroy whole cities, and I venture to think that there is some force in the plea that either the hitherto declared policy is to be changed, or this new policy is to be definitely adopted. Bell was more than slightly in love with his self-image as a brave dissenter, which did indeed cost him promotion to the bishopric of London. But his vanity does not devalue the informed criticism he made of the military rationale for bombing, however it must have grated on those who bore the daily burden of life-and-death decisions. A more thoughtful, perhaps more traditionally Anglican position was expressed by Cyril Garbett, the Archbishop of York. Declining Bell's invitation to join his moral crusade, in 1943 Garbett wrote, "Often in life there is no clear choice between absolute right and wrong. Frequently the choice has to be made of the lesser of two evils, and it is the lesser evil to bomb a war-loving Germany than to sacrifice the lives of our fellow countrymen who long for peace, and to delay delivering millions now held in slavery." The Bishop of Oxford also dismissed Bell's concern with German civilization, saying that to stop the bombing would prolong the war by years and sacrifice 20 times, 50 times, perhaps 100 times as many lives, not merely of Germans, but of the Allies and of the enslaved populations as well. This is neither common sense nor Christianity. Hensley Henson, the former Bishop of Durham, wisely commented that, "If Hitler is victorious, what value any longer can attach to the few sacred monuments of European civilization, which henceforth can only be intelligible as memorials and epitaphs of a perished culture? In the interest of the human spirit and its intellectual, artistic, and above all its ethical potencies and promises, we dare not lose this crusade." These statements had a breadth of common-sense realism, tinged with a theologically coherent pessimism about the human condition, denied to such as Bell and Collins. Chapter 20. Is that Britain? No, it's Brittany. 1. Europe. The RAF alone bombed Germany until January 1943, 3 years and 4 months after the war in Europe started. 2 Americans of German or Pennsylvanian Dutch ancestry were prominent in the USAAF campaign in Europe, along with Ira Aker, the second head of 8th Air Force. The USAAF commanding general, Henry Hap Arnold, and the commander of 8th Air Force, Carl Toohey Spaatz, were both from a background in which a paternal grandparent still spoke German. Arnold was nicknamed Hap because this otherwise taciturn man bore a permanent faint smile which made him seem happy. Spaatz was nicknamed Toohey because he had similar red hair to another West Point cadet called Toohey. In 1937, Mrs. Spaatz insisted on including the second A in their surname, Spaatz, to show that it was pronounced Spots, not Spats. Spaatz spent 60 days in Britain in 1940, as Assistant Military Attaché, Air, or, as he recalled it, a high-class spy. A British Home Guard volunteer arrested Spaatz in Dover when, dressed in crumpled tweeds, he'd wandered into a restricted area while witnessing an RAF dogfight with the Germans. Thereafter, Spaatz signed himself into RAF bases as Colonel Carl A. Spaatz, German spy. Afforded total access, even to radar, Spaatz made his cool appraisals of RAF Bomber Command, while deducing from Luftwaffe tactics that it could never bomb Britain into submission. With Colonel Wild Bill Donovan, head of the OSS, he played a crucial part in persuading Roosevelt that Britain would survive. Aker set up shop in Wickham Abbey School for Girls near Harris's command. The RAF practiced a sort of reverse lend-lease, giving the Americans everything from air bases, mostly in East Anglia, to RAF and WAAF support staff. Spotts was named commander of Air Force's Combat Command in January 1942, and in May he became commander of the 8th Air Force, transferring his headquarters to England in July. Spotts was in overall command of the US AAF in Europe, while remaining the CO of 8th Air Force. In December 1942, he was appointed commander of the 12th Air Force in North Africa. He became commander of the Allied Northwest African Air Force in February 1943, of the combined 15th Air Force and Royal Air Force in Italy in November 1943, and of U.S. Strategic Air Forces in Europe in January 1944. Finally, he was given overall command of U.S. AAF efforts in the Pacific. Like their British peers, the U.S. Air Barons believed that air power would prevent attritional stalemate of the kind experienced on the Western Front in the Great War. There was a similar belief that it could deliver a quick and decisive outcome, more humane than either the endless slogging in the trenches or the slow starvation of civilians by naval blockade. Some U.S. airmen agreed with Trenchard's view that massive air attacks on cities would deliver victory. However, experts at the Army Air Corps Tactical School argued that, rather than simply pulverizing cities, civilian morale could be collapsed by destroying the critical infrastructure on which modern urban life depended. That meant power generation and transmission, energy sources such as oil, and industrial sites crucial to the enemy war effort. It also meant taking the war to the Luftwaffe by obliterating aircraft factories. After studying the impact of indiscriminate Japanese bombing in China, the Americans concluded that it consolidated rather than subverted civilian morale. The majority of American Air Force experts did not have moral objections to bombing civilians. They simply thought that it did not achieve its objectives. This dovetailed with the moral objections to indiscriminate bombing made by Roosevelt's government while the U.S. was uninvolved in the air war in Europe, although the Air War Plans Division Strategic Plan, issued in the summer of 1941, left open direct attacks on German civilians once the infrastructural blows had brought their morale to breaking point. The result was the Division of Labor agreed at the Casablanca Conference in early 1943, by which time 8th Air Force was fully established at its bases in East Anglia. The RAF would continue with its nocturnal area bombing, while the US AAF would undertake daylight precision strikes. The working relationship was complementary rather than antagonistic, and partly reflected the type of aircraft the US AAF deployed. They cost a great deal, flew fast and high, and were equipped with a sophisticated Norden bomb sight, which had been demonstrated to be extraordinarily accurate in the clear blue skies over Arizona or Texas. The B-17 heavy bombers also bristled with heavy machine guns with which it was expected they would take on and destroy any German fighters that intercepted them. In order to play itself in, 8th Air Force was initially deployed attacking targets located within occupied countries rather than undertaking the altogether more arduous task of deep raids into Germany. It was also hoped that precision bombing would minimize civilian casualties in countries with whose populations the Allies were not at war. In Northern European flying conditions, precision quickly revealed itself as a chimera. In January 1943, the US AAF undertook its first raids into Germany itself. In difficult conditions, it raided aircraft production plants at Oschersleben and Halberstadt near Brunswick. Although it caused these targets significant damage, it also lost 13% of the attacking force, 42 heavy bombers. For about a year, it continued mounting precision strikes against critical infrastructure or military targets, with mixed results. During the joint series of raids on Hamburg, it claimed that the pall of smoke left over the city by the RAF obscured its crew's view of submarine yards and factories, to excuse the fact that they did little damage to these installations. Adverse weather conditions grounded the vision-dependent 8th Air Force more than they did Bomber Command, leading to a slower learning curve for the American crew. Although the B-17s were much more heavily armed than the RAF bombers,
Their crews found that even in tight defensive formation they were outgunned by battle-hardened Luftwaffe fighter pilots, who quickly discovered their Achilles heel, which was that the bombers had only a single medium machine gun firing forward. In mid-August 1943, the Americans launched 2 large raids against the Messerschmitt works at Regensburg and 3 ball-bearing plants at Schweinfurt. The attack on Regensburg was led by Colonel Curtis LeMay, commander of the 3rd Air Division. Like Aker, who sometimes flew on combat missions, LeMay did not have to be there, but on occasions he joined in whenever it seemed that my actual presence and physical direction and command of the mission, simultaneously with the activity of others, would result in a benefit to the group at large. Something new in the way of enemy defenses, enemy fighter tactics, enemy ground-to-air bombardment, something new somewhere. Then I'd go. The 2 raids were tactically interconnected, with the Regensburg bombers intended to exhaust the German defenses, allowing the Schweinfurt crews to follow relatively unscathed in their wake. Since the Regensburg attackers were to fly south to North Africa after the mission, the Schweinfurt raiders would take the heat on their return to Britain. Although the bombers had long-range fighter coverage, with planes equipped with supplementary fuel tanks, the last 300 miles of their mission deep into the German south was unescorted. Arriving over Regensburg with 122 of the 139 B-17s that had taken off, the Americans successfully bombed the Messerschmitt plant, even managing to avoid hitting a nearby hospital. The attack on Schweinfurt was less successful and caused more collateral damage, since the 3 small factories were embedded in residential areas. Annihilation threatened on the return leg to Britain, until Colonel Hubert Zemke's long-range P-47s came to their rescue. During these raids, the USAAF lost 60 aircraft, 55 crews with 552 crewmen, about half of whom were killed, with 5 more crews rescued after ditching at sea. The Regensburg Messerschmitt factory was wrecked, but the machine tools inside survived, so the plant lost only the equivalent of 8 to 10 weeks' output. At Schweinfurt, the impact of the raids on the 3 allegedly neuralgic ball-bearing plants was minimal. The Germans had stockpiled ball bearings and could easily purchase more from Sweden. Harris was right to refuse to pursue it, in defiance of the Air Ministry and his boss Portal. The raids did encourage the Germans to disperse production, not least to camouflaged outdoor sites within forests, rendering the possibility of hitting so-called bottleneck targets even more remote. The onset of consistently bad winter weather led Aker to take the conscious decision to conduct area raids on German cities, rather than have his bombers languishing on British airfields. A by no means secondary benefit was to force the Luftwaffe to do battle in defense of those cities, and to suffer irreparable attrition from the USAAF's long-range fighters. For all these good and sufficient reasons, the USAAF embarked on indiscriminate area bombing of Germany, even as it continued to carry out a limited number of precision raids on targets in German-controlled parts of Europe. The policy was never publicly admitted or announced, and became controversial when in March 1944, the British pacifist Vera Brittain's condemnation of area bombing was reported on the front page of the New York Times, always a paper that can be relied on to question U.S. motives and methods. The criticism undermined the USAAF public relations image of engaging in clean surgical strikes, while RAF Bomber Command bludgeoned the Germans to death, which in turn called into question the more general U.S. self-image as God's chosen force for good in the world. Moralistic posturing aside, the USAAF did conduct internal debate about bombing strategy, much of it turning on the imprecise notion of enemy morale. In June 1944, Spaatz ordered American air intelligence officers and psychological warfare experts to study the impact of area bombing on German civilian morale. They concluded that it was inevitably limited under a totalitarian dictatorship, for the secret police could crush any dissent. People may have been exhausted, but they were not restive. Rather than simply bashing away at big cities, they recommended raiding 100 smaller towns with important government or party offices, minor industries, or significant transport facilities. The idea behind this Operation Shatter was to expose the Nazis' inability to protect the population, rather than annihilating civilians for its own sake.
Psychological warfare experts dreamed up the idea of using white propaganda to warn some towns of imminent raids, which would trigger mass flight from raids that never happened. Black propaganda, meanwhile, posed as mocking Nazi defiance of the Allies' capacity to hit certain towns, putting the Nazi authorities in a quandary. They could not rebut the black broadcasts without admitting that the towns in question were vulnerable, nor could they be seen to strengthen their defenses. Accordingly, when the raids did come, the psychological impact was maximized. Shatter was opposed by Colonel Richard Hughes, an English-born officer serving at the USAAF Enemy Objectives Unit, which selected USAAF bombing targets. A former infantry officer in the Great War and commander of the Gurkhas, Hughes was no softy. His naval officer brother had died when the Germans sank a British aircraft carrier off Norway. He considered himself a steely realist, but one who thought it was important for the U.S. to maintain the moral high ground, or an urge towards decency and better treatment of man by man. He astutely argued that just because the enemy committed such atrocities as shooting POWs, this did not oblige the Allies to emulate them. Hughes argued that weather conditions would nullify the elaborations of psychological warfare experts, so that the USAAF would be reduced to issuing idle threats against specific towns, only to invite the charge of terror bombing when it had to find somewhere else. Looking towards the future, he thought that indiscriminate bombing would make it harder for the Americans to win German civilian support for reconstruction in the post-war era, when the U.S. would clearly assume the lead role given that Britain was bankrupt. Area bombing would merely convince German civilians that they were going to be treated harshly after the war, and so stiffen their resolve to fight on. Hughes was predictably derided by Lowell Weicker, the USAAF Director of Intelligence, for his lack of killer instinct. You cannot always use the Marquess of Queensberry's rules against a nation brought up on doctrines of unprecedented cruelty, brutality, and disregard of basic human decencies. In the event, Spots took a dispassionate look at the issues and came out against the psychological bombing campaign. It would divert resources from more militarily vital objectives, like the ongoing assault against Germany's dwindling oil supplies and refineries. Morale was too imprecise a quantity to be assessed in this way. Even when the Air Force consulted eminent academic psychologists, they were not much help. The Germans would have few difficulties in neutralizing the propaganda effects with broadcasts purporting to come from the Americans, whose effect would be to call their bluff. Finally, Eisenhower disliked terror weapons, arguing, "For God's sake, let's keep our eyes on the ball and use some sense." Spots ordered his forces to continue precision attacks, although he left some leeway by authorizing blind bombing of city center targets should there be impenetrable cloud cover over industrial or military facilities. This was not the end of the matter, for in late 1944 the RAF invited the USAAF to participate in Operation Thunderclap. This was to be a massed, combined strike on the German capital, which the RAF believed might kill 250,000 people, in addition to striking terror into the Nazi elite in their bunkers. While U.S. commanders found this idea repugnant, suspecting a British attempt to inculpate the Americans in their own dubious deeds, Eisenhower had the operation deferred rather than rejected outright. The USAAF also investigated the possibility of using clapped-out B-17s as robot weapons. They could be packed with up to 20,000 pounds of high explosives, and then automatically guided onto cities after the crew had set the instrumentation and bailed out. This was an entirely indiscriminate weapon, akin to the German B-1 and B-2, although with a far greater explosive payload. While this weapon proved to be of limited utility, at the highest level the U.S. was still interested in undermining German civilian morale by creating airborne pandemonium. Roosevelt was especially interested in anything that created more streams of refugees, as they would overburden whatever already strained infrastructure they alighted upon. The result, on 22-23 February 1945, was Operation Clarion. This was a series of combined RAF and USAAF low-level bomber and fighter raids, ostensibly on the transport system, but involving bomb, cannon, and rocket attacks on anything that walked or crawled, whether in major cities or sleepy little places. While publicly the Americans were keen to avoid any impression of terrorizing civilians,
Their ordnance now also included the first routine deployment of napalm. By now, attacking an enemy largely bereft of fighter cover, the Allies launched huge raids on Berlin. On 3 February, 1,000 B-17s attacked Berlin, killing 3,000 Berliners. The problem was that the relentless raids on the capital were tantamount to thumping a punch-drunk boxer. They rarely stayed down. The limited impact of this punishment on the German capital was one of the reasons why Allied air planners were keen to hit relatively unscathed targets in the deepest eastern corners of Germany. Another was the desire to do something to relieve the pressure of the German counterattacks against the advancing Soviets. Those with an eye to the immediate future may have seen no harm in demonstrating to the Russians what Allied air power could do, although there is little to support that Cold War reading of things. 3 cities came under consideration: Chemnitz, Dresden, and Leipzig.
Harris had wanted to bomb Dresden as early as November 1944,
but it became a priority target only at the Alta Conference, where the Soviets expressed a general desire for their Western allies to bomb transport hubs which the Germans were using to move troops from Italy and Norway to the contracting Eastern Front. They did not specify Dresden, but that city would certainly have been among those they had in mind. Dresden also recommended itself, not only because it contained around 130 war-related factories, but because it was already crowded with civilian refugees fleeing from further east. An attack on the city would cause sufficient confusion to paralyze the transshipment of German troops to fight the Red Army. At around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, 13 February, an advance group of Lancasters dropped green markers and magnesium parachute flares on Dresden, illuminating the general target before more precise red marking began. Next, Mosquitoes from 627 Squadron swept low to drop 1,000-pound canisters packed with red target indicators, which burst at 700 feet. Circling the city at 3,000 feet was Wing Commander Maurice Smith, the master bomber for the night, who, after checking the visibility of all the red and green markers, gave the order, "Controller to plate rack force, come in and bomb glow of red TI as planned. Bomb the glow of red TIs as planned." This launched the main Lancaster force, 240 aircraft flying at 12 to 13,000 feet on its final bombing run, a difficult bit of flying because the aircraft were synchronized in a fan shape so that the bombs fell sequentially a few degrees from each other. Some 881.1 tons of ordnance of various types fell on the city center, 57% high-explosive bombs and 43% incendiary devices. While the fire brigades endeavored to deal with a conflagration that could be seen from 50 miles away, a second wave of 525 bombers hit the burning city between 1:21 and 1:45 in the morning. Since there was no point in bombing where the main fires burned, this force sought out fresh areas which were duly marked out. This included the main rallying point for those displaced from their homes by the earlier raid. At noon on the 14th, a huge force of USAAF B-17s appeared over the burning city to bomb its marshalling yards. The impact of this was minimal, as most of the city lay in ruins, while a significant part of the force wandered off course and hit Prague instead. On the 15th, a USAAF bomber force was diverted by impenetrable cloud cover from its primary target, the hydrogenation plant at Berlin, to hit Dresden instead. This caused limited damage, although it did blow a hole in the wall of the main prison, enabling some escapes. In sum, these raids may have killed between 25 and 35,000 people, some of them simply vaporized. There was extensive damage to the city's many arms-related industries, especially those engaged in manufacturing optical instruments, but the vital railway system was quickly restored. Churchill decided to go on the record as saying that the bombing of Dresden was a raid too far, even though he had specifically authorized it. In a memorandum drafted on 28 March, which the air staff persuaded him to retract, Churchill wrote, "The destruction of Dresden remains a query against the conduct of Allied bombing." This implied more than his pragmatic concern that the British would be inheritors of a costly wasteland when they occupied Germany, for the Prime Minister referred to Dresden as an act of terror and wanton destruction. In other words, he was criticizing Bomber Command for carrying out a policy he had repeatedly endorsed. Harris thought the criticism the raid had attracted was due to sentimentality about Dresden's glorious past, as epitomized by Meissen porcelain, which the city did not in fact produce. He was right, however, to point out that the raid was an operation that went conspicuously right on the night against a target of both industrial and strategic value, as requested by Britain's ally, Russia. Nonetheless, both Churchill and Portal used the opportunity to pose as having moral qualms about a policy they had repeatedly urged on Harris. Admittedly, Harris needed no urging, but he was to receive only grudging recognition under Britain's Ruritanian honours system, while Portal became a peer of the realm and a well-paid director on the boards of the British aviation companies that owed him so much. The raids on Dresden were not a war crime, since the relevant international laws on aerial bombing were not codified or ratified until 1977, and they cannot be equated with Nazi crimes against humanity, though some historians have certainly endeavored to do so with more or less malign intent. Ironically, those who made the 1977 laws relied upon figures for the death toll at Dresden that ultimately came from the Nazis' own propagandists, via the dubious mediation of David Irving, a prominent Holocaust revisionist, who incorporated the Nazis' figure of 125,000 dead in his book on Dresden, when the reality was more like 25,000 to 30,000, considerably less than at Hamburg a year earlier. The fact that Dresden was a much-loved pre-war cultural center may have contributed to the facility with which its suffering has been elided with Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and equally outrageously, Auschwitz. What these raids may suggest is that by this stage in the war, Bomber Command was engaged in kicking to death the drunken boxer mentioned earlier, although the German offensive in the Ardennes indicated that the Nazis had a lot of fight left. The brutal reality was that Dresden was just another name on a target board, to which much unjustified retrospective significance has been attached. According to pacifists like Vera Brittain, who chronicled and opposed area bombing, it was the routineness of the Dresden operation that pointed to its morally deleterious effects. It engendered a process of deterioration which displays itself in a loss of sensitivity, and in words and actions showing callous indifference to suffering. There is no good reason to question that verdict, for by then RAF bombing had been reduced to graphs and tables showing that X tons of bombs meant Y millions of lost man-hours, which after a couple of raids covered the cost of an aircraft delivering Z tons of bombs. 2. Had to be done. The USAAF over Japan, 1944 through 1945. From late 1943 onwards, USAAF planners turned their minds to targets in Japan. The weather over the Japanese home islands was one justification for not resorting to precision bombing. Planes would encounter vast banks of cloud, while the 100 to 200 mile-per-hour jet stream played havoc with airspeeds and the ability to hold an aircraft steady at high altitudes. The effects of precision raids on the Japanese aircraft industry were less than impressive, leading to calls to disperse the USAAF bomber fleet to where it could be tactically useful to the Army. The pressure was on to find a way of making the Air Force decisive in this theater. Experts working for the Committee of Operations analysts concentrated on firebombing as the surest route to crippling Japanese industry, while sowing class division and mass panic. Japanese urban housing stock was dense, flimsy, and easily combustible. The experts consulted insurers who had worked in pre-war Japan to establish how well the authorities coped with fires like the one that had attended the 1923 Tokyo earthquake. Chemists employed by Standard Oil tested new incendiary devices, such as M69 canisters, whose contents squirted out a 100-foot jet of the jellified petrol called napalm. They scoured the Orientalist photographic archives of the motion picture giant RKO for interiors of Japanese houses, and then took floor mats from ethnic Japanese homes in Hawaii. They built mock Little Tokyos to test the right combination of incendiaries and high explosives, not forgetting fragmentation bombs which were designed to kill Japanese firefighters. That included a large number of civilians, for every Japanese family was supposed to spring into action to put incendiaries out, or to knock down their own homes to create fire breaks. Academic psychologists and so-called experts on Japan opined on the alleged propensity of the Japanese to irrational mass panic when anyone so much as cried fire in a theater. This developed into a campaign to burn down 6 major cities on the main island of Honshu, including Tokyo. The task devolved upon 21st Air Force based on Guam and its new commander, Curtis LeMay, who had first been transferred from Europe to command 20th Bomber Command in India and China. Relatively youthful, LeMay had a podgy, slightly disheveled demeanor, complete with 5 o'clock shadow and a cigar clenched in his mouth. Appearances were deceptive. After a very troubled childhood with a drifter father, he had risen by exemplary merit to high command in a profession he loved and to which he brought a practical mind. As a hands-on commander, LeMay flew on a B-29 Superfortress mission over the Himalayas from India to study the new aircraft's capabilities, which included dealing with a radio operator wounded by Japanese flak. He found that regardless of the bombing accuracy factor, operating at high altitudes placed excessive stress on B-29 engines. He decided to strip out the heavy defensive armament to reduce fuel consumption and to maximize the bomb loads the aircraft could carry, operating at lower levels. He reasoned that they would fly over too fast for light flak and too low for heavy flak. Air crews thought he was mad. LeMay customarily flew with big missions, but shortly after arriving on Guam he was briefed about the atomic bomb and thereafter could not go on further operations. He sat up all night in his HQ with his Havanas and a Coca-Cola bottle in hand. Perhaps he and his crews heard the New Orleans-born jazz singer and saxophonist Louis Prima, of Angelina, Just a Gigolo, and Jungle Book fame nowadays, singing, "I Want to Go to Tokyo." The lyrics are just about discernible from the 1944 recording. Sing a high, sing a lee, sing a low, we're off to Tokyo. Where the Yanks are going, the lanterns are blowing, down they'll zoom, down they boom. Captures the spirit of the times pretty well. By early 1945, the population of Tokyo was 5 million, after nearly 2 million non-essential people, many of them children, had been evacuated to the countryside. Primitive shelters had been dug and fire breaks smashed out to limit any conflagration. On 9 March 1945, over 300 huge B-29s took off from Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, heading for Tokyo. They arrived over the city after midnight on the 10th, with the last bombing run taking place at 3:45 a.m. In that 3-hour period, they dropped 1,665 tons of bombs, which caused a fire that destroyed over 15 square miles of the city, killing 87,793 people, and making more than 1 million homeless. The entire working-class residential area of Asakusa was destroyed. In the following days, nearly 3 million people fled the city. The Tokyo raid was the opening salvo of an area bombing campaign designed not to leave one stone lying on another. Leaflets were showered on 11 cities warning them of potential attack, shortly before half of them were hit by equally enormous B-29 raids. The target was the Japanese mind. U.S. propaganda assured the Japanese that they were not deliberately targeting civilians, but that bombs were blind. At the same time, however, U.S. pilots were reminded that most Japanese were enrolled in the Volunteer Defense Corps. There are no civilians in Japan. After a temporary diversion to support the invasion of Okinawa, LeMay returned to razing Japanese cities, which he thought might decide the war within 6 months. In April, he dispatched 2 more big raids against Tokyo, the second of which gutted over 10 square miles of the already reeling city. 4 raids hit Nagoya, home to the Mitsubishi aircraft factory. Among the fatalities were 62 captive B-29 crew members who were left to burn inside the city's prison. On 25-26 May, a massive raid on Tokyo focused on the government quarters south of the Imperial Palace. The fire spread to the palace, puncturing the myth that it was immune to enemy assault. Raids involving 500 aircraft devastated Kobe, Osaka, and Yokohama. When the campaign ended on 15 June, U.S. analysts calculated that 126,762 people had been killed, nearly 1.5 million homes destroyed, and 105 square miles of cityscape erased. U.S. air war commanders were a notoriously tough-minded group of men, but they were not insensible to moral issues. Even LeMay, who, like Harris, came to epitomize callousness, especially after becoming Strategic Air Commander in the Cold War, thought there was no point in slaughtering civilians for the sake of slaughter. The U.S. air commanders were keenly aware of Japanese war crimes, not only against captured U.S. aircrew, but also more generally in China and the Philippines. They also believed that a distinction between soldiers and civilians was meaningless in this context, since every home seemed to have been converted into a mini workshop. LeMay claimed that his dehousing campaign revealed endless mechanical drills sticking up from the dying embers. That fact recommended an altogether more radical solution to the problem of ongoing Japanese resistance. 3. Pumpkins and Gadgets. Little Boy and Fat Man, 1944 through 1945. In both Britain and the U.S., émigré scientists were not allowed to work on military-sensitive projects such as radar. That left many of them available to work in the more rarefied field of nuclear physics within university laboratories. The émigrés Otto Frisch and Rudolf Peierls, working at Birmingham University, were the first to postulate that a single kilogram of uranium-235 would be required to trigger a massive chain reaction, although they also warned about the lingering effects of radiation, which brought use of such a bomb into question. This last issue was ignored by the Maud Committee responsible for British nuclear research, though it still haunted Peierls when this author talked about this with him at dinner one night at New College in the 1980s. He suffered from optical shingles and scrutinized the menu with a pocket torch as he expressed regret that in 1945 there had been no demonstrative airburst over an uninhabited island. Once the possibility of nuclear chain reaction and explosive fission had been established, leading scientists alerted Roosevelt to the prospect of Germany acquiring a superweapon. Initially, therefore, the nuclear threat was from Germany, with the Allies responding with what would come to be called a deterrent. Ironically, Hitler's suspicious attitude towards Jewish theoretical physics meant that German scientists were never in a position to lobby intensively for a bomb. By contrast, Roosevelt grasped the implications of such a device, and in 1941 set in place the budgets and organizational structures needed to develop an Allied version of such a weapon. Vannevar Bush, James Conant, and an Army engineer called Leslie Groves played key roles in coordinating academic physicists, industrial engineers, and the U.S. military in what evolved into the Manhattan Engineering Project, although the British insisted on calling it tube alloys. Eventually, the bomb project employed 130,000 people and cost around $2 billion, or about $28 billion at current values. Groves, who had supervised construction of the Pentagon, gave the project its anodyne code name by the standard practice of calling an engineering division by its geographical location, for initially the project was housed in over a dozen locations scattered throughout New York City. The city had a high concentration of foreign-born scientists at Columbia University, as well as a port through which uranium could be imported without attracting much notice. The Columbia University football team was co-opted to shift tons of uranium ore imported from Africa by a Belgian. On 5 May 1943, Bush, Conant, Groves, and others, meeting as the Military Policy Committee, formally switched the atomic target from Germany to Japan. They reasoned that since Japan lacked what they mistook for a German active nuclear bomb project, there was less chance of the Japanese learning anything should the U.S. drop a dud weapon. A more bizarre consideration was that it was safer to assemble the weapon on a Pacific island rather than in England, although that probably also reflected a desire to keep it an all-American show. The committee also discussed whether to use the bomb as a naval mine against the Imperial fleet at Truk, so that a failed bomb could not be salvaged by naval divers, or whether to detonate it as an airburst over Tokyo, the only Japanese target they mentioned. That option was subsequently erased by Curtis LeMay's firestorms. They would need an intact city, not one reduced to ashes and rubble. The development of the bomb and the decision to use it was a complicated and protracted process, which tended to minimize the role of any single individual, including the president. Individual and team choices were made, but they were cumulative rather than individually critical. That in turn tended to marginalize any arguments made from general moral principles. Moral philosophers also note that their own academic community shared indirect blame, as they were largely engaged in a conversation with one another, rather than engaging with public policy in wartime. Perhaps that was so, but one doubts whether anyone would have paid them any attention. The project's emphasis shifted from scientists working at Chicago or Columbia to the engineers and scientists who weaponized such a device after 1943 at the Nuclear Weapons Laboratory at Los Alamos in the New Mexican desert. Of course, there were theoretical physicists at Los Alamos, too. Indeed, the project's scientific director, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Oppenheimer, a left-wing scientist interested in Hinduism and literature, persuaded the U.S. government to purchase the site. It was only 45 miles from where he had long rented a cottage called Perro Caliente, hot dog in English, his base for riding in the desert mountains. A lonely, precocious child, Oppenheimer's best scientific work was already behind him by this stage in his life, but he had undoubted talents as a scientific impresario or entrepreneur. Fenced in behind barbed wire, the Los Alamos complex became a cross between a military base and a corporate town. The inmates combined hard graft with hard partying. Dry martinis, Mrs. Kitty Oppenheimer was an alcoholic as well as a Marxist, and square dancing in cowboy gear were the highlights. 80 babies were born there in the first year of the camp's existence, indicating that it was not just fertile in ideas. Work combined the regularity of a factory with schedules and siren blasts to add a sense of urgency that limited moral reflection, and the timelessness of a modern campus-style enterprise like Google or Microsoft, where the enthusiastic can work through the night. Bomb design and potential targets were the province of, respectively, Oppenheimer and Captain William Parsons, the head of the Los Alamos Ordnance Section. Although very different in temperament, both men rejected a demonstration over uninhabited ground. They preferred to see what the weapon would do to humans and the materials of civilization. There were tensions at Los Alamos, but they only fitfully concerned morality. There were acute cultural misunderstandings between scientists who wished to communicate freely with the wider, if highly exclusive, community of acknowledged experts, and the military, represented by Groves, who attached a higher priority to security. Groves regarded his task as akin to herding crackpots rather than cats. Scientists also have politics. Although Einstein had initially alerted Roosevelt to the possibility of such a weapon, his flaky pacifism and Zionism ensured that he was kept at arm's length from the entire project. Many scientists, including Oppenheimer, seemed to regard the bomb as a way of making future conflicts unthinkable, ignoring the fact that for any human a rock or stone will do. Groves had more of a point than he realized, since many of the idealistic scientists thought that the best way to avert future war was to share the secret technology with the Soviets, a happy prospect, especially if they were covert communists or Red Army intelligence spies. Much of the security was aimed at preventing penetration by Nazi agents. In fact, it should have been more focused on Soviet sympathizers and spies among their own scientists. One of the latter, the Anglo-German spy Klaus Fuchs, was to play a key role in the U.S., British, and Soviet bomb projects. There were other, more exalted tensions. Although the project began as a joint Anglo-U.S. enterprise, a reflection of the contribution of Frisch and Peierls, this quickly changed. A bankrupt Britain could not cover the vast cost of the project, 9/10 of which came from the U.S. That fed into another set of questions about the bomb and the post-war world. How far should the U.S. share knowledge of the bomb with the British and the Soviet Union? Would it be best to retain a monopoly, thereby determining if and when the weapon would be used, or should the knowledge be shared in the interests of maintaining future international peace? In January 1943, cooperation with the British was abruptly curtailed. British persistence, which owed much to Churchill's anxieties about a future Soviet threat, and his implied threats about not cooperating in opening a second European front, led Roosevelt to reverse this policy at the August 1943 Anglo-U.S. summit in Quebec. The decision reflected the president's view that in a post-war world dominated by four great powers, the U.S., Britain, France, and the USSR, only the first two should have the bomb. Efforts by the Danish physicist Niels Bohr, who had been extracted from Denmark to prevent the Nazis using him, to persuade the leaders to share information with the Soviets were scotched by Roosevelt's and Churchill's Hyde Park September 1944 memorandum, which kept the bomb secret from the rest of the world, and Churchill rapidly decided that Bohr was dangerous and insisted that MI5 investigate him. Given the scale of their investment, the Americans typically reserved the lion's share of future commercial development to themselves. To that end, the U.S. had already established a combined development trust to buy up secretly the world's uranium supplies with a budget of $12.5 million. As Germany collapsed, secret agents in the Alsos project beavered away around the sacred groves of liberated Europe, making off with 1,100 tons of uranium from a field at Stassfurt in the area allotted to the Soviets. It took two to have an arms race. On 12 April 1945, following the death of President Roosevelt, these weighty matters fell on the shoulders of a former haberdasher-turned-machine politician called Harry Truman. In vital respects, he lived down to his average man image. He was an instinctive, common, hearty-natured man. Given his lack of experience, Truman was a prisoner of Roosevelt's core advisers, who had deliberately withheld knowledge of the bomb when the then Missouri senator was chairman of a Senate inquiry into national defense and was stonewalled by Secretary of War Stimson. After the first meeting of Truman's cabinet on the day of his inauguration, Stimson informed him of a new explosive of almost unbelievable destructive power. Stimson patronizingly regarded Truman as like a little boy eager to use a toboggan. Truman also inherited a rapidly deteriorating relationship with the Soviets, whose land-based forces were at the zenith of their power in Europe. Although the U.S. noted the gray, brutal army of secret policemen that the Soviets brought with them, they also hoped that Soviet forces would be redeployed eastwards to help force surrender on Japan. While the Soviets had soaked up the punishment for 3 years, vainly waiting for a second European front, now it was America's turn to face the prospect of horrendous casualties if forced to invade Japan, and a Soviet offensive into Japanese Manchuria might make it unnecessary. Truman's advisers differed over how to influence Soviet behavior, which included reneging on assurances given at Yalta regarding a democratic Poland by foisting the unrepresentative Lublin-based communist government on the Poles. The U.S. held 3 trump cards: Lend-Lease aid, which so far had totaled $10 billion, the Soviets' desire for $6 billion to help them with post-war reconstruction, and the mystery weapon being developed at Los Alamos. All of which is to say that conflicting perceptions governed U.S. relations with the Soviets at a time when the world was on the cusp between the Second World War and the world that would come after. As the Inner Circle had long known, the development of an atomic bomb, with a much more powerful hydrogen bomb, more than a theoretical possibility in the mind of physicist Edward Teller, raised huge questions about the international architecture of the post-war world, including the possibility that the U.S. and USSR could be brought together to contain and manage these weapons of mass destruction. But what is called atomic diplomacy, that is, using possession of the bomb as a form of leverage, was not the foremost concern of the U.S. government in its war with Germany and Japan. That was plain from the crucial meetings which decided to use the bomb. The dominant issue was to end a war that had dragged on for 4 years for the U.S., not with how to manage a post-war nuclear-armed peace. After Germany's unconditional surrender in May 1945, these questions solely concerned Japan. That the U.S. was capable of adjusting the notion of unconditional surrender was already evident from its dealings with Darlan's Vichy regime in North Africa, and with the army and monarchy in Italy after the deposition of Mussolini. Japan amounted to more than they, but it did not represent the same order of evil as Nazi Germany, which all agreed had to be utterly destroyed. Throughout the weeks before the atomic bombs were dropped, the prospect of settling for something short of Japan's unconditional surrender was occasionally mooted, the guarantee being that the U.S. would maintain the imperial system. That it did not come to this was largely because of the financial and technical momentum the Manhattan Project itself had created, although the decisions were made by a few men, rather than by abstract forces. By one of history's ironies, the decision to use the most destructive weapon ever invented fell on Stimson, known to detractors as a New England conscience on legs. An alternative nickname was the human icicle. Aged 77 when these decisions were taken, Stimson's life encompassed Andover, Yale's Skull and Bones Society, and the wealth and distinction that came from being a corporate lawyer turned distinguished public servant. He was a typical WASP, who on one occasion objected to having a Hebrew working anywhere near him. After service in France as a 50-year-old major, he became Secretary of War under Taft and Secretary of State under Hoover. A teetotal Presbyterian Republican, Stimson was a great believer in disarmament, international law, and a world court, ideals of organized self-control which came to naught in the world of the 1930s. Nonetheless, in June 1940 he was appointed Secretary of War for a second time, partly to weaken the Republican Party before an election. Leaving aside his importance in swinging the U.S. behind Britain, Stimson was a quintessential American silver fox, capable of ruthless decisions, dexterously veiled in the preachy moralism he had acquired at Yale. In early May 1945, Stimson set up an interim committee to deliberate all questions concerning the bomb's deployment. He chaired it, although he had to accommodate Secretary of State-designate James Burns as Truman's spy in the cab. The other members included representatives of the Navy, the State Department, project experts Bush and Conant, and Carl Compton, president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Oppenheimer and the Italian Enrico Fermi were members of a scientific panel that the interim committee could consult. After writing a physics undergraduate paper that merited a doctorate, Fermi had won the 1938 Nobel Prize for his work on nuclear piles or reactors, and was the only scientist to be both a brilliant experimenter and a theoretician, as much at home cutting up tin sheets as at a blackboard. He fled Italy after the prize ceremony in Stockholm in protest against anti-Semitic laws that affected his wife Laura. He was a great deal more talented than the increasingly egotistical and tortured Oppenheimer. Since April, there had also been a separate target committee, consisting of mid-level USAAF officers and Los Alamos scientists, which convened first in the Pentagon and then in Oppenheimer's office. Its decision to include historic Kyoto on a list of possible targets inadvertently provided a key safety valve for anyone harboring reservations about the morality of what was being discussed. Groves and others insisted on its inclusion, since, as a large city of 1 million people, it would enable them to assess the full potential of the bomb as its effects diminished in the suburbs. Stimson, however, had visited Kyoto in 1928-29, en route to the Philippines to take up the governorship, to which he had been appointed by Calvin Coolidge, and made it clear he would never accept its targeting. On one occasion he summoned General Marshall from his nearby lair to ensure that Groves got the message. No one knew for certain what the effects of the 2 atomic bombs would be, which is why the Target Committee also suggested a conventional follow-up raid to ensure maximum destruction. So much of the literature on the bomb concentrates on the consciences of scientists that one can forget that its use was part of grand military strategy. The Joint Chiefs had to decide a plan to achieve Japan's unconditional surrender, which was the precondition for the U.S. being able to reorder Japanese society. The Navy was most skeptical about being able to project sufficient force for an invasion of the home islands, where it felt the Army would encounter seriously adverse terrain. The Army believed it could pull off an invasion once blockade and bombardment had softened up the defenders. In April, the Joint Chiefs agreed on a 2-stage invasion in November 1945, called Operation Downfall. It would start with an invasion of southern Kyushu, codenamed Operation Olympic, followed by Operation Coronet in the Tokyo region in March 1946. Since the Japanese had never surrendered in their 2,600-year history, and no military unit had surrendered in the current conflict, the chiefs worried that even if the government surrendered, the 5.5 million troops in the field might not. Anticipated casualties loomed large, too. The Joint Chiefs grimly established how many casualties the U.S. would suffer when they launched Olympic and Coronet. Their projections were based on the 3 months it took to subdue the Japanese on Okinawa. 107,539 Japanese soldiers had died in this operation, with a further 27,769 entombed in caves. 75,000 civilians also perished, while the U.S. lost 7,374 dead and 31,807 wounded. There were various projections of U.S. casualties. The lowest was of 31,000 dead in the first 30 days after the invasion, but Pacific Commander Chester Nimitz believed 49,000 would be more likely, while MacArthur's staff suggested 55,000. During this period, the Japanese were not idle. They established that since the U.S. Air Force was dependent on land bases, the invasion would come from Okinawa towards southern Kyushu, where they therefore deployed extra troops and aircraft. They also reinforced their troops around Tokyo. This was part of a strategy called Ketsu-go, or Operation Decisive. They also established a vast national militia, consisting of all males aged 15 to 60 and women of 17 to 40, armed with old guns and bamboo spears. Leaving aside this militia, the U.S. Army and Marines would hit the beaches on a ratio of 1-to-1 with the defenders. This intelligence, which meant that all casualty figures had to be revised upwards, was crucial, since U.S. leaders had to reckon with how the American public would react to huge losses, perhaps greater than the 300,000 combat deaths previously suffered in the entire war. There was also the not inconsiderable matter of the hundreds of thousands of civilians and Allied POWs who continued to languish under Japanese overlordship throughout China and Southeast Asia, as well as the Asian slave laborers the Japanese had taken to Japan from Indonesia or Korea. The prodigious death rate among these foreign helots has never attracted the notice of the casualties of the atomic bombs, but it is likely to have exceeded 100,000 every month. Those who object to the dropping of 2 atomic bombs might ask themselves how many Americans and Russians they would have preferred to see killed. Would they prefer that LeMay's fleets continued to burn their way through cities? How many civilian Japanese would they prefer to have been slaughtered or starved to death by a tightening naval blockade that had cut all food imports, while, as in Europe, conventional bombing wrecked the entire transport infrastructure? This would lead to starvation in a country dependent on moving homegrown rice around. How many more millions of Asian helots would they prefer to have been starved and beaten to death while the war dragged on? Last but not least, the Americans had come to hate this enemy. In April 1943, the White House released news that the Japanese had tried and executed so-called Doolittle flyers for war crimes. In 1944, their torture and trial became the basis for the movie The Purple Heart. In October 1943, the U.S. government released extracts from the diary of a fallen Japanese soldier who had beheaded and disemboweled a U.S. airman the previous March. This was splashed on the front page of the New York Times. In January 1944, the U.S. authorities released information of the Bataan Death March, which had taken place in spring 1942. Then came news of suicidal Japanese missions in the Aleutian Islands, and in April 1945 the first release of information on kamikaze planes, which had been used since October 1944. Polls of American attitudes to the Japanese revealed that 13% of the sample wanted the Japanese exterminated entirely, with another 33% wanting Japan extinguished as a functioning state. Bombing would purify the blood, something the Japanese were themselves keen on, or sear a permanent scar into the nation's soul. The key decision-makers were not insensitive to moral questions, defined more narrowly than any of the above considerations. Outside formal contexts, both Marshall and Stimson talked about the bomb. They had moral reservations about indiscriminately killing civilians rather than about the precision bombing of important military-industrial targets. Stimson, in particular, had been horrified by news of Dresden, which he called terrible and probably unnecessary. Both men were worried about how Dresden might affect the U.S.'s future image as a symbol of hope for mankind. Marshall thought that if the bomb were used, it should be preceded by a warning to evacuate civilians. These moral reservations went in abeyance when, on 31 May, the main committee met with the scientists to discuss a range of diplomatic and technical questions. Oppenheimer mounted his own rhetorical show of shock and awe. He explained that these were not ordinary weapons. The existing bomb would have a blast of 2,000 to 20,000 tons of TNT, something that came within the imaginations of men who had seen the conventional raids on Tokyo. However, Oppenheimer then mentioned a second generation of bombs which were considered a scientific certainty that would explode with the equivalent force of 50,000 to 100,000 tons of TNT. Finally, he said that a further generation of weapons using fission to trigger an explosion based on nuclear fusion was only 3 years away. These would have the equivalent power of 10 million to 100 million tons of TNT. Much of the morning discussion before they broke for lunch concerned how to deal with the Soviets in what was about to become the nuclear age. As one of the paladins of the Grand Alliance, Marshall was most sensitive to the Soviets' concerns about their own security, going so far as to suggest inviting 2 Russian scientists to witness the test which was shortly to happen at Alamogordo in New Mexico. Burns, from State, was the most vehemently opposed to this view, arguing that surprise use of the bomb would have the maximum effect in terms of inducing Soviet post-war compliance with U.S. will. He indicated that the U.S. was engaged in an arms research race with the Russians. During the lunch break, a matter was raised that had been bothering some of the scientists and engineers involved in developing the bomb, notably Leo Szilard and Oswald Brewster. Would it be possible to demonstrate the weapon's power without dropping it on a city? Or what about giving the Japanese advance warning? This option was systematically shut down by Groves and Oppenheimer. They knew the capacity of the Japanese to deny cold facts, and their ability to fight to the last man standing. Intelligence intercepts of Japanese coded messages were indeed revealing that if the U.S. invaded the mainland, the Japanese military were planning an Armageddon-style final showdown. If the Japanese were given prior warning, they might frustrate any plane seeking to deliver a high-air burst or move Allied POWs into the target area. They would contrive not to be impressed by an explosion on some uninhabited neutral site where the crater would not be especially large, although in point of fact the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs left no crater at all. Presumably satisfied with Oppenheimer's reassurance that the bomb would not be that different to the devastating raids already carried out on Tokyo, the committee's focus narrowed to whether to launch simultaneous or sequential atomic attacks. The optimum results could be achieved by bombing the center of cities with vital war industries and adjacent workers' homes. The interim committee recommended use of the bomb. There would be no prior warnings. That settled most of the essentials. Although the fiction was maintained that the bomb was being put down over an industrial or military target, in practice such facilities were on the peripheries of the designated cities, and as such the Air Force could not guarantee hitting them with the bombs available. That meant the bombs were going straight down on the residential centers. As well as the awe with which Oppenheimer had begun, there was much talk of shock. The problem was no one knew how the total demoralization of a couple of cities could be translated into the capitulation of the Japanese oligarchy. At a meeting with Truman on 6 June, Stimson tried to square his opposition to the conventional firebombing of Japanese cities with his recommendation to drop atomic bombs. Truman chuckled at the contradiction. The Alamogordo test explosion of a plutonium bomb was expedited so that the intelligence and performance reports would reach Truman during the Potsdam Conference in July, an urgency clearly dictated by a desire to impress Stalin. The test bomb was reported to be so powerful that a blind woman was able to see the light, while a mushroom cloud reached over 40,000 feet into the sky. 4 hours after this Trinity test, the USS Indianapolis slipped out of San Francisco Harbor heading towards the Mariana Islands, with the components of the bomb codenamed Little Boy on board. At Potsdam, Truman adopted a bullish stance with Stalin, who was bidding high for Soviet support against the Japanese, while his legions and secret policemen took over half of Europe. After he had received reports on the test, Truman then overplayed his hand, hinting darkly to Stalin that the U.S. had a new weapon of unusual destructive force. Stalin, who knew all about it from Soviet agents within the Manhattan Project and in Washington, calmly said he was glad to hear it and hoped he would make good use of it against the Japanese. He agreed to unleash 1.5 million men against the Kwantung Army in Manchuria. U.S. intelligence indicating that the Japanese might want to surrender, based on intercepted Japanese government communications to their embassy in Moscow concerning a request to the Soviets to mediate a ceasefire, was ignored by the U.S. government. As Ambassador Sato sought clarification from his masters in Tokyo, he paradoxically hardened U.S. belief that the Japanese were never going to give up, for his masters categorically rejected unconditional surrender. Nor did they indicate that they might make peace if the U.S. guaranteed the survival of the emperor. That was never mentioned in any of these internal Japanese communications. Meanwhile, intelligence on Japanese military dispositions hardened the U.S. naval chiefs in their view that an invasion would be very costly. Truman decided to issue one final warning to the Japanese, after which the bombs would be dropped. He hoped this would preempt a Soviet invasion of mainland Japan, with all the opportunities for expansionism that entailed. On 26 July, the U.S., China, and Britain released the Potsdam Declaration, giving the Japanese the choice of unconditional surrender or prompt and utter destruction. The Japanese were divided over how to respond, but they collectively decided to reject it with contempt on the 28th. The means of judgment were at hand. Indianapolis dropped off the bomb and then was sunk by a Japanese submarine. Many of the survivors who spent a week huddled together in the ocean were snatched by cruising sharks. Meanwhile, C-54 transport aircraft delivered the components for the second bomb. The uranium bomb, Little Boy, would be available by 1 August, followed by a plutonium implosion device, Fat Man, 2 weeks later, with another ready by the 24th. The rate of production would accelerate, with 3 more bombs in September and 7 in December. A special team of airmen, the 509th Composite Group, had been formed in September 1944 under the 29-year-old pilot Paul Tibbets. It was initially based in the Salt Flats of Utah, where the group took delivery of modified long-range B-29 bombers. These were immense aircraft designed to take 20,000 pounds of bombs on a 4,000-mile round trip. The propellers were over 16 feet high, and the plane required an 8,000-foot runway to take off. The group's training consisted of dropping a single orange-painted mock-up made of concrete and nicknamed Pumpkin, and then executing a diving turn to speed away. The Pumpkins were surrogates for what were referred to as gadgets. The best crews were then sent to Cuba for 6 weeks to practice using radar navigation over water. 4 cities were to be hit as soon as 3 August, as weather allowed: Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. On 24 July, Marshall and Stimson received a communication from Groves containing draft authorization to use the bomb. Truman agreed with Stimson that Kyoto was not a desirable target, and he swallowed the fiction that the bombs were being used against vital industrial and military objectives, rather than women and children. On 25 July, Marshall wired the acting chief of staff, "Reference your War 37683 of July 24. The Secretary of War approves Groves' directive." That turned things over to Spots. His last-minute concern for U.S. prisoners of war held in the 4 cities was parried by Groves. Targets previously assigned remain unchanged. Their fate was in the hands of LeMay. In his memoirs, LeMay dismissed the moral qualms of aged beatniks, savants, and clergymen. I suppose they believe that a machine gun is 100 times wickeder than a bow and arrow. We in the bombardment business were not at all concerned about this. We just weren't bothered about the morality of the question. If we could shorten the war, we wanted to shorten it. LeMay thought it more immoral to use less rather than more force, for the former would merely protract any conflict. Believing that an atom bomb was the modern equivalent of hitting an enemy over the head with a rock in the Stone Age, LeMay equated the radiation after effects with the Romans sowing the site of Carthage with salt. Actually, the U.S. could have simply continued the conventional bombing of Japan, which had already caused 30 times the devastation of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, though without the long-term radiological harm to the population. How many that would have killed can be surmised, although the survivors would not have been dying from obscure cancers decades after the event. Neither Eisenhower, back in Europe, nor MacArthur, Leahy, or Nimitz was in favor of this way of ending the Pacific War. Eisenhower had seen enough death and destruction for one lifetime. MacArthur wanted to have his moment of glory as the Marines stormed ashore in Japan. The two admirals thought Japan could be starved into submission by naval blockade, an alternative scenario which critics of the bomb usually do not deal with. Morality did not have much to do with this rehearsal of the same range of issues that had recurred throughout the history of warfare in the 20th century. During the afternoon of 4 August, the B-29 officers were briefed on their missions, with Captain Parsons on hand to explain that the bomb would wipe out about 3 square miles of the target area. The target was Hiroshima, the base for the Second Imperial Army which defended southern Japan. There were 43,000 soldiers and 280 civilians in the city. The atmosphere in the briefing room was described as weird. On 5 August at 2:45 in the morning, the Enola Gay, or Dimples 82 to use its call sign, took off from Tinian Air Base. It was named in honor of Tibbets's mother, who had encouraged him to join the Air Force. The crew were told that an atomic bomb was on board only as they got underway. Over Iwo Jima, they rendezvoused with 2 aircraft, one called Necessary Evil, the other Great Artiste, loaded with observers and monitoring equipment. The B-29 climbed to 30,000 feet as it made landfall, by which time Little Boy had been fully armed by Parsons, nervously inserting the triggers that activated the detonators. At 12 miles out from Hiroshima, the bombardier took over the Enola Gay, with the bombsight making corrections to the automatic pilot called George. A T-shaped bridge was the aiming point as the bomb doors opened. Little Boy was emblazoned with such slogans as "Greetings to the Emperor from the men of the Indianapolis," as well as a few obscenities. It exploded at 1,900 feet above a hospital. As the B-29 made a steep turn, it was filled with a bright light and shaken when a hazy, rippling mass of nothing hit it nearly 12 miles from where the bomb had detonated. The crew tasted lead in the air and worried about being sterilized. Most of them had not donned polarized goggles because these cut down their vision. Hiroshima seemed engulfed in a bubbling black cauldron, which the tail gunner photographed as Enola Gay sped away, dwarfed by a towering mushroom cloud. On the ground, an all-clear had sounded at 7:30 a.m. after the mission's advance weather plane had passed overhead. People were splashing the sleep from their eyes with water, while bare-chested soldiers were already performing calisthenics on their parade grounds. It was a still summer morning, already a pleasant 27 degrees Celsius. Some witnesses saw the aluminum undercarriage of the Enola Gay glint in the sunlight, before the city was blasted with a light momentarily brighter than several suns. According to John Hersey, who the following summer wrote the finest account of the bombing and its aftermath, based on eyewitness accounts, people speculated that the city had been engulfed by some form of fuel-air explosive after being sprayed with petrol. The effects were more radical than that. Birds combusted in mid-air, and the shadows of vaporized people were etched onto stone. The shockwave hurled people through buildings from which their corpses emerged studded with broken glass. Those who were not shriveled to a crisp wandered around with their blackened skin hanging from their faces and limbs, although injury was so great it was impossible to tell back from front. Since 18 hospitals were destroyed and 90% of medical personnel killed, there was no one to treat the living dead except a few doctors who quickly fell into a somnambulant trance, so great were the numbers of casualties. Then the survivors began to notice that, in addition to feeling deeply enervated, their hair came out in clumps, and superficial wounds failed to heal. Carcinomic lumps grew back even after being surgically removed. These people were dying of radiation sickness, something the incoming American experts observed but did not treat. There are no reliable figures for how many died on the day, or in the years to come. Somewhere between 70,000 and 120,000 seems plausible. One man who survived, though he was burned down one side, returned home to Nagasaki. He was the only person to experience and survive 2 atomic blasts. The Japanese government prevaricated as it absorbed the shocking news, even as Soviet mechanized forces attacked in Manchuria. The Russians' experiences during the ensuing Battle of Mudangjiang seemed to confirm the U.S. desire to avoid launching Olympic because Soviet tanks were destroyed by firemen carrying suicide satchels packed with 15 kilograms of explosives. The Japanese miscalculated that the U.S. had only 1 bomb, so they resolved to tough it out. Even those who thought of surrender were busy devising conditions which the U.S. would never accept, as they would have prevented the wholesale reconstruction of Japanese society. On 8 August, a B-29 called Box Car, after its commander, left the base at Tinian carrying Fat Man towards Kokura. Over the city, the aircraft encountered dense cloud and sporadic flak, prompting the pilot to divert to the secondary target of Nagasaki, Japan's main southern port, and home to the Mitsubishi torpedo plant and shipyards. This was also obscured by cloud, but a sudden window of opportunity saw Fat Man launched, and it imploded at 1,600 feet above the Urakami Catholic Cathedral. 70,000 people died either then or by the end of the year, for certain topographical features mitigated the effects of the nuclear implosion. On the 10th, the Japanese offered to surrender, even as Spots was planning to concentrate their minds with a 3rd bomb on Tokyo. Meanwhile, on the 13th, conventional raids dropped 12 million pounds of explosives and incendiaries on 2 further cities. Secretary of State Burns told the Japanese that while they could retain the emperor, if that was their wish, he was not going to be the final arbiter of any occupation arrangements. That was as far as the U.S. was prepared to go. Meanwhile, Soviet forces battled through Manchuria to the Kuril Islands. Of the 2.7 million Japanese who fell into their hands, 400,000 died, not including combatant deaths. 2 major Japanese commands also declined their own government's order to surrender. On the 15th, Emperor Hirohito broadcast a message of surrender. Since he had lost faith in the military, they lost faith in him, claiming that in war it was always the upper classes that first crumbled. Having clasped his hands over his head and pumped them back and forth like a sporting hero when he spoke to his team at Los Alamos on the day Hiroshima was destroyed, Oppenheimer developed doubts about what had been done. These contributed to his general celebrity, something that he ardently craved. He got a little above himself. On the morning of 25 October 1945, Truman granted him a brief audience. The conversation did not flow. Oppenheimer eventually said, "Mr. President, I feel I have blood on my hands." Truman's response has been variously reported. He said, "The blood was on my hands, let me worry about that," or, "Never mind, it'll come off in the wash." Another version the president liked to relate was that he offered Oppenheimer a handkerchief and said, "Well, here, would you like to wipe your hands?" After encountering the crybaby scientist, Truman told Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson, "I don't want to see that son of a bitch in this office ever again." Although this did not impede Oppenheimer's rise to global celebrity, his security clearance was revoked after revelations concerning his dubious contacts before and during his Los Alamos phase with communist fellow travelers, about which he had lied. Chapter 21. The Predators at Bay. 1. Mussolini's double downfall.
Retribution, rather than justice, caught up first with the earliest fascist dictator, whom many Italians contemptuously called Baldy or Big Head. Even his erstwhile fascist accomplices referred to him as Il Pazzo, the madman, or worse, Il Vecchio, the old man, for this last stressed the dictator's declining virility. He no longer resembled a man of extraordinary will. Mussolini's downfall was complicated and protracted, as both disgruntled fascists and members of Italy's old elites connived to oust him. This was the price of his having so personalized the war by becoming commander-in-chief in addition to occupying all three service ministries. When the war went disastrously wrong, who else was to blame? A majority of both old elites and the more flexible fascists, such as Giuseppe Bottai and Dino Grandi, realized that Mussolini was the main obstacle to a negotiated Italian exit from the war. Before the end of 1942, these senior fascists began sounding out the dictator's son-in-law, Ciano, with a view to replacing the Duce with a less notorious figure, with whom the Allies might cut a deal, enabling the Italians either to achieve neutrality or to switch sides. There were also rumblings of discontent within the army, notably from Badoglio, whom Mussolini had dismissed as chief of staff. His replacement, Vittorio Ambrosio, proved equally disaffected. In January 1943, Mussolini sacked Bottai, Ciano, and Grandi, a miscalculation that drove them into open revolt. Meanwhile, the Vatican had sounded out the Americans about whether the Allies would make a separate peace with a non-fascist government, headed by Badoglio. By contrast, fascist hardliners hoped that once Mussolini, or Canute, as they also called him, had been ditched, Italy could more wholeheartedly join the Nazi war effort. The backdrop to these calculations was ominous. A major Allied air raid on Rome on 19 July indicated that the Allies were willing to extend the strategic bombing campaign to Italy. Acute sensitivities about Pius XII and the city's rich artistic heritage meant that the destruction was inflicted elsewhere. Most Italians regarded that as a pity, because they identified the regime's capital with the miasma of corruption that the regime had come to signify. The major Allied raids focused on the northern industrial triangle and the southern city ports. Air raid protection was not the regime's strong point. A plan to fund shelters from the national lottery had been rejected. Mussolini unhelpfully suggested that people with unusually acute hearing would be able to hear incoming bombers and warn everyone else with shouts. While the rich could escape by tarrying in their country second homes, the poor working class had to languish in lice-ridden shelters or wear themselves out tramping from temporary suburban accommodation to the docks and factories. 64,000 Italians perished in such Allied raids. The Fascist Grand Council held its only meeting of the war on the night of 24 July. It promised to be so fractious that some of the participants slipped hand grenades into their briefcases beforehand and, at one moment of extreme drama, surreptitiously passed them around under the conference table. Grandi led the way in proposing that Mussolini step down as head of the armed forces in favor of King Victor Emmanuel. The acrimonious meeting dragged on to 3 a.m. when there was a vote. 19 voted that Mussolini should go, 7 voted against, and there were 2 abstentions, including the veteran Florentine fascist Roberto Farinacci. On the evening of the 25th, Mussolini went for his fortnightly audience with the king he called the Little Sardine. The monarch told the dictator that he was the most hated man in Italy and had to go. Mussolini left the Villa Savoia and boarded a police ambulance, which he mistakenly thought had been laid on for his protection. He was taken to a naval base at La Maddalena, an island off the northeast coast of Sardinia, whither Hitler dispatched the complete works of Nietzsche as a 60th birthday present to a colleague with time on his hands. After discovering that Mussolini had been the victim of 2 interconnected coups, one fascist, the other royalist, Hitler decided that he could not accept the downfall of the first fascist dictator. Although his instincts were to storm southwards to round up what he had long regarded as a degenerate elite rabble, senior German army commanders prevailed on him stealthily to increase the troop numbers deployed in the peninsula. The Germans were going to defend the Reich, not on the Alps, but with a series of fortified lines across Italy. On 26 August, Mussolini was moved to a ski resort called Campo Imperatore at Gran Sasso, in the Abruzzi Apennines not far from L'Aquila, where he whiled away the time reading and playing cards with his guards. After Italian forces had surrendered to the Allies on 3 September, the guards removed anything the Duce could use to kill himself, since the Allies had demanded his surrender as part of the armistice arrangements. However, on 12 September, even he was surprised to see a German glider land 100 yards from his quarters, the first of several which debauched German troops, and a token Italian general brought along to confuse the guards. Otto Scorzeni, the strapping Austrian SS officer leading this daring raid, allowed Mussolini to bid farewell to the hotel staff before he was whisked off the mountaintop in a Fieseler Storch light aircraft. After a rest in Vienna, where Hitler phoned to inquire about his welfare, Mussolini was moved to Munich for a reunion with his wife Rachela and their younger children. In September, he had an audience with Hitler at Rostenburg. It was not congenial. Although he wished to retire from public life, the Führer insisted that Mussolini return to northern Italy to run a new fascist regime under German aegis. The first fascist should demonstrate that there was still life in fascism, which should rise like a phoenix from the ashes. Hitler also took the opportunity to strip Italy of the South Tyrol, Trieste, and the Trentino, the territorial claims he had forsworn in the early interests of an Italian alliance. Meanwhile, German forces had declared Italy a war zone. Italian troops who were obliged to surrender to them became 700,000 military internees, many of whom were horribly abused as Badoglio swine when they were deployed as forced labor in Germany in flagrant violation of the laws of war. On the Greek island of Cephalonia, the Germans murdered 5,000 Italian soldiers who decided not to go without a fight. Ailing from a duodenal ulcer, the Gaunt dictator was moved to the Villa Feltrini at Gargnano, a town on Lake Garda, where SS guards kept him at a remove from the new Italian Social Republic at Salo. The words social and republic indicated that this regime was based on hostility to treacherous plutocrats and monarchists. It was peopled with violent middle-aged squadristi who had been marginalized under the fascist regime, but who now got a fresh wind, as well as the products of that regime's totalitarian youth organizations. This meant that it relied on the over-40s and the under-25s. Mussolini and Donna Rachela plotted vengeance on the few traitors who had fallen into their clutches. Both Ciano and the general commanding the war in Abyssinia, Marshal Emilio de Bono, were tried at Verona and shot, despite the tearful intercessions of Ciano's wife, Mussolini's daughter Ada. Relations in Gargnano were fraught because the Germans had thoughtfully installed Clara Petacci, Mussolini's mistress, in a nearby house, enabling Rachela to give vent to her sense of betrayal face to face. The dictator escaped this marital hell by going for long bicycle rides around Lake Garda, followed by a truckload of SS troops. In July, he ventured again to Rostenburg, in the hope of persuading his erstwhile friend to reverse the recent acquisitions of Italian territory. He arrived shortly after Hitler had nearly been killed in the Stauffenberg bomb plot, and the Führer was deafened and singed, with one of his arms hanging slackly at his side. There was no opportunity to discuss the territorial issues in an interview dominated by Hitler raving against traitors and screaming for vengeance. The government of the Salo Republic was scattered throughout northern Italy, the foreign ministry was in Venice, and the single telephone connection between the separate ministries was controlled by the Germans. The Social Republic engaged in some sham radicalism, as represented by the Verona Manifesto of February 1944, which introduced worker participation in the management of factories. Although it also abolished the monarchy, the manifesto was more like an attempt to sow multiple divisions, which did indeed come to haunt post-war Italian society. Meanwhile, the army was forced into an unhappy merger with the Guardia Nazionale Repubblicana militia, and so-called Black Brigades fought a dirty war against the ever more emboldened partisans. Nearly 45,000 partisans fell in action between September 1943 and April 1945, together with 15,000 civilians killed in German or fascist reprisals. No one knows how many Germans and fascists were killed in these encounters. Of course, life is never morally simple. Many Italian veterans of the Eastern Front were so disgusted by the Germans that they switched to the partisans after reaching home. So did some of those who had raped and burned their way through the Balkans. As one veteran remarked, "I had been in Yugoslavia, and I too had burned villages, shot hostages, raped women. When my eyes were opened, what could I do? I became a partisan." At the end, Mussolini could have surrendered to the partisan leader Raffaele Cadorna at a meeting brokered by Cardinal Schuster in Milan, but he decided to act as if he was still a free agent. He then hesitated between such options as flight to Argentina or Spain, before eventually making a dash across the border to neutral Switzerland. He left his villa for the last time, pausing to listen to his 18-year-old pianist son Romano playing Duke Ellington's Saddest Tale in an upstairs room. Donning a German helmet and a Luftwaffe greatcoat, he attached himself to a German convoy retreating towards Austria. Early on the morning of 27 April 1945, the convoy was halted by partisans at Dongo. The Germans negotiated their own safe passage, the sole proviso being that they hand over any fascists they had on board. The partisan commander recognized Mussolini, who was pretending to be a German in a drunken stupor under a blanket, and shouted, "We've got Big Head." Reunited with Clara Petacci, Mussolini was taken to a remote farmstead, then to the Villa Belmonte on Lake Como, where they were both shot at close range. Their corpses were taken to Milan, where they were hung by their ankles from the gantry of a petrol station on the Piazzale Loreto. After being buried in a numbered grave, the Duce's corpse was spirited away to a monastery near Milan. In 1957, the government permitted the reburial of his remains near Perdapio, his birthplace. Of all the predator regimes, Italy's fascists got off most lightly in formal judicial terms. There was, however, a protracted and messy bloodbath of random reprisals against them that claimed between 10 and 15,000 lives. As belated co-belligerents of the Allies, who even declared war on Japan, the Royal Armed Forces were not held accountable for war crimes in Abyssinia and the Balkans, a stance aided by the refusal, maintained to the present day, of the Italian Ministry of Defense fully to open its wartime archives. In some provinces, tribunals were established, but the Italian appeals system meant that of the 1,000 death sentences handed down, only 40 to 50 were carried out. In mid-1946, the Communists and Christian Democrats colluded in passing a general amnesty for imprisoned fascists and partisans who had committed murder, which meant that all but 4,000 fascists were released from jail. The Communists were keener to shed their bloodily sectarian image to broaden their middle-class support than they were to uphold bourgeois justice. The Allies were so focused on their desire to defeat and denazify the Germans that they devoted little thought to Hitler's former Axis ally, while soberly realizing that mass dismissals of public officials would bring chaos in a country that was always on the brink of it anyway. Victor Emmanuel abdicated in favor of his son Umberto, but the monarchy failed to survive a referendum in June 1946 by a couple of million votes, and Umberto joined Dino Grandi in exile in Portugal. Attempts to purge the bureaucracy were complicated by the fact that all civil servants had been compelled to join the fascist party. Even the head of the Duce's over-secret police was acquitted of all charges, on the grounds that he had merely been a public official. There was massive continuity in the administration. In Naples, only 23 former fascists were fired from a public sector that employed 128,837 officials. In Palermo, the number was 5 out of more than 26,000 bureaucrats. Nationally, 62 of the 64 prefects in 1960 were former fascists, as were all 135 police chiefs and their 139 deputies. Much the same was true of the judiciary and many professions. This had little to do with the forgiveness enjoined by the Catholic Church, almost everything to do with the Allies' awareness that sacking these men would have left the door ajar to the Communists. The new democratic republic may have adopted anti-fascism as its public creed, but during the Cold War this was eclipsed by the real local menace of Stalin's Italian supporters. At one point, the U.S. planned to pull its troops back on Sicily and Sardinia should the Communists win power on the mainland in the 1948 elections. But Pope Pius XII mobilized the Catholic Church against them, and the Christian Democrats began their long monopoly of political office. A persistent strain of neo-fascism endured, which mutated into the post-fascism of the Alleanza Nazionale of Gianfranco Fini, the current Speaker of Italy's parliament. Of the three predator nations, Italy has suffered from the least national neurosis about the fascist past, partly because the army redeemed itself in the final years of the war, but also because the Germans behaved so badly towards their erstwhile ally that the crimes of both sides during the civil war that took place in those years have been seen, perhaps rightly, as minor by comparison. 2. Germans as victims. The 10 months between July 1944 and Germany's unconditional surrender on 8 May 1945 resulted in the deaths of more Germans than in the 5 years 1939 through 44. Every month during that 11-month period, between 300,000 and 400,000 German soldiers and civilians lost their lives, many of them through relentless aerial bombardment. According to ongoing SS monitoring of popular opinion, bombing was widely regarded as retribution for what the Germans had done to the Jews, which indicates how widespread awareness of the final solution was among the general population. Anti-Semites still claimed that Allied airmen were mere tools of an Anglo-American Jewish conspiracy to destroy the Germans, although, as we have seen, the fate of the Jews counted for little in the councils of those who dispatched the bombers. Of the 5.3 million German combat fatalities, 2.6 million of them were killed between July 1944 and May 1945. On the contracting Eastern Front, lives were squandered in senseless battles to the last man, engagements which lacked any justification save desperation. Important towns were defended with whatever cannon fodder could be cobbled together, from army stragglers to adolescent boys and elderly men. In January 1945, some 15,000 poorly trained troops sought to defend Posen. 10,000 of them died in the ensuing battle, which ended only when the colonel in charge shot himself. Breslau was virtually destroyed in a battle that cost the lives of 29,000 German soldiers and 80,000 civilians. The Luftwaffe formed a kamikaze squadron named the 200, which vainly attempted to stem the onslaught of Allied bombers by ramming. The U-boats fought to the bitter end, suffering the highest proportion of fatal casualties of any branch of the Wehrmacht. Vast Allied armies converged on Germany from east and west, even as the tenacious defense of Italy collapsed. The Soviet regime encouraged its legions to rape and plunder an enemy whose wartime standard of living embarrassed many Red Army soldiers to the point of fury. Entire towns, such as Allenstein, Insterburg, Stolp, and Zopat, were set ablaze, and an estimated 100,000 people were killed in wanton acts of murder. There was a rough method in this reckoning. A Red Army captain once remarked that the first echelon troops stole the watches, the second wave raped the women, and the third echelon made off with household goods. The Soviets went through the homes of Germans like locusts, demanding watches at gunpoint, Uri, Uri, and anything that was not bolted down, including water closets, and raped women of all ages. The slightest equivocation, let alone resistance, meant instant death. Solzhenitsyn caught the dread momentum of this army in his poem Prussian Nights, which skillfully incorporates contemporary Soviet propaganda in the penultimate 2 lines. 22 Höringstrasse. It's not been burned, just looted, rifled. A moaning by the walls half muffled. The mother's wounded, still alive. The little daughter is on the mattress, dead. How many have been on it? A platoon? A company, perhaps? A girl's been turned into a woman, a woman turned into a corpse. It all comes down to simple phrases. Do not forget. Do not forgive. Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. The mother begs, Tote mich, Soldat. While the Western Allies did not engage in systematic rape and robbery on this epic scale, even military necessities posed difficult moral questions for their commanders. One of these was the collateral damage done by, for example, the massive aerial attacks against rail communications in northern France before D-Day, and the pulverizing of Caen afterwards. Another harsh choice was made in the case of Holland, where the Germans cut off the country's food imports while looting the meager supplies that were still there. Under pressure from Peter Gerbrandy, the Prime Minister of the exiled Dutch government, Churchill was prevailed upon to allow limited seaborne relief provided by the Swedes. The Allies were not keen to slow down their push across the Rhine by diverting troops to the liberation of Holland north of the Maas and Waal, where there was an 80,000-strong German garrison behind a waterlogged operational hell created by the demolition of dikes and pumping stations. Persistent Dutch pressure on Churchill at least led Brooke and the Chiefs of Staff to consider the diversionary option. There is no doubt, wrote Brooke, that we should work for the destruction of Germany and not let any clearing up of Holland delay our dispositions. Eisenhower readily concurred on the main objective of a breakout into Germany to link up with the Soviets. As Canadian troops ground their way into Holland, the Nazi Reich Commissioner Seyss-Inquart offered the Allies a truce through clandestine talks with the Dutch resistance. The deal was that after the truce, the Allies would be allowed to provision the starving Dutch population. While Churchill hated being dictated to by Seyss-Inquart, he commented, "It is a terrible thing to let an ancient nation like the Dutch be blotted out. I would rather be blackmailed in a matter of ceremony than be haughty and see a friendly nation perish." Seyss-Inquart held a parley with Generals Walter Bedell Smith and Freddy de Gangan in April 1945, after which thousands of tons of food were airdropped into Holland. The German garrison did not interfere, but did not surrender to the Allies until the end of hostilities on 5 May. As the Allies converged on their rendezvous at Torgau, an army of a different sort was being herded from the outer ring of hell to the inner. In January 1945, there were 714,211 prisoners in concentration camps. As Soviet artillery grew audible, the SS resolved to evacuate the surviving inmates to the original network of camps within Germany proper. They had erased all trace of the Aktion Reinhardt death camps in 1943, when a special SS unit disinterred the dead and burned them on huge pyres, using a crusher to shred the bones. In the winter of 1944-45, the SS decided to move any ambulance survivors back to the Reich, mainly with a view to cobbling together a further reserve army of slave labor, but also to ensure there were no living witnesses. Especially incriminating groups of victims, such as those who had been subjected to vile medical experimentation, were systematically murdered to leave no trace. A major consideration was to prevent a recurrence of what had happened at Majdanek, whose facilities and documentary records had fallen intact into Soviet hands. The SS began evacuating surviving inmates from Auschwitz, Gross Rosen, and Stutthof in the depths of a very severe winter, with only the vaguest idea of how to get to their designated destinations. The miserable survivors were herded back and forth through the snows, their routes punctuated by the bodies of those shot because they were unable to keep up, and by large-scale massacres like the one at Gardelegen, where 1,000 prisoners were crammed into a barn, shot, and incinerated. A single group of 3,000 of the 60,000 Auschwitz inmates evacuated spent nearly a fortnight in transit by train and on foot, with a mere 400 completing their 120-mile journey to a small labor camp. In the case of smaller satellite camps in the vicinity of Königsberg, from which it was impossible to evacuate the inmates, they were shot by their guards, including 3,000 machine-gunned on the seashore at Palmnicken. Many evacuees were housed in appalling conditions at Gross Rosen, where up to 1,500 people were forced into huts designed for 100 or 200. These unfortunates were in turn evacuated westwards to Buchenwald, Dora Mittelbau, and Flossenburg, journeys during which 44,000 died.
In March 1945, Himmler, who up to that point had concurred with Hitler's insistence that the camps and their inmates be blown up to stop them falling into Allied hands, reversed track and issued orders that all killings of Jews cease, and that the survivors should be adequately fed pending their liberation. The parallel decision to continue evacuating prisoners from the diminishing ring of camps meant that a third of those evacuated from Buchenwald to Theresienstadt or Dachau perished en route. If many of the prisoners were beaten to death or shot by experienced SS or Ukrainian guards, it was also the case that elderly members of the Volkssturm militia, who were conscripted as escorts, murdered those who could march no longer. It is important to note that many, if not most, of the victims of these death marches were not Jews, but rather various kinds of political prisoner. The rationale for killing them had become the real danger they represented to the German population, after the liberated inmates of Buchenwald had run amok in Goethe's Weimar. Imminent defeat brought a rash of suicides, although never on a scale that matched the regime's desire for general immolation. Hitler killed himself on 30 April. His final testament focused obsessively on the Jews, hatred of whom was the animating principle of his adult life. Even as he was on the brink of death, they crowded into his thoughts, though so many Jews had become ghosts. He was shortly followed by Goebbels, who, with his wife, first murdered their 6 children. The deaths of the regime's leaders signified the end of the world to their most dedicated followers, logical enough by the fiery light of an ideology that celebrated Wagnerian heroic sacrifice. Of the 43 Nazi Gauleiters in office at the end of the war, 11 killed themselves. So did 7 of the 47 higher SS and police leaders, as well as leading personalities from the Reich Main Security Office. Himmler and Globotnik were among those who committed suicide in Allied captivity. 35 Army generals, 6 Luftwaffe generals, 8 admirals, 13 generals of the Waffen-SS, and 5 from the police also took their own lives. Especially in the former German eastern territories, there were large-scale instances of communal suicide. 1,000 people killed themselves in Pomeranian Demmin, 600 in Neubrandenburg, 120 in Stargard, 681 in Neustrelitz, and 230 in Penzlin. There were cases of entire families being killed by one of their own number. Their motives were various. Among women, it could have been well-motivated fear of being raped and killed by Soviet soldiers, or the despair and shame that gang rape by the Red Army had already engendered. How many mothers tried to assure their daughters that it was just an act of violence that did not change anything in a person? Others feared reprisals and retribution for crimes in which they had been complicit, a fear that in many cases proved unwarranted. At one point, so many leading Nazis had killed themselves or had been summarily shot that the British Foreign Office official Alexander Cadogan wrote in his diary, "The question of the major war criminals seems to be settling itself, as they seem to be getting bumped off satisfactorily one way or another." Cynics argue that war crimes trials are a matter of who gets who first, and dismiss them as examples of victor's justice. There have also been claims that German prisoners were subjected to torture by, among others, their British captors at a secret interrogation center in Kensington. But such claims were made as part of their defense by men facing capital war crimes charges, and there is no evidence that the undoubtedly rigorous regime run by a Colonel Scotland had any sort of official sanction. All this ignores noble attempts from the Middle Ages onwards to mitigate the horrors of war, and, from the late 19th century onwards, a determination to hold such criminals to account. The Allies had signaled their intention to bring German war criminals to book with the 13 January 1942 St. James's Declaration. The recent history of war crimes trials was not encouraging. After the First World War, the U.S. had stymied efforts to try German war criminals before an international tribunal, while the Dutch had refused to relinquish the Kaiser from his exile at Dorn. Instead, the Germans themselves held trials in 1921 at Leipzig, generally regarded as a farce since only 13 of the accused received sentences, all of them light.
Similar prosecutions could have been mounted against many servicemen from the Entente, not least those who had shot prisoners taken in the trenches. Ironically, the Ottoman Sultanate, which was also obliged to hold war crimes trials by the Treaty of Sèvres, set a better precedent, holding 63 members of the Young Turk regime to account for the massacre of Armenians, and the provincial governor, Kemal Bey, was publicly hanged in Constantinople after being found guilty. His defense that he had only been obeying orders was rejected. It is true that everyone is obligated to carry out orders from the highest offices, but he must judge and weigh in the balance whether the issued order does not violate justice and law, and whether one must obey it or not. 4 wartime leaders who had fled abroad were also sentenced to death in absentia. Ironically, the successor Republican regime in Turkey persists to this day in denying the Armenian genocide perpetrated under the Sultanate. From October 1943 onwards, the United Nations War Crimes Commission began gathering evidence and producing lists of suspects that included 36,529 names. The Moscow Foreign Ministers' Conference of November 1942 had determined that, while the main culprits would be tried by an intra-Allied tribunal, the majority would face justice in the countries where they had committed their crimes. It was touch and go whether there would be trials at all. After all, Allied leaders had the alternative precedent of Napoleon, who was bundled off without a trial to St. Helena. As we saw, Churchill favored declaring a small corps of 50 to 100 German leaders outlaws to be summarily shot on apprehension. That was the view of the Foreign Office, which thought trials too cumbersome and likely to result in sympathy for the accused. Yet at the Tehran summit, when Stalin jokingly ventured the thought that they might need to shoot 50,000 leaders of the German armed forces to extirpate German militarism, Churchill took offense and walked out after Roosevelt quipped that they might have to settle for 49,000. Neither Stalin nor, surprisingly, Roosevelt was joking. The U.S. had its own advocates of extreme measures. Roosevelt's Secretary of the Treasury, James Morgenthau, had produced a plan to pastoralize Germany following the summary execution of many of its wartime leaders. Roosevelt inclined to this view, but Secretary of War Stimson, the savior of Kyoto, bitterly opposed it. As far as the topmost Nazi leaders were concerned, Churchill seems to have agreed with the Americans that their fate lay outside the law. Oddly enough, it was Stalin who became the staunchest advocate of trials of the senior Nazi leaders. Interestingly, the Soviets mandated war crimes trials in April 1943, a couple of months after the Germans gave maximum publicity to the murders at Katyn. It is likely that the public show trials of captured Germans and Russian collaborators were designed to distract from the unwelcome attention Katyn had attracted. Commencing with trials in Krasnodar, July 1943, and Kharkov, December 1943, those found guilty, usually without either defense counsel or interpreters, were strung up in public. Rings were put around the corpses to leave them hanging for days, reminiscent of the gibbets in which hanged criminals were hung in an earlier age, as an example and a warning. Although the U.S. government had not swung decisively behind trials, jurists outlined what form they might take. Since some of the American legal team had a background in prosecuting stock exchange and securities fraud, they favored charges of criminal conspiracy, which was common enough on Wall Street but alien to the world of diplomacy. In this case, Germany's leaders would be charged with conspiracy to wage aggressive war and other crimes against peace. The U.S. also decided that entire institutions and organizations should be indicted, although the guilt of individuals convicted of belonging to them would have to be established in connection with specific allegations of war crimes or crimes against humanity. In May 1945, the Western Allies and the Soviets, gathered in San Francisco, agreed on the principle of judicial proceedings. The framework was settled at a conference in London in August, although it proved difficult to reconcile the adversarial defense and prosecution model of the Anglo-Saxons with the inquisitorial practices of continental law, in which judges pose all the questions and interrogate the witnesses. "What is meant in the English by cross-examine?" asked a Soviet judge, to whom a trial whose results were not preordained was clearly unfamiliar. All the Allies agreed lists in advance of subjects concerning their own policies and actions that the defense was to be prohibited from raising in court, such as area bombing and the Molotov-Ribbentrop annexations. The major war criminals were indicted on 4 counts before the trials opened at the Palace of Justice in Nuremberg on 14 November 1945, the courts adjacent to a prison with capacity for 1,200 inmates. Counts 1 and 2 concerned a conspiracy to commit crimes against peace and to wage aggressive war in violation of international treaties, agreements, and assurances. This involved elevating the Pact of Paris, otherwise known as the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, to a canonical status it had wholly lacked. The British chief prosecutor, Sir Hartley Shawcross, was notably pompous in dismissing some small-town lawyers who questioned the existence of a coherent corpus of international law. The Soviets were unhappy about this emphasis on aggressive war, since this might cover what they called revolutionary wars of liberation. It raised a large question mark over the Soviet invasions of Poland and Finland, and indeed British and French plans for a preemptive invasion of Norway. The defense could legitimately argue tu quoque. Count 3 concerned a plan or conspiracy to commit war crimes against civilians and prisoners of war, which encompassed hostage-taking and reprisals. The Soviets found themselves in difficulties when, after they had insisted that cotton be included as a Nazi crime, some German defendants attributed it to their accusers. Although the British and Americans savored their embarrassment, they colluded in the Soviets' denial of responsibility. The 4th count concerned crimes against humanity, namely murder, extermination, deportation, and enslavement of civilians, especially persecution on political, racial, and religious grounds. This encompassed what in 1944 the Polish jurist Raphael Lemkin called genocide, a crime only recognized by the United Nations 3 years later, although Turkish treatment of the Armenians had established an important precedent for this legally novel offense. There were problems with what the Allies undertook at Nuremberg, although they did not invalidate the exercise as a whole. Common law was far more accommodating, by way of natural law, of retroactive criminalization than continental Roman law, with its principle of nullum crimen sine lege, nulla pena sine lege. The defense lawyers had only limited access to the reams of German evidence being assembled by the prosecution, and lacked the small armies of researchers and secretaries available to the prosecution. They had no access to the records of foreign governments, which might have revealed the complex dialectic of foreign relations. They got their hands on the secret protocol appended to the Nazi-Soviet pact only after someone on the U.S. prosecution team leaked it. Quite correctly, the defense lawyer acting for Ribbentrop argued that if there had been a Nazi conspiracy to wage wars of aggression, then between 1939 and 1941 the Soviets had surely been party to it. The Soviets had dispatched Nikolai Zaria, a senior military lawyer, to ensure that this subject was never aired in court, and he was found shot dead in his Nuremberg hotel room shortly after it became evident that he had failed. More seriously, the charges of conspiracy exaggerated the coherence of the Nazi decision-making process, a point eloquently made by Goering in his account of the ad hoc circumstances that led to the remilitarization of the Rhineland. It was never the case that from the beginning, as has often been represented here, we got together and, conspiring, laid down every point of our plans for decades to come. Rather, everything arose out of the play of political forces and interests, as has always been everywhere the case the whole world over in matters of state policy. The coherence of the Nazi regime was not established at Nuremberg, and the debate on this subject has occupied historians ever since. Not unnaturally, the Allies were determined to make someone pay for war crimes, not simply involving their own servicemen, but also against civilians in general. Although there was plenty of airing of atrocities committed against Europe's Jews under the umbrella of crimes against humanity, some Jews thought there should have been more exclusive focus on this category of atrocity. In fact, judges and prosecutors representing the major Allies gave ample consideration to the murder of nearly 6 million Jews, the figure accepted at the time, with the horrors shown on documentary film and in the harrowing testimony of eyewitnesses. The focus on the regime's surviving leaders also had implications for the civic role the trials were designed to play. As the prosecution painted the 24 accused in ever darker colors, with the French senior prosecutor freely using words like diabolic to describe them, so the average German felt the burden of personal responsibility grow a little lighter. Those who argue that the defendants should have been tried in German courts for offenses that were criminal under existing German law underestimate the total permeation of the German legal profession with Nazis. The hearings themselves lasted 9 months and consisted of over 400 open sessions. There were 4 judges from the U.S., Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. The physical record of the proceedings is enormous, since the transcripts and a brief selection of the documentary evidence and witness testimony runs to 42 printed volumes. Insofar as it produced the first comprehensive snapshot of what had happened in Germany and occupied Europe under the Nazis, the undertaking was of enormous historical significance. The trials themselves created a model of how similar tribunals might function in future, notably in Tokyo, where, as we shall see, a similar format was adopted to try Japanese major war criminals. One needs only to imagine a war crimes trial conducted by Nazis to reach the conclusion that Nuremberg was fair by the lights of the day. Defendants would have been softened up by torture before being harangued by party jurists, sentenced by party judges, and then bundled off to be executed. Nuremberg and Tokyo also established a series of legal precedents which have been followed to this day by courts dealing with atrocities and genocide in former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, although there is legitimate skepticism about the universal and perpetual reign of activist fat cat lawyers desired by devotees of an international criminal court. At their conclusion in early October 1946, 12 of the defendants, including Martin Bormann, who was tried in absentia, were sentenced to death by hanging. With the exception of Goering, who committed suicide on the 15th, the rest were duly executed the following day. In addition to the intra-Allied tribunal at Nuremberg, each of the 4 occupying powers conducted separate prosecutions of war criminals. A war crimes group accompanied the U.S. Army into Germany, which by March 1947 disposed of a staff of 1,165 investigators. If their initial remit concerned the lynching or shooting of downed Allied airmen, it quickly expanded to the surviving personnel of Dachau — the Americans had shot some of them already — and other major concentration camps such as Buchenwald, Dora Mittelbau, Flossenbürg, and Mauthausen. Availing themselves of 12.5 tons of evidence, an American military court tried 1,672 people at hearings held within Dachau, transformed in the interim into a giant internment camp for former Nazis. Of these accused, some 1,416 were found guilty and 426 sentenced to death, although only 268 of these sentences were eventually carried out within the main prison for war criminals at Landsberg. Those convicted included those who had murdered Allied airmen, as well as 73 SS men accused of the Malmedy massacres in the Ardennes offensive. A striking 43 death sentences were passed in the Malmedy trial, a figure reduced to 12 after the courts seemed to accept that some of these defendants had been beaten into confessing. In the event, none of the Malmedy murderers was executed, after the intercession from afar of Wisconsin Senator Joseph McCarthy, who had many German constituents. Parallel with these military tribunals, the U.S. authorities organized the 12 Nuremberg successor trials, which involved symbolic samples of Nazi inhumanity from various sectors. There were separate trials of medical personnel, commanders of the 4 Einsatzgruppen, of the corporations IG Farben and Flick for their exploitation of slave labor, foreign ministry diplomats, judges and lawyers, and 2 trials of generals involved in war crimes in the Balkans and the Soviet Union. These trials produced an impressive amount of documentary evidence, which is still useful to any historian working on these areas today. In total, there were 177 accused at these 12 trials. 24 were sentenced to death. They included Dr. Karl Rudolf Brandt, one of the architects of the euthanasia program, who had essayed an idealistic defense that failed to disconnect him from the grim realities of murdering mentally ill and disabled people. It would be quite misleading to imply, however, that such trials encompassed more than a fraction of those who were culpable, many of whom went on to be linchpins of post-war German society. The British also held war crimes trials within Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, whose liberation had so shocked the British public, even though the emaciated survivors had been shipped in from the eastern death camps, about which the British public still knew nothing. These hearings commenced on 17 September 1945, and involved 45 defendants, including Josef Kramer, the Beast of Belsen, and his female subordinate, Irma Grese. Their sadistic exploits gave rise to a quasi-pornographic Nazi crimes literature, which had the bizarre effect of distracting attention from the dispassionate, industrialized killing that had taken place by demonizing individual perpetrators. 11 of the defendants were sentenced to death and executed on 12 December 1945. Some Jewish survivors of the camp were appalled at the latitude granted to the defense lawyers, but it could not have been done otherwise if the trial was to be seen to be fair. The Allies were also assiduous in repatriating about 4,000 of the worst criminals to countries like Belgium, France, the Netherlands, and Poland. They included Hans Rauter, who was tried in Holland and then hanged. Kurt Daliga, the order police chief who replaced Heydrich in Bohemia Moravia and ordered the murders at Lidice, was tried and executed in Prague. After Rudolf Höss had testified for the prosecution at Nuremberg, he was tried in Poland and hanged outside his former home within the main camp at Auschwitz. By this time, 1947, the Germans themselves had been allowed to conduct their own trials of Nazi criminals. Until 1950, some 5,000 people were convicted in connection with such crimes as the Röhm Purge, the Kristallnacht, and the T4 euthanasia program. The burden of proof for murder was set much higher than for manslaughter, and there was no satisfactory reckoning with those who were at various removes from physical killing but whose words and deeds had facilitated it. There were similar tribunals in the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, although these were increasingly used to weed out democratic opponents of the communists. Meanwhile, from June 1945 onwards, the Soviets turned an unforgiving eye towards more than 3 million POWs, including 70,000 officers, 400 generals, and 3 field marshals. They paid special attention to former members of the various branches of the SS. 37,000 of these men were convicted of war crimes by Soviet courts. This was rough justice, which ended with either public hanging or very long sentences of hard labor in the gulags. While some of the accused, like Friedrich Jeckeln, were notorious murderers, 8 Germans were also executed after a trial in Leningrad for their alleged role in the Katyn massacre. There was no attempt to establish individual guilt in the case of many German POWs sent to labor camps. Their rank or role, notably military intelligence officers, sealed their fate. Confessions were the result of extremely brutal interrogation methods. Among those hanged in the Lubyanka prison in Moscow was General Helmut von Panwitz, commander of the Wehrmacht's Cossack cavalry. The Cossacks themselves were among the thousands of previously Soviet citizens repatriated by the British, who were subject to mass executions on arrival. Quite rightly, that piece of realpolitik has left a nasty taste in the mouth, especially since the new post-war Labour government blithely allowed most of the SS Galicia Division soldiers whom British troops had corralled at Rimini to settle in Britain as coal miners. However incomplete and unsatisfactory the reckoning with Nazi war criminals may seem in retrospect, the wider political effects of total and unconditional German defeat are not hard to enumerate. The experience of defeat, which included the forced repatriation of 11 million ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe under the terms of the Alta Agreement, meant that many Germans considered themselves among the war's primary victims. Among these were former members of the Wehrmacht, whose wartime experiences were compounded in the case of POWs taken by the Red Army with the horrors of Soviet labor camps. Survivors were eventually released in 1955 and feted as returning heroes. Ironically, a West German poster lamenting the plight of German POWs, still behind barbed wire in Soviet labor camps, prominently displayed the words, "Accuse," though the title "I Accuse" had been used for a 1941 German propaganda film about the Nazi euthanasia program. The Western Allies also colluded in the fiction of a decent but simple soldiery led astray by Nazi ideologues. This reflected sheer ignorance and wishful thinking, particularly in the case of officers like Manstein and Kesselring, but also the need to integrate West Germany into the NATO alliance. The Federal Republic of Germany, FDR, created in May 1949, rejoined the democratic Western mainstream, to be followed, after 5 decades, by the so-called German Democratic People's Republic, DDR, in the East. The FDR was transformed by the economic miracle symbolized by the emergence of industrial giants like AEG, BMW, Bosch, Mercedes-Benz, Siemens, and VW, while the DDR languished under a centrally planned economy which, as everywhere else, totally failed to produce the rational allocation of resources that its advocates all over the world still believe in with near religious fervor. The FDR's prosperity took a hit when it had to absorb the DDR in the 1990s, while achieving a muted reckoning with the DDR's own Gestapo-like secret police organization. Although it is untrue to say that the Germans did not face up to the lessons of the Nazi era in its immediate aftermath, this often took the form of elusive religious or philosophical ruminations, rather than the denunciatory moralizing that became commonplace to a less cultivated and more uncouth generation of academics and journalists in the 1960s. What one might unkindly call the guilt industry culminated in a massive proliferation of Holocaust memorials and museums, and an enthusiasm for Yiddish folk culture. Many Jews now feel entirely comfortable living among the Germans, where philo-Semitism is a public doctrine, with the only licensed anti-Semitism, if that is what it is, directed by the liberal left against Israel and Zionist racism, which they strenuously associate with apartheid and Nazism. A society whose historic identity owed much to militarism has become so averse to war that the only German soldier to kill a member of the Afghan Taliban after the 2003 NATO invasion was flown home for counseling, although in Kunduz province the Germans have become involved in heavier fighting. So deeply has Germany imbibed the disasters of Nazism and Allied conquest, to the point where its people's ostentatious self-repudiation is parodied by foreign comedians, that it seems highly improbable that it will ever again represent a menace to its neighbors. Ironically, Germany's wartime opponents in the West now seek increased signs of German belligerence, at least in the case of NATO engagements outside its traditional area. They are also discombobulated by the close relationship a united democratic Germany has with the quasi-democratic regime in contemporary Russia. While Nazi Germany, as history episodically impinges on mass consciousness, it is less remarked how it has become an export commodity for bright young Germans who have acquired jobs in British academia and television on the basis of their historical or linguistic expertise in an area where British interest is still strong. As Goebbels once accurately predicted, the Nazis have largely monopolized the spot reserved for human evil in the Western contemporary imagination. 3. Chrysanthemums, the long-lived flower. On 15 August 1945, wireless listeners in Japan strained to separate the high-pitched voice of Emperor Hirohito from the ambient static. The language was in stilted high court manner, so an announcer had to reread it in the vernacular when the emperor had finished. Hirohito explained that the war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage. Cruel new bombs had threatened the total extinction of human civilization. His sole expression of regret was for those other peoples who had assisted Japan in the liberation of Asia. He enjoined his subjects to endure the unendurable, bear the unbearable, which was that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration, an unconditional surrender. A desperate minority could not. They included the Army Minister, Major General Korechika Anami, Vice Admiral Takijiro Onishi, the man responsible for the kamikaze, General Shigeru Honjo, Field Marshal Hajime Sugiyama, and about 1,000 officers who committed suicide. On 15 August, the aging Admiral Matume Ugaki left his fleet and clambered into a dive bomber beside a kamikaze pilot, clutching a short sword. The aircraft crashed into the sea after failing to find a U.S. ship to ram. Ugaki had wanted the Japanese to fight a guerrilla war against the Americans. The admiral left a note which read, "Having a dream, I will go up into the sky." Former Premier Hideki Tojo shot himself inexpertly when the Americans came to arrest him. A blood transfusion from a U.S. soldier ensured that he survived to face trial and execution. In the fortnight between the capitulation and the arrival of General Douglas MacArthur's occupation forces, Japan's leaders were highly energetic. Huge bonfires blazed outside official buildings and industrial concerns to erase any record of wartime illegalities. On 14 August 1945, the War Ministry sent a telegram instructing all servicemen that the confidential documents held by every troop should be destroyed by fire immediately. Telephone calls instructed troops outside Japan to burn this telegram. On 20 August, the chief of prisoner of war camps told the Japanese armies overseas, "Personnel who mistreated prisoners of war and internees, or who are held in extremely bad sentiment by them, are permitted to take care of it by immediately transferring or by fleeing without trace. Moreover, documents which would be unfavorable to us in the hands of the enemy are to be treated in the same way as secret documents and destroyed when finished with." According to a Japanese Defense Agency estimate made in 2003, some 70% of the Army's wartime records were destroyed in the last weeks of the war. This policy also extended to the prisoners themselves, whether they were alive or dead. The bodies of 96 U.S. POWs who had been murdered by the naval garrison on Wake Island in 1943 were disinterred and distributed on a beach that had more recently been shelled by U.S. warships. On 16 August, the day after Hirohito's broadcast, 16 U.S. POWs were taken from Fukuoka prison camp and hacked to death by guards who brought their girlfriends along to the spectacle. Then they falsified the prison records to claim the men had died of natural causes. The elites also secured their financial future at the expense of their starving fellow countrymen and women. Vast quantities of war materials, stockpiled for the final showdown, were handed over to army commanders, local government, and private enterprises. While millions of Japanese were homeless or faced starvation, a black market with 17,000 open-air emporia flourished, as did a new class of spivs and gangsters. Exhausted people turned to home-brewed alcohol that increased their depressed tiredness when it did not leave them blind. Demobilized soldiers sold bits of their kit until they resembled peeled onions, bereft even of their clothes. The wounded and disfigured, like the victims of the atomic bombs, found themselves shunned in a society that prized physical wholeness. Around 125,000 orphans similarly found themselves alone in a society whose much vaunted solidarity and spirit of sacrifice had disappeared. Into this swung General Douglas MacArthur and 250,000 U.S. occupation troops. His title, Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, was a fiction, as the voices of the other allies counted for little in a nation solely occupied by U.S. troops. The HQ of SCAP in downtown Tokyo was vast, with 1,500 personnel in early 1946 becoming 3,200 2 years later. Generously provisioned from the ubiquitous PXs, the Americans settled in with their wives and families in apartments and houses with central heating, refrigerators, showers, cooks, maids, and houseboys. A must-have souvenir was a photo of GIs being carted around by former Japanese soldiers, earning a living as rickshaw pullers. This all made it hard for the Japanese to see the Americans as having been among the victims of barbarity, for how could such prosperous, strapping fellows ever have been the emaciated wrecks of wartime prison camps? They were to be envied rather than pitied. MacArthur embodied the confident virility of the victorious Americans, represented elsewhere by the GIs who frequented the licensed brothels the Japanese authorities had established to reduce the likelihood of Soviet-style mass rape. He was a physically imposing man, much given to orotund declarations of the "as history shows" variety. Although a self-considered expert on the childishness of the Oriental mind, MacArthur hardly visited the Japanese, whose progress to maturity he preferred to view on newsreel film. In effect, the general became a surrogate emperor, to whom the aggrieved or sentimental addressed an enormous range of written petitions. However, he was also obliged to execute policies formulated in Washington, where there was a constant tussle between rival factions in the State Department, between those sympathetic to the Japanese, like former Ambassador Joseph Grew, and those like Dean Acheson, who shared the hostile perspective of the Chinese. The former wanted little change, the latter believed in radical reconstruction. Radical reconstruction proved to be the dominant trend, until the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950 meant that change was sacrificed in favor of integrating Japan into the Western camp against communism. Ironically, the real emperor, Hirohito, was concurrently rebranding himself to obliterate the wartime image he had presented in uniform astride a handsome white charger. He seems to have brushed up on the House of Windsor, those quintessential experts on dynastic survival. From 1946, Hirohito embarked on a marathon nationwide tour, in the course of which, with some strain, he doffed his trilby to his bowing subjects and famously talked to a survivor of Hiroshima on his deathbed. Illustrated books and magazines, all obviously licensed by the occupiers, refashioned Hirohito as a retiring, peace-loving marine biologist and family man, for peaceful pursuits, along with the scientific prowess represented by Canon, Nikon, Sony, and Toyota, were the nation's new vocations. Although it was not tolerated by the Americans, there was also a powerful parallel trend to reconfigure the Japanese as war's ultimate victims because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which would be unthinkingly coupled with Auschwitz. The refashioning of the emperor suited the Americans, whose psychological warfare experts had long sought to isolate him from the fascist militarist clique who had surrounded him, as if he had merely attended wartime meetings for reasons of protocol in the capacity of honorary bystander. The written record never captured the inclinations of the head, nods, and hand gestures that could have been as determining as words. In the most positive construction, Hirohito would be a useful symbol of national continuity and stability when the Americans embarked on radical reconstruction. The two emperors first met at MacArthur's residence in the former U.S. Embassy on 27 September 1945. The court circle regarded this encounter with some trepidation, unaware that the U.S. government had already decided to use Hirohito for its own purposes. MacArthur arrived in open-neck shirt and slacks, without any of his many decorations. Hirohito wore formal court dress. As MacArthur swept in, he exclaimed, "You are very, very welcome, sir," the only recorded occasion when he said sir to anyone. They exchanged compliments for 40 minutes as they headed ineluctably to the conclusion that war was horrid and peace a desirable goal. America's eagle-like plenipotentiary extended his protective wings over the man whom many U.S. allies, especially the Australians, regarded with reason as a war criminal. Popular sentiment in the Allied nations ensured that Hirohito was not granted immunity from possible war crimes charges. In practice, the U.S. busied itself to ensure that his role in the war was moved off limits. Although photographs of the MacArthur-Hirohito meetings, there would be 10 more, convey an immense physical disparity between these embodiments of conqueror and conquered, in fact, relations were more nuanced than the visual images suggest. Initially, the U.S. arrived with intentions so radical that they won the admiration of the resurgent Japanese left as its remnants emerged from wartime confinement. The Americans dissolved the country's armed forces, including the 4 million troops overseas who, with the exception of those in Soviet captivity, were to be repatriated as soon as possible. They abolished the special hire police and purged some 200,000 Japanese in the bureaucracy and business whom they held responsible for Japan's militaristic rampage. The Americans introduced the separation of church and state by abolishing Shinto as a state religion. That had implications for the emperor, who, while explicitly rejecting the claim that the Japanese were superior to other races, managed to avoid through elaborate translation any direct denial of descent from ancient gods. Hirohito was prepared to have himself redesigned as the symbolic fig leaf for the U.S. occupation, if that was the price of survival for the institution he embodied. U.S. administrators sought to break the structures that they felt had given rise to imperialism and aggression, while granting the Japanese rights they had never enjoyed before. They introduced basic rights of assembly and of the press, while encouraging the formation of trades unions. They went to great lengths to improve the rights of women in what was a highly patriarchal society. Women acquired the right to divorce, inheritance, and property. Feudal landowners were compelled to sell land to their tenants. A new constitution was promulgated in November 1946, coming into effect the following May. In addition to these rights, the Constitution solemnly committed the Japanese people to forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. As part of the act of surrender, the Japanese agreed that the Allies would mete out stern retribution to wartime malefactors. Prosecutors acting for the International Military Tribunal for the Far East commenced work in May 1946. They largely copied the Nuremberg model, although in the Tokyo case there were initially 28 rather than 24 major war criminals. The trial was held in a purpose-built structure in the former Japanese military academy at Ichigaya in central Tokyo. About 2,000 Japanese attended the trials as spectators. It is doubtful whether either this or copious coverage in the licensed newspapers had the desired pedagogical effect, for most Japanese believed the defendants should have killed themselves before surrendering. 11 countries sent judges and prosecutors, including China, India, and the Philippines. Although nationalist Japanese like to think that this was a case of Western victors' justice, the presence of Burmese, Indonesian, and Filipino experts attached to the prosecution team meant that it was more a matter of victims' justice. Of course, things are never that tidy. While Koreans and Taiwanese suffered grievously at the hands of the Japanese, and no more so than the Korean comfort women, the fact that 148 Koreans and 173 Taiwanese were tried for war crimes committed while serving in the Imperial Armed Forces meant that they were left unrepresented in a prosecution effort that otherwise cannot be accused of institutionalized racism. Much of the evidence for war crimes and crimes against humanity was garnered from 50 parallel national war crimes trials, which were conducted by Australian, Chinese, Dutch, and French courts across East and South Asia. These trials concerned Class B or C war criminals, that is, men who had carried out barbarities, or who had commissioned or had been negatively or vicariously responsible for such acts higher up the civil and military hierarchies. The trial in the Philippines of Generals Yamashita and Homa established the legal principle of command responsibility, or the criminal liability of a senior commander for atrocities committed by his subordinates. Yamashita was found guilty of being indirectly responsible for the deaths of 100,000 civilians in Manila after he retreated from the city and turned it over to Rear Admiral Sanji and Army security troops. He was hanged on 23 February 1946. He dictated his last testament to a Buddhist prison chaplain saying, "The people of Japan must develop a sense of individual duty based on moral judgment." Around 5,700 Japanese were indicted by these parallel courts, of whom 984 were sentenced to death and around 920 hanged, a far higher proportion of executed death sentences than in Europe. The Soviets may also have executed a further 3,000 war criminals, including 12 personnel of Unit 731, whose colleagues the Americans were otherwise discreetly rescuing for their own chemical and germ warfare programs. The enormous volume of evidence generated by these subsidiary national trials was incorporated into the main prosecution case at Tokyo. Since the material was in several different languages, it was decided to introduce it in synoptic form, which may have diminished its power to shock, for these trials were intended to have the same national pedagogical function as Nuremberg. The impact of the evidence was also diminished by the relative absence of film footage concerning atrocities committed in obscure jungle camps or on islands throughout an enormous theater that mainly consisted of water. The issue of language was an obstacle to comprehension and expeditiousness, since at Tokyo every utterance had to be simultaneously translated for the benefit of the accused, the lawyers, and judges. Labyrinthine Japanese sentences came out in attenuated English, losing any subtlety in the process. Two of the non-Anglo-Saxon judges, the French and the Soviet, understood neither English nor Japanese, the main languages of the proceedings, although the Soviet representatives could stretch to bottoms up when he had a glass in hand. The Filipino judge, Delphine Juarania, had survived the Bataan Death March, although he did recuse himself when the hearings concerned crimes on the Philippines. Sir William Webb, the Australian presiding judge, had been a war crimes investigator in New Guinea. Webb argued that since not all 11 judges were present at each session, there was little point deciding as they went along which items of evidence were admissible, which opened the way for hearsay and such subjective testimony as diary extracts and copies of documents whose originals had been lost. Because Japanese law lacked an adversarial system, the defense was at some disadvantage and had to be bolstered by U.S. lawyers. The 28 main accused were allegedly a representative sample of the Japanese ruling elites stretching back into recent history, signaling that the symbolic importance of the accused bulked larger than their individual guilt. It was a very deliberate choice, since the key charge against these Class A war criminals was that they had conspired for the 18 years, 1928 through 45, to wage serial wars of aggression. The accused included 4 former prime ministers, 5 war ministers, 3 ministers without portfolio, 2 Greater East Asia ministers, 2 education ministers, 2 chiefs of Army General Staff and 13 other officers, 1 Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, 4 ambassadors, a finance minister, and 2 navy ministers. By the time the proceedings commenced, 2 of the accused had died and 1 had gone mad. Their ranks included no representatives of big business or the ubiquitous academics, intellectuals, and journalists who had materially contributed to the hysterical public climate. The sole person who represented continuity throughout 1928 through 45 was not in the dock, but behind the chrysanthemum curtain the Americans had lowered over him. MacArthur decreed that Hirohito was never to be interrogated, would never be asked for private papers, and would not be appearing as a witness. Oddly, the chief prosecutor did his utmost to shield the emperor on the rare occasions when, breaking a conspiracy of silence, one of the accused inadvertently alluded to Hirohito's involvement. In Sugamo prison, the defendants wept with joy on the night they learned that the U.S. had decided not to prosecute the emperor. The U.S. also kept all mention of the role of major industrial concerns or chemical warfare and medical experiments off limits. The main charge concerned the conspiracy to wage aggressive war against international peace. The fact that this was supposed to be precedent-setting indicated one of its weaknesses, since the international law was being made on the hoof at the time. No international law covered naked conspiracy to commit aggression, so effectively this was a matter of the retroactive criminalization of actions that were not crimes at the time. A robust assertion of high principles could not quite conceal the legally dubious nature of what was afoot. The prosecution argued that the 1928 Pact of Paris, better known as the Kellogg-Briand Pact, had made waging aggressive war not simply unlawful but criminal, although that last point nowhere figured in the pact itself, which Japan had signed. They circumvented this omission by suggesting that there was a large body of internationally recognized custom which had the same effect as codified law. They also dispensed with the notion of state or sovereign immunity, the latter had some ironies in the Tokyo context, by arguing that official positions did not absolve anyone from responsibility for criminal acts. A major effort went into proving criminal complicity or negligence of cabinet ministers for crimes committed by the armed forces. Throughout, the view was taken that individual men, rather than abstract entities, commit or sanction crimes, and as such are accountable for them. The charges of conspiracy were difficult to prove against members of successive governments stretching over nearly 2 decades, moreover involving men who were sometimes political opponents and rivals, or who had never met one another. Unlike Nazi Germany, there was no single dictatorial leader whose aberrant vision had been converted into plans for aggression. Some of the key ideologists had been executed long before the Pacific War started. There was no Japanese equivalent to the SS, for the Kempeitai were more like the Gestapo than a surrogate army. Although the accused were convicted of a single conspiracy, as in the German case the reality was of improvisation or successive governments, meandering through a welter of war plans which often had competing objectives, depending on the service involved in drafting them. The judges also had to ponder the defense arguments that Japanese policy was often ad hoc and reactive to the aggressive moves of others, for in some respects the trial resembled a chessboard with only one team present. How did the Mukden incident of 1931 relate to the more expansive military aggression in northern China 6 years later? In 1939, had the Japanese fought border skirmishes with the Soviets and Mongolians, or were they planning a full-scale invasion of both those countries? What was the difference between Japanese conduct and the Soviet invasion of Finland? Where did the armistices and the 1941 Japanese-Soviet Neutrality Pact fit into this alleged pattern of continuous aggression? Had not Vichy in 1940 accorded the Japanese the right to enter Indochina under the Matsuoka-Henri Agreement? And was this an act of aggressive war since the Japanese had not fired a shot? The prosecutors were on firmer grounds with the 1941 rampage throughout South Asia following Pearl Harbor. In this narrative of aggression, it was Japan's desire to deny the Chinese external assistance that led Tokyo's leaders to attack the European colonial powers and the U.S. Throughout, the defendants and their Japanese and U.S. lawyers were denied the right to mount a counter-narrative involving their defense of Japan, or more grandly Asia, against the imperialist onslaught of the Europeans and Americans. They were accused of naked imperialism by judges from nations that were busily reimposing their dominance in Indochina, Indonesia, and Malaya. Ironically, in Malaya, the ethnic Chinese guerrilla forces the British orchestrated against the Japanese were metamorphosing into the communist terrorists the British fought until the early 1960s. It took two dissenting judges, the Indian Radhabinod Pal and the Dutchman Bert Ruling, to broach the indelicate subject of where the firebombing of Japanese cities or the dropping of 2 atomic bombs might sit in any catalogue of war crimes. Pal was an unfortunate choice, as he had been a fervent supporter of the pro-Axis Indian nationalist Chandra Bose. On the days when he deigned to appear in court, he first bowed deeply towards the defendants. Unsurprisingly, Pal became a great favorite of Japanese nationalists and extreme leftists. His hatred of Western racism led him to discount the no less pernicious racism of the Japanese, whom he would exculpate of every charge in his bizarre dissenting judgment. If it was hard to make the charges of conspiracy stick, there was no doubt about Japanese war crimes and crimes against humanity. Evidence and testimony from China and the Philippines were used to paint a picture of systematic atrocities by the Japanese armed forces. The most moving testimony concerned Japanese mass murder and rape in Nanking, and both the Bataan Death March and the Manila massacres in the Philippines. Shang Tayi came from Nanking to testify that he, his brother, a cousin, and 5 neighbors had been among the 1,000 men whom the Japanese had roped together on the banks of the Yangtze before opening fire on them with machine guns. He had survived under a pile of corpses. An American priest recounted the story of a 15-year-old girl. Japanese soldiers had killed her brother, believing him to be a fleeing soldier, then killed the brother's wife and the girl's elder sister when they resisted rape. They bayoneted the girl's parents. She was dragged off to a barracks where she was gang-raped every day for a month until she was so ill and diseased the Japanese grew afraid of her. Even though General Iwani Matsui claimed to have been ill and bedridden 140 miles away from the scene of these atrocities, as Commander-in-Chief of the Central China Area Army, he was convicted of a failure to exercise command responsibility over his subordinates. The former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Koki Hirota, was also convicted of doing nothing to prevent atrocities about which he received constant information. To be more precise, although he had complained to the War Minister, he had not followed this up by ensuring that countermeasures were being taken. Instead of raising the matter in Cabinet, Hirota had accepted the verbal assurances of the War Ministry that action was being taken. This reaffirmed the Nuremberg principle that individuals have international duties which transcend the national obligations of obedience imposed by the individual state. As we have seen, whereas 4% of British and U.S. prisoners of war died in German captivity, the equivalent figure for those held by the Japanese was 27%. Most of these prisoners had had to endure long sea voyages in the hellish holds of Japanese troop ships, which bore no markings that POWs were on board.
Those who died or were executed on deck were tossed overboard to the sharks. The main atrocities against Allied prisoners of war included the 1942 Bataan Death March, as a result of which 1,500 U.S. servicemen and 26,000 Filipinos died during a 9-day, 65-mile forced march. Sometimes passing Japanese troops leaned out of trucks and used bayonets to slit their throats. Anyone who fell exhausted was bayoneted or shot. Secondly, the Japanese had illegally used POWs as slave labor on the construction of the Burma-Siam Railway, a 258-line designed to connect Bangkok with Rangoon. Some 61,800 Allied prisoners of war were used to work on the Death Railway, which deserved its name because 12,300 of them perished, or roughly 1 in 5. There were also 200,000 Asian workers, of whom between 42 and 74,000 died from disease or maltreatment. Their fate was given equal attention during the trial, even though the Japanese had not even recorded their names. The main accused in this section of the trial was General Tojo, who was Prime Minister and War Minister from 1941 to 1944. He sat picking his nose and taking notes while evidence of the utmost cruelty was delivered. Several of his fellow defendants removed their earphones so as not to hear it anymore. Several witnesses testified about conditions in jungle camps linked to the railway construction project. The general policy was, no work, no food, and there was ample evidence that this had originated with Tojo, who had enjoined camp personnel not to be obsessed with the mistaken idea of humanitarianism. That alone proved that cruelty was not culturally determined, since the camp personnel were clearly cognizant of other options. Jocular sadism was evident among the camp personnel, who made a prisoner band play the dwarf's song from Snow White, hi ho, it's off to work we go, each morning. Prisoners had nothing but the uniforms they were wearing when they were captured, clothes which turned to papery rags under the incessant monsoon rains. The Asian laborers were given Hessian sacks in place of clothes, items which soon crawled with lice. They slept in huts with mud floors which turned to slush when the rains came. Diseases like beriberi, cholera, and malaria were rampant, and medical supplies virtually non-existent. The Japanese also purloined most Red Cross parcels. Several former prisoners testified that the Japanese were obsessed with completing the railway, and that if the project fell behind schedule they became insane with rage. That included beating people unconscious and then leaving them bound in a waterlogged slit trench with only mosquitoes for company. There were instances of men being bound to trees and burned alive. Further court sessions chronicled atrocities committed the length and breadth of the Pacific Theater, including massacres of tiny tribes like the Suluks on Borneo, as well as the female Australian nurses on Bangka Island east of Sumatra. It revealed airmen who were deliberately killed so that the Japanese could cook and eat them, for the Japanese seem to have practiced cannibalism on a wide scale. Some of this may have been because they were starving, but there are instances where it seems to have had a more symbolic significance. A B-29 crew were subjected to live, unanesthetized vivisection in a university hospital, where their organs were removed one by one until they died. There were several instances of crucifixion and so many instances of prisoners being beheaded or bayoneted that they were impossible to count. To economize on food, the Japanese occupiers had sought to drown the entire population of the Andaman Islands by taking them out in boats and then throwing them overboard, killing them if they tried to crawl back. The native population of the Dutch East Indies had been abused as forced laborers or sex slaves, a practice forensically exposed by Dutch war crimes investigators. On 12 November 1948, the verdicts were read by Webb. There were no acquittals. Sentencing took place in the afternoon. 15 of the accused were sentenced to life imprisonment, and 2 more to 7- and 20-year terms. 7 were sentenced to death, all of them generals, apart from Hirota. The Sugamo 7 were held in individual cells while their appeals were considered and rejected. They were hanged shortly after midnight on 22 December, their bodies cremated in the municipal crematoria,
and the ashes scattered to the winds. In the decades since, Japan has become a prosperous, multi-party democracy. As in the case of West Germany, the Korean War hastened its economic recovery and integration into U.S. alliance systems. Recently, it has pursued a more independent foreign policy, like Germany seeking a place on the permanent UN Security Council. While Japan has embraced the uniqueness of being history's only victim of a double nuclear attack, it has stubbornly refused to apologize publicly or to give compensation for the atrocities it committed. When Shiro Azuma, a veteran of the Japanese forces in Nanking, used his wartime diary for a 1987 book, he was subjected to defamation suits by fellow veterans, as well as abusive letters and telephone calls. His case is still being discussed after he appealed to the UN Commission on Human Rights. He died in 2006, and the book has not appeared in Japan. The 15 million Chinese killed by the Japanese may prove to be, in the long-term general trend of the world, the deed that will prove to have turned most notably against Japan's interest. For there can be little doubt about who is going to be the superpower of the 21st century. For although the events of the Second World War seem so far behind us, in many ways they continue to structure mentalities in the contemporary world. This concludes the reading of Moral Combat, Good and Evil in World War II, by Michael Burleigh. Copyright 2011 by Michael Burleigh. This book was read by Michael Kramer. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with HarperCollins Publishers and was produced in 2011 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. Thank you.